contenders, majorly, the major contenders to win it all.
Yeah.
Coming off the back of their win in the Euros. And during the Euros, we saw a midfield of Pedri, Rodrigo Hernandez, and of course Fabian Ruiz at the time of PSG, right? And they went on to win it all. Lamine Yamal was at his absolute best, right? Nico Williams,
of course,
I think they had Morata up front, right? And they were actually changing, bringing in likes of Oyarzabal in there, Miguel Merino, Mendy, coming up. They had the squad depth. They still have that squad depth, going into this tournament. But you look at that game against Cabo Verde, look at the starting lineup. It was Gavi on the left, it was Ferran Torres on the right, and of course Oyarzabal, leading the front line. And a lot of people praised De La Fuente for that Euros win, saying you let these players play with freedom. It wasn't just the tiki-taka style that we knew them for under Del Bosque in 2010, right? This time there was attacking intent. They were going in, they were attacking. Nico Williams was running at defenders. Yamal was destroying, players on the other side. But this time it was just passive. Why did it suddenly change from what we saw in 2024 to now that against the Cabo Verde side? Why didn't it up to attack with the likes of Nico Williams? Even if you don't want to start, Lamine Yamal because he's coming back from an injury. There was that Nyomo. Why didn't you use the natural player? What was Gavi, a midfielder, looking for on the left wing?
I think we are saying this thing because of the outcome of the game.
No, if it works for you, you are a genius.
Yes,
I understand.
Genius,
but then it's so obvious. There are some obvious things you have to list out. It looked from the onset that it was not going to.
Against a side like Cape Verde, naturally we're expecting anybody to get the job done because a lot of fans, a lot of people, nobody gave, very little people, gave Cape Verde a chance to even, do anything in this game at all. So I think he just kind of changed the game, use other kind of players, change the approach of the game due to the opponent he has on the table. And even he was meeting someone like maybe the French side or the German side, he would start the strongest 11. But probably he felt like Cape Verde shouldn't be a problem to them, so they can rest these players. And then Lamine Yamal was not, it wasn't fully fit. So,
but he came on. It looked dangerous a bit, but it couldn't change the game. The game looked lost from there.
Exactly.
Cabo Verde even almost scored.
They almost scored. Yeah. They just, they wasted a few chances that they got. So this thing is about, I think his next game is Uruguay. Yes, I think Uruguay.
Uruguay. Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
Exactly. So probably Uruguay is a footballing nation. They are a stronger team.
Of course.
They will have to go band to band with Uruguay. So it would be probably wanted to rest Lamine Yamal for Uruguay. But when he realized that this game is slipping off our hands already, he was like, this thing is not.
We have to come and get.
Let's just go out there. That was why he brought on Nico Williams, Lamine Yamal, Dani Olmo, Merino, everybody. But it was too late as at then.
It was really,
I think it's just a lesson for the so-called big teams. Because right now, if you look at it now, the European teams are not really doing well in this competition. 10 matches from the European teams, just three teams have won their game. The remaining 7 has either lost or drew their game. So it means the gap between the so-called big teams and the small teams is now very, very
Let's even still look at
small.
Spain again before we move on, right? I want to read out Gavi's stats. 0 shots on goal, 0 key passes, 0 completed dribbles, 0 successful crosses, and 10 ball losses. So is it safe to say that Cabo Verde played with 10 men against 10 men? Because it looked like it was not there.
Well, I saw the game yesterday. I think we need to give all the credit to Cape Verde. They came and they played well. Right. So they were able to neutralize every attacking intent of the Spanish side. So it's not as if Gavi was below par or it was not fantastic.
He was below par.
But they didn't win.
Yes.
They didn't win.
But you expect Spain to beat them. It is 2 points drop for Spain and 1 point gain
because
for
I have been watching Cape Verde. I didn't expect Spain to do a walkover like Curaçao and Germany.
You are 1 out of 100 people. I mean, because if you ask 100 people, they will tell you that Spain should roll over Cabo Verde.
No,
I've seen the way Cabo Verde play too.
I wasn't expecting.
But it's a superpower, right? You expect Curaçao. Curaçao did well in qualifying. Yeah. You expect them to at least give something against the German side. They got the equalizer.
I wasn't expecting them to do anything against.
But they got the equalizer.
It was a lucky goal. You see how they celebrated.
One of their German team looked
that's their achievement for them. For scoring 1 goal in the World Cup is an achievement for them.
But it was big. It could have ended 1-1, right? But Dimansha just remembered that, we can play ball, right? And they went on to, maybe they were angry at the fact that they conceded that goal and they went on to roll them over. Yeah. Making the scoreline look like PTSD for the Brazilians because it was 7-1. They scored the highest, it was the highest scoring fixture in 2014.
Yeah,
they came back to beat the game. So you could see that Spain too, at least, if Cabo Verde were, trying to prove stubborn, you dig deep because you are bigger than them. You should be able to get the win.
Well, in football, we say anything can happen. It's only on paper we can say, okay, Lamine Yamal will just shoot from here and will score and all that. We saw it yesterday. The Cape Verde side can do more damage than this.
Right. But going back to what the City defensive midfielder Rodrigo Hernandez, said, saying that they didn't offer anything, they just stopped at the midfield. Doesn't it sound like
I think it's just
all. Is that not the sound of a pained person?
Is actually very, very pained. If you were to put what's it called, Rodrigo, in this Cape Verde team, would he have allowed advised his team to go all out against the Spanish giant? It's not possible. You have to play to your strength. What can you do to get the best result out of this game? Absolutely. They did what they had to do, and they got 1 point out of it. So all these talks of they didn't come outside, what do you expect them to do? Come outside against you and get battered? No, it's not
anyway, Spain have only won just one of their last 5 opening games, including the one of last night, because I think the last time they won was in 2014. No, in 2018. Okay, no, that was in 2022. That was the last time Spain won their first. That was first win in 5 opening day wins, because in 2010 they lost to Switzerland. In 2014 they lost scandalously to the Netherlands. In 2018 it was a 3-3 draw, and I think in 2022 they got their first win at the Spanish side. And this time around, they still could not muster a win. It's really, really bad, for the Spanish side. And the draw leaves Group H wide open ahead of Saudi Arabia's match against Uruguay. And that one also ended in the draw. And for Cabo Verde, a nation of around 500,000 people in the North Atlantic, the point against one of the tournament's heavyweights marked a historic moment in their first World Cup appearance. And Vozinia's performance was central to that result, frustrating a Spanish side filled with established stars and preventing them from starting their campaign with 3 points. Let's quickly talk about the goalkeeper, Vozinia. He's 40 years old, right? He wasn't a professional footballer until he turned 25, right? Played in Angola, was now in the Portuguese second division alongside Stopira, also in that Cabo Verde squad. And to turn up against the Spanish side like that, making 7 saves as a 40-year-old, right? What does that mean for him? He said his grandparents couldn't make it because they are no more. Yeah. His mother as well, they couldn't get the visa sorted in time. He was visibly emotional after that game.
Yeah.
But to turn up that performance in your first ever World Cup game at 40 years, it was, undoubtedly the man of the match. Right?
Yeah.
He was given the award.
Yes.
Fantastic performance. What does that mean for him going forward, and also for Cabo Verde in general?
Yeah, I think it's a source of inspiration for Cape Verde side. And also, even, the antics, his heroics, his story, it's motivated people all over the world. You can see through his Instagram following. I think he had less than 60K or thereabout. Right now he's on like 6 million. Massive support from the fans,
about
from everybody.
1.8 million now, from 50,000 followers.
From 50,000 followers all over the world. So it means a lot for him. His story, starting his footballing career at 25, when some people are already making a lot of money at 17,
so 18. They're in their prime at 25.
At 17, 18.
Right.
So I think...
Look at Lamine Yamal. He's 18.
You can see. He's old enough to give birth to Lamine
Yamal.
So I think it's a big lesson for everybody that whatever it is you're doing, just don't give up on yourself. You can't just give up. And I think it's also a good thing for goalkeepers, because you don't see most of the outfield players playing at that age. But goalkeepers is like they age like fine wine. The more they age, the better they even get.
Buffon played until 44. Farid Mondragon 43.
Exactly.
Ochoa is there at the World Cup, is 40.
Still there.
Neuer is there still at the top level at 40. So Vozinia should be motivated.
Yes, and it's a sort of motivation for the team. If you didn't make those saves, probably they'll get better, let's say 5, 6 or thereabouts. So, and I think, having that kind of goalkeeper behind you, knowing fully well that even if you miss a step or something, he's there to cover you, it's a big plus for them. It's a big plus, honestly, and for Africa in general.
We'll still talk about the Uruguay game. There was another goalkeeper there. In that group, everybody has 1 point. And it was all about the goalkeepers in the 2 games for that group. We're still going to talk about that game. But let's move on to another team that was motivated. And this time around, it's Team Melli, the Iranian side. And they came up with everything that's going on, politically. They still stepped up onto the pitch against New Zealand. They are supposed to play in USA. They should be out of USA by now.
Yeah,
they played their game and they had to go back to their base, in Mexico. And going for the back and forth, everything that is going on behind the scene, for them to still step onto the pitch and still show that football is all that matters. We should give kudos to them, because they opened their politically charged 2026 World Cup campaign with a 2-2 draw against New Zealand at the SoFi Stadium in Inglewood on Monday night, and of course rallying twice to earn a point. And Mohamed Mohebi headed in the equalizer in the 64th minute after Ramin Rezaein set him up with a long pass, with Rezaein also scoring Iran's first goal in the 32nd minute with a chipped finish. And New Zealand's Elijah Just scored in each half, both times assisted by captain Chris Wood, to give the All-Whites an early lead in the 7th minute, and of course again in the 54th. I mean, Olamide, Elijah Just scoring 2 goals, assisted by the same man, Chris Wood. Was that not a just incredible performance from the New Zealand player?
Obviously. It
was just incredible.
It was just incredible. You have to give his flowers, give kudos to him. Fantastic play. Even Chris Wood as well, contributing 2 assists for a team like New Zealand.
Yeah.
But I also think the Iranian side, the mental, what's it called, through the wars, the issues, everything going on with them, they are still able to, come up, and cause an upset to New
That's the
Zealand.
man right there, Elijah Just.
And they cause an upset to New Zealand. So I think it's just, to me, I see it as a source of motivation. Because if you are in that kind of thing, you still be able to, you want to show the world that we still can do this.
Right.
This thing would not discourage us, would not be defeated, would not be, we would not go down, would not let the world know that, maybe this thing is getting to us.
Right.
I think there's a sort of motivation to them, and they should be able to, cause upset for more teams in the group as well.
Absolutely. And for Iran too, going forward, they have also the likes of Belgium and Egypt as well. I think they know that right now they can only come and just play their game in the USA. All of their group games will be happening in the US. Right? But what do you think would be the major motivation for them, going forward? And also, I mean, look at this man as well. People are already reading some meanings to that celebration. The gun thing, and a certain legend, Terry Henry, has come out to say, look, it's just like a get back to those that thought they would not make it to this tournament, right? They should not bring out any political meaning to it. But they still stepped up. They were down twice, right? Just like Netherlands and Japan, right? They were down twice, and they managed to get back against a New Zealand side that were there in 2010. They didn't lose any game, right? But they still did not qualify from the group stage, right? But this game was just very, very interesting. And for Iran to bounce back, just like they did against Wales, right, in the last edition, they won 2-0, scoring 2 late goals. Going forward for them, does this look like they are really arrived at, at the World Cup, and they look determined not just to be also runs, but to go forward in this tournament?
Yes, of course. The last World Cup, they caused an upset for Argentina. Argentina first.
No, that was Saudi Arabia. Iran defeated Wales. They were in England's group. Yeah.
Okay.
They were battered by England, but they upset Wales.
Yeah. So, like I said earlier, it's a source of motivation for them. Just show the world what you've got. That's why I think that's why he did the gun celebration of a thing. But I'm really not in support of those kind of antics. Just get the job done and go home. Let your fans praise
because of what's around you.
What is around you?
You look like you're sending a wrong message.
Exactly. It's like you are more particular about the message you want to send more than getting the job done. Just get to the pitch, give your all, get the job done, and go back to probably Mexico or whatever country they have to stay in. So that's just why I would have to just tell them, just go there and get the job done, finish.
Because you came into that game with everything that is happening behind the scene. You should let that stay there and let us enjoy the football.
Enjoy your football.
Right.
Don't do any, and the media is very, very unforgiving.
Yeah.
By the time they start seeing those things, they start projecting something else about the Iranians, and it might just be harmless from the player.
Right.
Probably just because of the heat of the moment, the fun, the euphoria. He just did his thing.
Yeah.
Out of no intention to,
It was in the heat of the moment.
It was in the heat of the moment, but the media is very, very brutal.
They'll
give
you some hits.
Bring out some kind of undertone on the celebration. It has started already on social media. I've been seeing some
because
comments.
that was an equalizer, a precious point. But media is not talking about the goal. They're talking about the celebration. Yeah.
So I think they shouldn't allow the media to be able to, bring those kind of things. Just get the job done and, just wrap it up.
All right. The match unfolded, amid a tense backdrop after Iran's World Cup cycle was disrupted by the US and, the US and Israel war against them that began on February 28th. And FIFA rejected Iran's request to move its group games out of the US. So Tim Melly relocated his training base to Tijuana in Mexico, flying into the US only a day before each match. And despite that, Iran played before a strong pro-Iranian crowd in Los Angeles, home to the world's largest Iranian diaspora population outside the country. So they had a lot of support right there for the Iranians. And while hundreds protested outside and some fans turned their backs during the national anthem. Most supported the players once the game started, and the lion and sun flags were visible inside the stadium despite FIFA's ban. And the result leaves all 4 teams in Group G level on points after Belgium and Egypt also drew. And of course, New Zealand ranked 85th and the lowest rated team in the field matched its entire goal total from its previous 2 World Cup appearances and remains unbeaten in World Cup history after holding off a side ranked 65 places higher. I think you have to give New Zealand some credit as well. The old Ed, the old guard, Chris Wood, doing his thing, dropping 2 assists. It should be the one, of course, at the end of those goals normally, because he is a striker. But I mean, he said, "Look, I can play. My other teammates. I can give them another chance. Let Elijah just go and do it." I think that's a good one. But still sticking with the World Cup, and let's talk about other games that happened. Right, we spoke about the Spanish game. Right, so we are previewing now. We are reviewing now other games that happened right there. There was Belgium against Egypt.
Yes, fantastic.
That was another classic game. I think the African teams now are beginning to make a statement.
Of course.
From the debacle of South Africa and Tunisia, right? Other African teams, look at Cabo Verde, look at Egypt, right? They are beginning to look at Morocco too. Yeah. They are beginning to make a statement. And Egypt started that game really, really, really well. And Imam Ashur scoring a beautiful goal assisted by the legend himself, Mohamed Salah, on his birthday. Yeah. Against Belgium. Now, a lot of people will say, okay, Belgium's golden generation is gone. There's no Hazard anymore. But there's still Kevin De Bruyne. Yeah. There's Romelu Lukaku, even though he hasn't played a lot of club football this season. But they still have likes of Trossard, a Premier League winner with Arsenal. Jeremy Doku of Manchester City. Yeah. Atotiyat, Zeno De Bast, young players coming up. Right? Yeah. And of course, the legendary goalkeeper, Thibaut Courtois. Yeah. And they still could not penetrate this Egyptian side. They have Tielemans in the midfield, a Europa League winner, with Onana.
Of course.
This was another David versus Goliath sort of fixture, right? Because Egypt as well, they did well at the AFCON, but I mean, if you look at their side, you can call them Mohamed Salah FC comfortably. Because that's the first and only name you probably remember when you mention Egypt, right? Yeah. But look at Belgium, look at the names I've listed. And yet, Belgium had to come back. It took an own goal from the Egyptian defender to make that score 1-1. And Belgium, they look like they struggled and also than Irish for a point.
They struggled because I saw the game. Egypt were fantastic.
What message is Africa sending now?
I think beyond Africa is sending,
South Africa and Tunisia.
Africa is sending a message to the world. Like, you see this European side. I think there is this kind of a change is happening already. I think it has happened already. The tide is the distance between the Europeans and the Africans and the other part of the world that we think they are like the David and these ones are the Goliath is getting it's getting reduced. Yeah. Because like we said earlier, out of 10 European teams, how come it's just 3 that has won their game so far and 7 didn't even.
There are a lot of European teams there. There are only 10 African teams. 2 have lost, right?
You can see.
But Europe that is supposed to be the biggest.
They are supposed to just walk over, defeat everybody and just
only 3 European teams, and not even the ones that you fancy.
So now it's not about the play. It's not about the paper anymore. It's about what can you do on the pitch. Even nobody cares about you being the Champions League winner or you being the Premier League winner. Right. Come to the pitch and come and play against Cape Verde. Can you defeat them? Come and play against Egypt. I saw them yesterday. The Belgians were almost like on the back foot. The Egyptians were kept on attacking and attacking. And this guy should have doubled the lead already.
Omar Mamouche.
He should have doubled the lead.
Even the goal scorer, Imam Ashur as well.
He should have scored. But they wasted a whole lot of chances and they ended up
it will bite you.
Giving them an own goal. From Lukaku. Lukaku just came on and he had an instant impact on the game. Right. So it says a lot about the African teams now. The African teams are not scared anymore. Come out, so if you beat them, fine. They will come out and play their game. Right. They are not the African teams before that. You'll just sit deep and just expect to go on the counter attack. And Egypt came outside. Look at the goal.
Beautiful goal.
Beautiful top goal against a kind of
Thibaut
Courtois.
Yeah.
That was a very fantastic game. I love the game, actually. Yeah. Egyptians, they were proud. I am proud of them, actually. Even after the game, it felt like a loss to me.
Yes.
The Egyptians.
Because when you play well and you only end up with the points, it feels like it's 2 points.
It felt like a loss, honestly, actually. So I just hope other African teams can look at this thing and, get motivated from this. And
Is it a case of PTSD, for the Belgians? Because in 2022, they were in the same group with Morocco, another African team, and they didn't win. They lost to the Moroccan side. This time around, it was Egypt again. Egypt and Morocco, they're both North Africans.
Yes.
Is it a case of deja vu, a case of PTSD that, we are going up against another North African side? How do we do it? We have all the names and all the stars, but I mean, when we come up against a coordinated team, we just seem to falter. Let me take you back 10 years ago at the Euros in 2016.
Yeah.
Belgium up against Wales, right? There was De Bruyne, there was Lukaku, there was Eden Hazard, Torgan Hazard at the time, there was Axel Witsel. They were supposed to roll over Wales, who had only Gareth Bale.
Yeah.
Maybe Aaron Ramsey and, of course, Joe Allen, right? But they were supposed to
roll over them.
And there was Nainggolan, of course, for Belgium. You remember the man that played for Inter Milan. And it was 3-1 in favor of Wales. Now, does it mean that in football, it's not just about your name?
It's not about the paper. It's not about who is on the team sheet. It's about what is inside those people that are on the team sheet.
Okay. So
you look at the Galactico era. What did they win?
No.
Right now, what's happening to Real Madrid?
Right.
You know, they brought in the best striker, arguably the best striker in Europe right now.
Mbappe.
You know, have a ridiculous amount of goals, but they are not winning anything. So I think most times, if you have too many stars on the team, you are not going anywhere. But there has to be a balance between the top stars and the people who are ready to play behind the scene to make these world stars well known and make them score goals. But if everybody wants to pop and everybody wants to be make the headlines, it's unlikely for you to.
So are you sending a message that might affect some teams going on in this World Cup as well?
Of course, it might affect them. So it wouldn't. I think this World Cup wouldn't be about who has more stars in the team.
Right.
It would be about who has more team. Because if you look at the Champions League, actually, it was the two teams who made the Champions League final, Arsenal and PSG. You can't see any standout stars in the team.
Right.
But there's this synergy between them.
Right.
If you talk about Barcelona, we see Lamine Yamal, Lewandowski, and all that. Talk about that team, you see standout performance. Right. Talk about Man City, you look at Haaland.
Right.
Actually, is the one carrying them solely. But you look at those two teams now. I think football has now evolved to a kind of stage whereby you don't just have one superpower, one major person. Look at Mbappe scoring like 40 goals and going trophyless. And someone like, what's it called? Victor Gyökeres, they scored 25 goals. He won the Premier League title. Look at Dembele. How many goals did he score?
Right.
He has won back-to-back a Champions League title.
Okay.
So right now, in this World Cup now, it won't be about who has the Neymar, who has this thing. It's about who has the team, the synergy to play together and get the results.
But synergy, when we're going into a tournament, people will look at synergy. Okay. It is names they will look at. When they are talking about the contenders, right? When this World Cup was about to start, they said Spain because of the names. France, because of the attack, right? England, the names as well. Nobody's looking at Croatia that has a synergy. Croatia made the World Cup finals in 2018. They were third in 2022. Nobody's looking at synergy.
Of course,
it's still names.
You know, they are trying to, that's how media works. People want to see known faces. They want to see who have the big name. Okay. They will sell the big names to the fans so people can,
So it's when the World Cup starts, we see synergy.
It's when the World Cup starts, actually. That's when you will see the teams, you will see the countries who have the team who can go ahead and, be a stumbling block to the so-called giants.
So Cabo Verde they've set a tone in doing that.
Of course,
up against Spain. And in the other game in their group, it was Saudi Arabia up against Uruguay. Saudi Arabia, very, very famous for that 2-1 win over Argentina in the last edition, right? And they came into this game up against another South American side. I was thinking lightning was going to strike twice, and he almost did, because Saudi Arabia took the lead, right? They got the lead from Alhamri, scoring on a rebound from the corner. Uruguay pressed and pressed, right? And their goalkeeper, Saudi Arabia's goalkeeper, it was goalkeeper as well as last edition, Mohamed Alouais. Fantastic performance. Even doing better than Vuzinha. He made 9 saves. Vuzinha made 7. Right? Another OG goalkeepers. I think the OGs they're trying to tell us that, look, we are still out here. No one can come and take this away from us, right? And the likes of Valverde shooting from distance in his trademark style. Darwin Núñez as well was stifled. But eventually the pressure told, right? Marcelo Bielsa's side, they got the equalizer. But this time around, the group is very, very open. 1 point everybody. And the goalkeepers coming up trumps, right? What does this game say as well for Saudi Arabia? Their league has been coming up, but there are still question marks because it's more of foreigners in their league than the actual players. But how is this actually shaping up for them? Is their league really making a statement on the impact of their players that, look, we are beginning to develop players through our league, right? And they've been working towards this for a long time. I remember about some 8 years ago, they brought in the likes of Salem Al-Dawsari to La Liga. He played in Villarreal, right? And it's beginning to look somehow, the future is looking bright for Saudi Arabian football. But for now that they got that win against Argentina and they draw again against Uruguay in their opening game, are they beginning to look like they can instill some fear in other teams ahead of the 2034 World Cup that they'll be hosting?
Of course. It means they are not just a pushover anymore. You know, in the last few years, let's say, okay, way back like 10 years, 15 years ago, if you get to meet Saudi Arabia, you don't even think about the game. Just know, okay, they are not even a footballing nation.
Yeah.
Probably part-time footballers they will be fielded. And you, maybe Spain, Germany, you know, even if you were to be Nigeria, you won't feel scared that you're playing against Saudi Arabia as again. But right now, if you meet a Saudi Arabia side, you remember, okay, they caused an upset to Argentina.
Yeah.
You can't overlook them. You can't overlook them.
You have to carefully. Yeah.
You have to tread carefully now. So it says a lot about the development of their league. I think their investment is now paying off gradually.
Right.
And if we should give them probably the next, you know, next World Cup, next 2 editions of the World Cup,
they will be hosting in 2034.
Exactly. So hosting in 2034 now, it's you know, after the 2034, that's like 2 editions after this one.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of time for them to even prepare on this one that they've done already.
Right.
Beating Argentina is not.
It's big.
It's big. You beat the eventual winners of the competition.
Right.
So beating Uruguay now too is not something. It's not special to me actually, because after they won that game against Argentina, I started rating them high, and I didn't expect them to be a pushover for Uruguay. Even Uruguay too. Not like they don't have fantastic players, but like I said earlier, it's not about those players who have the big name now. Right. What can they do when it comes to delivering? All right. And now you can see the likes of Avade and Co. They couldn't deliver against the same Saudi Arabia side that Messi couldn't deliver against.
All right, okay. So now, just begin with the World Cup, right? And big names.
Yeah.
Big names will be going up against each other tonight. Right? And the Senegalese Football Federation is preparing for the 2026 World Cup without the usual backing of its official fan group after US authorities denied visas to many Senegalese supporters. And Secretary General Abdoulaye Sow told AFP that while the situation is regrettable, the US has the right to enforce its own immigration laws. And he noted that unlike in European tournaments, Senegal and other African nations have been unable to bring large numbers of fans to the US, where the Lions of Teranga will play their first 2 group matches in New Jersey up against Les Bleus of France on today, and of course on Norway on June 22nd. And this marks the first time Senegal is entering a World Cup without government-funded fan support since they began appearing in the tournament. And so said the absence of the 12th man will be felt, especially given how much the team relies on crowd energy.
Yeah,
they'll be going up against Les Bleus. Right,
yeah.
I'll leave the boys of the locker room, you know, to come and dissect the whole, you know, tactics and all of that. But it is definitely going to be a big game.
Yeah,
France up against Senegal. Right, I earlier said it's father against son. Right, most of the Senegalese boys, they're born in France. Right, and now they are now back home. They've, you know, neutralized.
Yeah,
and you look at the France attack. Everything when you mention France, the first place you look to is their attack.
Yes,
Kylian Mbappe. Ballon d'Or winner
Michael Olise.
There's Desiree Doué. There's Michael Olise. There's Ryan Cherki. There's Bradley Barcola. Right? I mean, a lot of names. Magnus Akliouche, who plays for Monaco, is also in there. Come to the midfield. There's Adrien Rabiot. There's Manu Kone. There's N'Golo Kante, who won the World Cup in 2018.
Yeah.
Playing a pivotal role.
Yeah.
And the defense, at least you look at William Saliba. Right? Sadio Mane up against Kylian Mbappe. France, devastating attack. Senegal, a team that plays with ambition, a team that plays with coordination. That is how they were able to defeat the host of the AFCON Morocco in that final, right? Idrissa Gueye is there as well. They have the names too. Yeah. There's Ibrahim Mbaye, who is only 17. There's Papi Gueye, there's Sadio Mane, there's Ismail Assar.
Nyakite, all of everybody.
Before I leave it to the boys of the locker room, what are you expecting from this game? Without the 12th man for the Senegalese?
Yes, I'm expecting the Senegalese to win this game against France. Like I said earlier, you know, I would like to, you know, go back to the Champions League final. Before the game, there were these, would I call it rumors or speculations in the media that they were going to trash Arsenal with Dembele, Desiree Doué, Bradley Barcola. But at the end of the day, they could only muster one penalty. They have to score through a penalty.
Right.
Just because Arsenal fielded their third choice right back due to
Christian Mosquera.
You know, Christian Mosquera, due to Timber's injury.
Right.
So right now, I think it would not be about the big names. It will never be about the big names. If you look at this game, team for team, if France go toe-to-toe with Senegal, I don't think they will get a win. If they would, yes.
Why?
Yes. If they would beat Senegal.
Okay, let's quickly do something. Let's make it combined 11, right? Let's make it combined 11.
If we do a combined 11,
yes,
France is going to be more than Senegal.
Okay.
Because of the what would I call it? The clout of those players, where they play.
Right.
If you put these people in the PSG side, in the Arsenal side, in the Barcelona side, they might surely be making a combined 11. But because we don't really get to watch most of these players, but if you see them at the Nations Cup,
Right.
they were fantastic. The team, they played like a solid unit. But if you look at Kylian Mbappe, no doubt he scores a lot of goals. Dembele, you know, these players are dangerous players. But if this is the France side now, playing against a Senegalese side, we know how the Senegalese play. We know how the French side plays. Right. The only place whereby I think the France will be able to edge out Senegal is on the technical side. But if they go toe to toe, they can't outrun the Senegalese.
Right.
They can't outplay the Senegalese.
Right.
They both have the tactical play. They both have the strength. Senegalese, these guys don't get tired. They can run for 120 minutes, even if you don't sub anybody off.
How much of an impact would the loss of their own fans that were denied visas into the USA? How much of an impact will it be on the Senegalese team? Because trust me, the 12th man is always very, very important.
It's always very important.
Imagine going into into the stadium and all you see is French flags everywhere because you don't have enough Senegalese supporters, right? Won't that just douse your morale a little bit?
I think African teams are going to turn up for them. African fans, they are definitely going to turn up for
Senegal. There's Senegalese amongst the French people too.
Exactly. So it's like a mixed breed. It's like you're having the same team playing against each other, just using different jerseys. So there are Senegalese in the French as well, and there are French in the Senegalese. I think French colonized Senegal.
Yeah.
You can see, it's just like father and son.
It's a French colony. Yeah.
It's a French colony as well. So, and I think the controversy surrounding the Morocco and Senegal AFCON final has made some part of the world as well to support Senegal due to sympathy and all that, Well, it's not like we felt like, but we saw what happened in the game, how the referee was a bit kind of tilting towards the Morocco side. So I think they will have supporters, though they don't have their traditional support from Senegal, but they are surely getting support from all over the world.
And the coach said that, the coach Papichao, he said they've forgotten everything that happened at the AFCON.
Yeah.
Right? The case is at the Court of Arbitration of Sports, CAS, right? But till we have a decision from CAS, Senegal are still champions.
Yeah.
Until CAS comes in and says otherwise. I know CAF has already given Morocco the audio trophy, but the trophy itself is still with Senegal, right? They are still champions. They haven't returned the medals as we speak. They are still the champions, right? But they've put everything that happened right there behind them. Do you think they will be going into this game against Les Bleus, another contender, not just one another major contender to win it all because of that devastating attack? There's Mateta in there, I forgot to put his name. Do you think this one, now that they've forgotten everything that happened at the AFCON, just like Papichao has claimed, do you think they will now go into this game against France with a cool head? Do you think they can go in there with everything and possibly get another shock, just like they did 24 years ago, 2002, where late Pape Bouba Diop scored the goal to upset
I think
France?
they are going into the game to win. They are not going to pick any draw or anything. They are going there to dismantle France. Though a friendly game, I watched France against Cote d'Ivoire, and I saw how
the way Cote d'Ivoire played
rattled their midfield and their defense. The only thing France have that is exceptional is their attack. But when we talk about the midfield, the defense, they are not unbeatable.
Still shaky.
They are still kind of shaky. I saw how this Cote d'Ivoire side played through them. Like, they actually played through them. And I know what Sadio Mane can do on a good day. I know Sadio Mane, Nicolas Jackson, though some people might argue that Nicolas Jackson, when he was at Chelsea, didn't really turn up and all that. But we know Nicolas Jackson of Senegal is another
different
breed entirely. So I can see Senegal going into the game to go for a win. They're not going there. They're African champions for a reason. So they are going there to knock out the world champions.
Speaking of Ivory Coast, I think they are the only African side that has won so far, in this tournament, and they won their game 1-0 up against Ecuador. We saw the likes of Amad Diallo and particularly Yan Diomande.
Yeah,
that boy is 19
very, very
years
fantastic
old.
guy.
19 years old, fantastic. And he ran. The left back and the full backs of Ecuador ran them ragged, including Arsenal's Piero Incapié. I mean, what does this mean for the boy going forward in the transfer window? Right, a lot of clubs will definitely have eyes on him. 20 goals and assists, last season for RB Leipzig in the Bundesliga. This boy is only 19, like I said. What does the future hold for him? Quickly, Olamide.
Yeah, Diomande is a fantastic guy. And I think clubs like Arsenal, I've seen a kind of rumor that Arsenal is looking at, getting Diomande. There are a lot of fantastic clubs out there too, looking for a kind of, natural winger like Diomande. Very, very fearless defender. Very, very fearless winger who would take on any defender. at any day and any time. I think it needs to probably get snatched by an EPL team. Because if he gets there, there's more clout for him, gets to make more money and gets to even get on a bigger platform, on a bigger stage to showcase what he can do.
But it shouldn't be too expensive because we can see how a lot of money can actually, bring down
such a weight on
player.
It's
going to be a lot of weight. Expectations will start coming in. They sign you for 100 million. Trust me, people will be expecting you to. And Liverpool are linked with him.
Yes.
He might go in to go and replace Mohamed Salah. That's another big shoe to fill. Really. So Olamide, time has really been fast spent on the show. But before we go, let's talk about the FIFA rankings that has come out. Nigeria are 26th ranked in the world, right? The Super Eagles of Nigeria. And of course, they are the second ranked team, or let me say second ranked team that will be missing this World Cup, right? Denmark are the highest because Denmark are 21st in the world, right? And the Super Eagles are missing in the World Cup. These are the FIFA World Cup teams ranked by population. And you could see Cabo Verde and Curaçao, right? Curaçao, they lost 7-1, right?
Yeah.
Cabo Verde, 0-0 up against Spain. United States have the largest population. Brazil also a second. Well, Brazil as well still couldn't get a win. But let's quickly just round up with the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Okay, let's talk about
let's round up with the Super Eagles of Nigeria, right? They missed the World Cup. John Terry, the Chelsea legend, said that there will be a big miss. In fact, they are a big miss.
They are a big miss.
Going forward, what should we do to make sure that 2030 we don't miss it?
So I think the first thing to do is to, first of all, give Eric Chair whatever he wants. Yes, because the player and the coach has kind of created this synergy around the team, the players, the way they move with each other and the way they work with the team. With the coach, the technical directors and all that. Right. They love their coach already and they are ready to give their all for the coach. It's not the case of the former coaches, who made sure that Nigeria, got to this kind of position that made us to not qualify. Because we didn't lose any game under Eric Chair. He did his best. He played fantastic football. Beautiful game. You watch his game and you feel like, no, this is not Nigeria that I used to watch before. Right. So I think it kind of changed Nigeria's game. So the first thing is to lock down the coach. If you can lock down the coach, give him long contracts and give him whatever it is he wants, if it's money, if it's anything, give him. Right. Then he can actually attract more players because we've seen that this team is now stable, which means all other, some of our players who are out there, playing for other countries, we can get to lure them in. Right. They see what we can do now, get to the finals of the, the previous AFCON, and now get to the semi-final as well. We are not doing bad and we can get better from this. And I'm very sure that if we give Eric Chair the chance to, 5 years contract, forget it. Next World Cup.
Hopefully the NFF are really listening. Hopefully they are listening to you, and let's see if that is going to happen. Because if it gets to 2030, trust me, one of Nigeria's longest serving coaches. All right, that is where exactly we'll be ending the Sports Republic show for today. It's been a fun ride. Thank you so much, Olamide Olajide, for joining me in the studio, and thank you so much to the guys behind the scene for making this show a successful one. Up next is the midday news, and don't go nowhere. Make sure you are stay tuned. It's been the Sports Republic. I'm Afiz Ogubanjo, and I'm saying have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
TV. Now, you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice. Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. First, the headlines. 21-year-old Okeke graduates with highest honor and $442,000 and 44 scholarship. Minister assures improved power for hospitals soon. Service provider charges Nigeria to lead digital revolution. Reno Mokri says World Cup delay resumption as ambassador to Mexico. Atiku, Mark, Adeleke Flay verdicts vow to be unbalanced. In business, Cardozo launches Nigerian overnight financing rate. And in sports, Canopila announces departure of 8 players. In entertainment, pianist Abdullah Ibrahim dies at 91. And now the news in full. We'll begin the midday news on a very happy note with the report that 21-year-old Nigerian Kamdi Okeke has graduated summa cum laude, that is, with the highest honor from the Drexel University in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in the United States. Okeke reportedly a bachelor's degree in biomedical engineering with a 3.95 grade point average. His academic performance placing him among the top graduates in his program and earned him first-class honors with the highest distinction. In addition, Okeke achieved a score of 521 on the medical college admission test and built a strong profile through community service, biomedical research, and artificial intelligence-related projects. Consequently, he gained admission to 5 leading U.S. medical schools, including the Perelman School of Medicine, and was also placed on the wait list of Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. He is scheduled to begin his Doctor of Medicine program in August 2020. 2026. Meanwhile, in recognition of his academic excellence, leadership potential, and contribution to biomedical innovation, Okeke was awarded the Perelman School of Medicine's Merit-Based 21st Century Scholars Award, covering full tuition and fees for the 4-year MD program, valued at over $320,000 US. Also, the University of Pennsylvania awarded him an additional scholarship package worth $110,511 US, all summing to $442,044 US in scholarship support over the duration of his medical education. Away from that report, the federal government has assured Nigerians that the ongoing power sector reforms will soon produce visible and measurable improvements, especially in the healthcare sector. Speaking at the Nigeria Power for Health Initiative Investors Matchmaking in Lagos, the Minister of Power, Joseph Tegbe, described reliable electricity as a fundamental pillar of quality health delivery. He stated that no effective health system would function without a stable and sustainable power supply. According to him, the forum was not merely discussing electricity, but saving lives and removing one of the biggest impediments to quality healthcare delivery through the solarization of healthcare facilities across the country. Recalling making a commitment before the Senate during his confirmation progress, Tegbe restated that the power sector will deliver visible, measurable improvements. According to him, the initiative with integrated energy planning into healthcare infrastructure development, deploying renewable and hybrid energy solutions, improve operational efficiency in hospitals, and strengthen collaboration among power sector institutions, health authorities, regulators, and private sector partners. In another development, Nigeria's information technology and shared services provider Galaxy Blackbone Limited has stressed the need for the country to be in the forefront in shaping emerging technologies rather than consuming global innovations. GBB Managing Director Professor Ibrahim Adeyanju made the call in Abuja during a news conference to kick off the company's 20th century anniversary celebration. Highlighting Nigeria's readiness to lead Africa's digital transformation, he said the state-owned digital infrastructure company has established a shared technology platform for the federal government with the mandate to eliminate duplication, reduce cost, and improve service delivery across public institutions. Adeyanju explained that the legacy has grown from a simple connectivity provider into a major national asset spanning nearly 30 states, adding that the infrastructure now connects various government ministries, departments, and agencies and create a strong base for digital governance. According to him, in line with his vision, the agency has built world-class data centers and a cloud platform to help public offices work more efficiently. He added that these facilities ensures that critical national data remains safe and hosted within the country to protect national sovereignty. Still on governance, the federal government has auctioned for the sum of 6.148 billion naira a Lagos hotel and 3 other properties seized from drug kingpins by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) and forfeited to the agency through court processes. Disclosing this in a statement, the NDLEA Director of Media and Advocacy, Femi Babafemi, said the sale followed a competitive bid process for the 8 assets forfeited by drug barons in parts of the country. He explained that while bidders who offered above the reserve prices won 4 of the listed properties, bids for 4 others failed as no one offered up to the reserved prices. According to the NDLEA, beyond generating revenue for the government, the public auction reinforces public confidence in the rule of law, demonstrates accountability in the management of recovered assets, and sends a clear message that criminal proceeds will not be allowed to remain in the hands of those who seek to profit from the misery and destruction caused by illicit drugs. And still on governance, Ambassador designate to Mexico, Reina Omocri, has dismissed claims of rejection by the Mexican government, stating that his delay is assuming duties in the country of posting is due to activities related to the ongoing FIFA World Cup being co-hosted by Mexico, Canada, and the United States. According to Omocri, Mexico is currently preoccupied with preparations and commitments associated with the global football tournament, which he said has affected diplomatic processes, including the reception of foreign envoys. He noted also that several of his colleagues were also facing similar delays. He insisted that suggestions that he had been rejected by Mexico were politically motivated and should not be taken seriously. According to him, countries that maintain diplomatic relations with Nigeria respect the country and will receive its accredited representatives in due course. Moving on, leaders of African Democratic Congress, that's the ADC, and the Accord Party have decried as a violation of a Court of Appeal order, the order of the Federal High Court to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to deregister their parties and 4 others. For his part, the national chairman of ADC, Senator David Mark, insisted that the opposition party will be on the ballot in 2027, whatever the verdict, saying that the All Progressive Congress, that's the APC-led federal government, was gambling with fire over the said registration. Also, Governor Demola Adeleke of Osun State and the sole governor in Accord Party said the judgment violates a Court of Appeal order, while the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, Omoyele Sowore, described the development as undemocratic and inconsistent with the principles of multi-party democracy. According to the court, the 5 political parties failed to meet the constitutional requirements to warrant their continued existence and participation in future elections. Meanwhile, the National Publicity Secretary of the African Democratic Congress, Bolaji Abdullahi, has expressed confidence that the party's presidential ticket of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Transport Minister Chibike Amechi will defeat President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 general elections. Abdullahi described the Atiku-Amechi combination as a formidable team capable of offering better leadership than the current administration and winning the next presidential election. According to him, the ADC believes all its presidential aspirants possessed the capacity to govern Nigeria more effectively than the ruling All Progressive Congress, that's the APC. He added that their emergence has strengthened the ADC's chances ahead of the election, dismissing concerns about the party's readiness for the election following Monday's court ruling. He insisted that the party would remain on the ballot in 2027 and would soon formally present its presidential ticket to Nigerians. In the meantime, reports from the Adamawa State Independent Electoral Commission says the People's Democratic Party, that's the PDP, won all the 21 local government areas of the state in the council elections conducted over the weekend. Given the confirmation while announcing Zidon Nzap-Yopwa, the winner of the outstanding Nusman Council, ATSEC said the results show that candidates of the party also won in all the 226 wards of the state. The electoral officer for the Noman election, Sani Ahmed, said Zayupwa polled 19,174 votes, defeating his closest rival and candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Bu Alexander, who got 5,676 votes. Chairman of ADSEC, Mohammed Usman, announced in Yola that PDP won in all the 21 councils and all the 226 wards, while thanking the Adamawa people for turning out during the election to exercise their voting rights. June the 16th is observed widely as the International Day of the African Child to commemorate the 1976 Soweto uprising. It also highlights the need for quality education, protection, and equal opportunity for children across Africa. Our correspondent, Precious Agumano. But we will bring you that report in subsequent bulletin as we progress. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumo. So Darlington is a lawyer and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Well, a very good afternoon to you, Barrister, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
My pleasure, David.
All right, then let me start off from this situation in Adamawa State, where the Adamawa State Independent Electoral Commission, that's ADSEC, says the PDP won in all 21 local government areas of the state, and of course in the council election conducted over the weekend. Now, looking at these developments, this is a state where a judge, the APC, has taken over. What's your position with this result, Barrister?
I am not surprised.
How do you mean?
Because most states, they clear their local government elections. And so it is a given. That has been our political culture. Whenever a governor is in charge of a state from a particular political party, you can hardly see any opposition winning any local government in that state. And so I didn't see anything strange here, because that has been the culture over the years, and nobody has deemed it fit to challenge this. Nobody.
Now, looking at the fact that a lot have been said about the fact that there are several governors who have defected to the APC, and of course the Adamawa State is not an exemption, but then the PDP winning all local council election, isn't that a sign that something quite interesting is going to happen in 2027 general election? Because again, the All Progressive Congress had clearly stated that they have almost all the 36 governors of the country.
When it comes to general election, national election, the game will change and it will shift, because at that point, it is you and the generality of Nigerians. It's no longer a state matter. It's no longer a governor's matter. And so let us not compare it. In the general election, Nigerians will vote for the president they want to lead them. Not a state matter where the state governor and the commissioners and all the state officials will manipulate the election in their favor, like we saw and had in Rivers State. And so that of national election, in fact, that is where people are looking up to. That is the ultimate end game. People are looking for a messiah who will come and deliver Nigeria, not a governor. And so I may not pay more attention to state election.
Okay. So as it stands, you're thinking that clearly Governor Fintiri, who of course defected from the PDP to the APC, is this a sign of not being popular? Because again, if governors of a state are clearly in the ruling party, shouldn't that same ruling party be leading all elections, including the local government level?
I don't think so, because the few PDP states, I think they have always won their local government elections.
With an exception of River State as well?
You know what happened in River State anyway. We cannot use that to compare. In Anambra, Abga cleared all. Abga is, of course, Soludo.
Yes.
And so when you look at it from that angle, people don't pay too much attention to state election, state government election, their local government election, because it will look very strange that an APC state will just be watching when a PDP will win all the local government. That means the governor is in trouble.
Is that what this means for Adamawa State?
Well, I mean, is that not their fear? That is their fear. That's why they wouldn't allow any opposition to breed in their states. All the people that ran to APC, you can see how they are manipulating their state assembly and their local government chairman, so that they will be in tandem with him. Because they know that if a governor is another party and all the state assembly members are in another party and local government are in another party, that governor is as good as impeached. He is as good as impeached. He won't even have a staying power to tell the state assembly what to do and what not to do. That is just the issue here. And that is your democracy. No thanks to APC. That is the type of democracy APC have brought here. I thought it's a government of free speech and free expression. But here now, it's no longer like that. It is according to APC, by APC and for APC.
Well, some persons will say that the narrative seems to want to be changing with this kind of a result coming from Adamawa State. But let's shift gears a bit and talk about another political party. Well, it's no more news that some, well, according to a court order just yesterday, the African Democratic Congress and, of course, Accord Party and some other parties have been deregistered from the INEC portal, according to the order given by the Federal High Court just yesterday. What do you make of this order, Barrister? Even though, yes, there's a Court of Appeal order as well, in contradiction to what we're seeing the High Court give yesterday. What's your position with these kind of conflicting judgment, I dare say, maybe loosely because of want of words?
That particular action by the Federal High Court is suspect and very strange, because the last time I checked, appeal court is higher than Federal High Court. And so if an appeal court have intervened in a matter, I don't see why the Federal High Court will now go and take a decision on the same matter, neglecting what the appeal have said. It looks very strange, seriously. Maybe the people, the Accord Party concerned, should now proceed to Supreme Court. That's the truth. Let the Supreme Court know what is going on, and let them now decide whether it is right in law or not. Because there's no other court to go to by Accord Party. They have been to appeal, and now the Federal High Court have ruled against them. So the next place is the Supreme Court. Let them go and test it. In fact, if the people that went to court have entered a cross appeal, it will make sense to me. You know, at that point, you just enter a motion for cross appeal. It's acceptable in law, but you didn't. You just went to a lower court when the matter is already in appeal court. It looks very strange, seriously, very, very strange.
Now, this is a forte that you are very familiar with. How much of a violation of judgment are we seeing here by the decision by the Federal High Court yesterday?
I will advise our court party to write to the CJN. She should know of this thing that is going on, whether the Federal High Court Judge Lifo did right in law. That is, they should write a letter to the CJN intimating her of what is going on, what the courts are doing. That is the only advice I can give here. Because what we are seeing today is very strange. It's very, very strange that a superior court will rule on a matter and then a lower court will counter it. A lower court. I don't get it seriously.
The implication of that clearly would mean that should that even see the light of the day, I'm talking about the judgment, the lights of Atiku Abubakar and of course his selected deputy in person of Rotimi Amechi, plus the governor, who again is the only governor of the Accord Party, Ademola Adeleke, would not be on the ballot. And we're talking about an election of Osun State that is less than some few weeks from now. How much of disenfranchising are we going to be seeing come the general election as a result of these court order, barrister? Because this is a concern for most Nigerians watching right now.
Yeah, it is a valid concern because all this thing is leading towards an expected end to those who are playing this game. They want to truncate democracy in Nigeria. They want to shut down some people from contesting this election. These are the two things I can deduce from what is going on. There are people that they don't want them to be on the ballot in this election, either in Osun or in the general election. And that is not democracy. Rather, the country will be worse for it at the end of the day. This is not democracy. This is not how it is practiced. This is not how to be clever. No. You don't become master strategy by violating our laws, by misleading the court and the public. That's not how to be strategic. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, anything goes. We don't even have respect for the laws again. The judgment of the court is not being obeyed. It is not being obeyed. So, David, I am weak in what is going on because I don't know how to describe it. I'm not joking.
Now, the chairman of the ADC, and I'm talking about Senator David Mark, did say that ADC will be on the ballot. Is that a possibility that they can force their way through this? Because it's looking more like that might just be their only option, but it's not so visible, is it?
Except the legal hurdles are clear. The INEC will not oblige them. You are saying you will be on the ballot, at least it is within your own power. If INEC did not approve of your candidate, there's nothing anybody can do. So the best option is to clear the legal hurdles on your part.
Now, Barrister, you also said they should go to the Supreme Court, which of course is the highest court of the land. How much of an impact would that have? Judging from the last one that the ADC got as a result of their leadership also from the Supreme Court, how much of that can we see happen in the space of time that is allotted?
Yes, I equally added that they should write to the CJN on what they are going through, on what the courts are doing, so that it will be on record. That is just the truth. It will be on record. Let the CJN, Chief Justice of Nigeria, let her hear and know what is going on, whether it is okay for her. It's not enough for you to go to court, but the CJN must hear and see what is going on.
But then again, what can the CJN do in the midst of all of this?
Yes, we have seen the National Judicial Council have reprimanded some judges. Some were demoted, some were on suspension and other for this type of infraction, judicial infractions. And so, I mean, she can do something by calling the judges to order. She can do something by calling them to order. Because if you don't talk or if you don't write her, she won't know what is going on. Present all the facts before her.
In all reality, Barrister, we're talking about someone who resides in Nigeria. Is there the possibility that in the political landscape of Nigeria, as vast and as very popular as it is, are you saying that the CJN presently is not aware of these judgments?
Let it be on record from the
opposition parties.
Yeah, the litigant. Let it be on record that yes, we intimated her, we told her, so that it will not be like I am not aware. If the CJN tells you she's not aware, will you blame her? There's no way she will know all the judgments that are going on in all the courts in Nigeria. Yeah, it will be impossible. Except you present your own case so that they will look at it. She wouldn't know all the infractions that we are committed. Just like I said, it is not possible for her to know all the cases, all the judgments that are going on in all our courts every day, every week, every month. It is the one you present to her that she will look at and then ask questions. That is what I think here.
All right, then. Now, still staying with the ADC, Barrister, looking at the new situation and, of course, the fact that the ADC has picked their running mate in the person of Rotimi Chibuike-Amechi, who they've said also is a very strong candidacy for the party. Let's x-ray the person of former governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, with, of course, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar as a deputy and, of course, the president. Is that a major, should that be a major worry for the ruling party going into the 2027 election? Should they also be on the ballot?
There are certain things I am very sure of as an analyst.
Which is?
Which is that Atiku Amechi ticket is dead on arrival.
You think so?
They are not going anywhere.
What made you say so?
Especially with an Amechi. Amechi does not have a strong base in Rivers State. So he can't win any vote for Atiku in Rivers State. With a weaker around, no, it's not possible. Besides, Amechi did not represent the people of Rivers well when he was in APC. In 2019, we all saw what this Amechi did to his own state. He almost set that state on fire, if not for a wicked that resisted him. To make matters worse, they were not even supposed to be on the ballot in 2019. Nobody in Rivers State was cleared to contest election in Rivers State. From state assembly to national assembly to governorship to the president, because no primary was conducted, no thanks to Amechi. And so the court, listened to the petitioners and granted their prayers. And that was why nobody in Rivers State contested the election in 2019. Meanwhile, Amechi wanted to use a smaller party to get victory. And for that reason, he almost set Rivers State on fire. He brought federal might into Rivers. For a people that they are not supposed to contest election, you now ask yourself, what is Amechi's interest? But he did all he did when he was a poster boy for Buhari. He was even dancing that the Buhari should give them whatever, that they will collect Rivers State, this and that. At the end of the day, with the stubbornness of Wike, he resisted them. They even withdraw his security details. The man want to go and hire local. And so, with all those infamy, Rivers State people can never forgive Amechi.
All right, then. Let's just wrap up this conversation maybe in 30 seconds. What's your position about the explanation of Reno Omakri telling Nigerians that it is because of the World Cup as hosted by Mexico, thus the reason why he's not being able to get into Mexico and, of course, as the ambassador of Nigeria in Mexico?
What has World Cup preparation got to do with the administration of a country?
You still not to believe that statement?
I can never believe it. In fact, he's talking to himself because every country has a minister of sports, and a minister of sports. They are the ones that take care of these things. How can that stop governance? Tell me, how can just World Cup stop governance when there are bodies that are taking care of the sports this thing? So the thing is that just like Fani Kayode in Germany, so is Reno in Mexico. You and I know the controversy surrounding these people, what they have talking with their mouth and all that, and what it has caused them. Look at since they were appointed in those countries, why have they not resumed it? Because the country is not yet sure what to do with them. Apparently, they have asked the government to change them. They don't want, but they don't want to come out clean on that. If not that Fani Kayode was magnanimous enough to tell us the truth, at least maybe he waited for too long and had to say, please let me go to South Africa. And now they accepted him there. So it has been like that. The Western world, they are wary of who is coming into their country. They don't want a controversial individual who will come and create problem for them. If you check, most of the people that will celebrate and honor here, outside here, they are nothing, completely nothing. Right, David, then. Look at Sheikh Gumi and Saudi Arabia. Have they not declared him persona non grata? Can he go there today? But here, look at what he's doing and saying, yet nobody talks to him. So not every country has a stomach for the nonsense we are doing here.
All right, then. Because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Midday News. We've been talking with Mr. Darlington Agumo, who is a lawyer and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator right here in Nigeria. Thank you so very much, Barrister.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the Midday News. We are next. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It is still the Midday News right here in Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. Every day, patients in need of surgery, emergency treatment, or medical care rely on the availability of safe blood. The importance of regular voluntary blood donation continues to be highlighted as a critical component of healthcare delivery. Our correspondent, Praise Peters, has more.
World Blood Donor Day highlights one of the most vital acts in healthcare, the voluntary donation of blood, which continues to save millions of lives worldwide. Under the theme, One Drop of Humanity, Give Blood, Save Lives, the World Health Organization emphasizes the impact of a simple donation in sustaining hospitals and emergency care systems. From accident victims and surgical patients, to women experiencing childbirth complications and individuals undergoing cancer treatment, donated blood often becomes a critical lifeline. Health experts note that there is still no substitute for human blood, making voluntary donation essential to modern medicine.
Okay, this is my 10th donation, and each donation is split into platelets, plasma and red cells, which means that can impact the life of about 30 patients here across Scotland. I'm really proud of this achievement.
A single donation can also be separated into components such as red cells, plasma, and platelets, meaning one act can help multiple patients. However, many health systems continue to face shortages of safe blood, especially in low and middle income regions, where consistent voluntary donation remains a challenge. Health authorities continue to call for regular voluntary donors, describing them as the safest and most reliable source of blood supply. Beyond its medical importance, blood donation is widely seen as an expression of shared humanity, a simple act with life-saving impact. The message remains clear. Save blood, saves lives, and every donation counts. Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so very much, Praise, for that report. Moving on, beyond the physical characteristics associated with albinism lies the need for greater understanding, acceptance, and inclusion. As awareness continues to grow, attention is being drawn to the rights and well-being of persons living with albinism. Voice of the People TV's health correspondent, Praise Peters, has this report.
International Albinism Awareness Day serves as a global platform to promote inclusion, challenge discrimination, and amplify the voices of persons living with albinism. Albinism is a rare inherited genetic condition that affects the body's production of melanin, the pigment responsible for the color of the skin, the eyes, and the hair. The condition often results in visual impairment and increased vulnerability to sun exposure, placing affected individuals at a higher risk of developing skin cancer. While albinism occurs in all parts of the world, it is more prevalent in sub-Saharan Africa, where many people living with the condition continue to face stigma, exclusion, and harmful misconceptions. The United Nations notes that color-based discrimination can take many forms, including bullying, social exclusion, mocking comments, and stereotypes that undermine dignity, safety, and mental well-being.
That I will call my spouse or my husband to me, please will you assist me to do that? And there are some that when you're calling them that, please assist me, they will start to make a word of embarrassment to you. I don't like that. So I'm not trying to be a selective person.
In some communities, persons with albinism are also exposed to violence and other human rights violations. Advocates continue to call for improved access to health care, including regular eye examinations, sunscreen, protective clothing, and early skin cancer screening, as well as stronger efforts to promote equality and social inclusion. The observance highlights the importance of respecting diversity, protecting human rights, and creating communities where people of all skin tones can live free from discrimination and reach their full potential. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Praise, for that report. From there on, let's move to some business stories. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has launched the Nigeria Overnight Financing Rate, that's the NOFR, to guarantee a greater transparency in the financial market. Introduced by the CBN in collaboration with the Financial Market Dealers Association, the NOFR is a daily benchmark interest rate set to reflect the actual real-time cost of secured short-term borrowing between financial institutions. Speaking at the launch in Abuja, Cardoso described the benchmark interest rate as the rate at which everyone agrees, adding that it represents a true reflection of the price of money at the particular point in time, and it's the backbone of any modern financial system. According to him, NOFR has been designed as a transaction-based overnight secured interbank financing rate, reflecting the true cost of overnight funding in the Nigerian money market, anchoring the benchmark on observable transactions. Cardoso further explained that NOFR enhances market integrity and credibility, reduces reliance on subjective estimates, and it minimizes the risk of manipulation, and finally improves price discovery and transparency. And from business, we move straight to talking sports, where Kano Pillars have announced the departure of 8 players following the expiration of their contract. The four-time Nigerian Premier League champions confirmed that Bernard Ovoke, Christian Izuchukwu, Sudayas Baba, Aliyu Yakubu, Mohamed Galadima, Ugochukwu Gabriel, Zaradine Bello, and Williams Ayuba have left the club. In a statement, Kano Pillars thanked the players for their commitment, professionalism, and contribution during their time at the club. The Sire Masu Gida endured a difficult 2025-2026 MPFL season, securing the top flight status on the final day to avoid relegation. However, they failed to make an impact in the President Federation Cup. The club is currently undergoing major restructuring ahead of the 2026-2027 season. And to wrap up the media news, we go straight talking entertainment. South African jazz icon Abdullah Ibrahim, one of the country's most celebrated musicians and cultural ambassadors, has died at the age of 91. The legendary pianist and composer died in Germany after a short illness. His family has since confirmed. His death brings to a close a remarkable career spanning more than 7 decades, during which he became one of the most influential figures in global jazz. Renowned for blending jazz with South African rich musical tradition, Ibrahim earned international acclaim while remaining deeply connected to the sounds and struggles of his homeland. His final public performance in South Africa was at the Cape Town International Jazz Festival in March, where audiences witnessed one last display of the artistry that helped shape the global jazz landscape. Born in 1934, Ibrahim rose to prominence during the apartheid era and became a leading voice in South African jazz. His composition, including the iconic Mannenberg, became symbols of resistance, hope, and resilience during some of the country's darkest years. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Say, put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,600, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there is no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where has the money been applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264.
Hi everyone, yes, welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's happening here on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And guess what? See, today, I always say that every day on the Spotlight Show is always a special day. No dulling, no dull moment. And yes, get ready everyone, because we're about to write true stories that matter. And yes, you know, you're always doing this with your beautiful host, Precious Akumanu, a.k.a. Call Me Pressy. I see they waiting. I see they be E for the word energy. So yes, get ready, everyone, because we're about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And why did I even say that today is really special? Because I have a guest joining me today. And yes, our guest today is a talented musical artist known for her creativity, passion, and dedication to music. She has continued to inspire and entertain audiences through her unique style and artistic expression. And it's a pleasure to have her with us today to share her journey, experiences, and insights from the music industry. Please join me in warmly welcoming our special guest, Zippo Way, to the show. I need the drum rolls. Like, this is the time where we get it. Oh, wow, Zippo Way, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Ooh, how do you feel? Tell me.
I feel special.
You
good.
You see, I always tell you guys that in the Spotlight Show, on the Spotlight Show, it's always a special time. And you know, when we talk about special time, we talk about special people like Zippo Way. But come to think of it, Zippo Way, this is your name, eh? When I first heard the name, I'm like, oh, this is South African. I'm not gone. I don't want to talk too much, but it's a lot happening between South Africa and Nigeria. But please tell me about this name, because I'm interested. I want to know.
Please, I am fully Nigerian.
Okay.
Pure to the core. But yeah, so I'm from Delta State. I'm half Ijo and half Ukwani. So Zippo Way is an Ijo name. South.
Okay. Well,
South girl.
Oh, wow.
Representing.
All right. She has actually, told who she is. So I don't want to talk more, because a lot of people are already saying, oh, Zippo is like this from South Africa. You guys be calming down. This thing you are carrying your heart. Relax. Just breathe in and breathe out. Welcome to the show once again.
Thank you.
So tell me, how has your week been for you?
Ooh, my week was actually well, the week's just starting. It's Monday.
Actually. The weekend starting towards Saturday.
The weekend was a lot. It was a lot. It was
I would love to hear something.
Fun. It was so fun.
I like the sound of that. It was, when someone does says it was so fun with the expression on the face, you know that it was really fun.
It was really fun.
Wow.
I'm telling you. I had a performance. Then I went to a rave. And then I went to an after party. Jesus. So I was just
Jesus.
Party after party.
That's the sound of it. Party after. If you don't get it, forget about it. So Zippo Way, we are going to play a game. I hope you're ready.
Oh, I'm sure I'm going to be ready as I am.
So I just want to check how energetic you are.
Oh, okay. I slept on Sunday.
So yes, it's the spotlight game, and yes, we're having Zippo Way, and we're gonna do this together. Okay. Yes, so Zippo, I'd just love to ask you, a few questions. So tell me, tea or coffee?
Matcha. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
I'm a matcha girly. I'm so sorry.
All right. Okay. Fame or fortune?
I mean, don't they go together? Can I have both?
Easy collabo.
Best of both worlds. I want them
about beach and vacation or city vacation?
Beach. Beach.
I love people like water things. I don't understand, but the feeling is always I get the feeling.
I can't even swim. I just want to be there.
No too shout and no too shout. Just hide your face, hide out. So tell me, this particular one, I hope you love it. Old school music or new school music?
Ooh, I grew up on old school music, but I make new school music.
Ooh,
but so, I'm gonna say new school.
Oh,
it's changing. Music is ever evolving. So yeah, there's always gonna be new school music, and I'll be old school eventually.
So we're gonna come back to that. Okay. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll still have Zipowe with us. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us. And yes, guys, welcome back to the show, Spotlight. And yes, it's still here on VOP TV. And guess what? See your special host, Precious Agumanu, aka call me Pressy. You know the sound of my name. All right, yes, guys, we still have Zipowe with us, and she has been giving us the energy, the vibe. I don't want to continue, but don't worry. So tell us, you said you love old school music.
Yeah, I do.
Ooh, so tell me, what particular song of the old school music do you love?
I can't choose one because I grew up listening to ABBA, Dolly Parton, Westlife. It's like that, yeah.
You just mentioned, Jesus.
Oh, geez.
I feel like screaming. What? Please, see all the Gen Z. Please, you people should go on a straight line to another place. But all the old school G's, please on a straight line forward. Because what is not Westlife to listen to?
Westlife, and they're back together, so like it's just going. It's just going.
Oh God! I don't want to keep shouting, but let's do what we have come to the room to do.
Okay.
So Zipowe, we'd love to know a little about you. Tell us people who don't know you. So who?
People who don't know me. Yeah. Hi, I'm Z. I make music. But yeah, I make music that feels true, music that feels real. I like telling stories, expressing myself, drawing from memories and emotions and feelings. That's the kind of music that I make, and I love to make.
See, if you love doing something, you just always have the passion
to do it. Yes!
Like, no stress.
At all. You love doing what you do for work, and amazing.
It's amazing. All right. So please, Zipowe, we'd love to know, when did you discover your passion? Because, a lot of people do music and basically they just do it because of the way it looks and people are really loving the vibe. Not that they love doing it for passion. So when did you discover that music was your calling?
Since I was a little girl.
Ooh.
Like I said, I grew up listening to the oldies with my mom and my dad. So they really put the music in me. In secondary school, I used to hijack my classmates and sing for them. Like, hey, sit down there. We're going to sing a song today.
Sing by fire, by
fire. You must
listen to it.
You're going to hear it today. But yeah, that kind of thing. So from secondary school time, then uni, I started dancing. So I was still involved in music.
So you have the dance and the music together.
I was still involved in music. That's how like passionate I am about it. And eventually I was like, you know what? I want to make this music. Like what I'm dancing to, what's saving my life, what's helping me. Let me try to do that for other people. And that's really what I try to do.
Wow. So tell me, what really inspired you to become, to doing music?
Okay. So I say something. I say music saved my life. Okay. Yeah. So we don't really talk a lot about the mental health struggles of young people in Nigeria today, but music therapy is a thing, and music helps me cope and deal. It's a sad day, you could just listen to some upbeat music, keep you going and everything. So there's always a new song to listen to. There's always a new project coming out you want to hear. So music saved my life, and I want to try to play music, make music that other people can listen to and connect with, essentially. Like sometimes you don't want to talk to anybody. You just want to hear your favorite song, and it helps you feel better. So that's what I want to do.
So I love the fact that you said music healed you and saved your life. Would you still buttress more on that? I would love
more on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know some instances that probably it has helped you. busy?
Okay, specifically, I want to say uni.
Oh, wow.
Final year, very dark time for me. You know, everybody has projects. You're doing this, you're doing that. There's a lot going on. You're worried about your future, what's gonna happen after you graduate, and everything. There's a lot of stress. But there's one thing I used to do. I used to go to my balcony, my veranda. I just put on my headphones and I'm listening to music, and I'm letting the music take me. The words take me. The melodies take me. The beat take me. It's just what it is, and it helps so many people around the world. And I want to do that.
So I get it. You said that there are some artists that has really inspired you. You grew up listening to more of the OGs and the OGs before the IGs. So I'd love to know who were the people that really influenced you, you know, doing music, basically, more of the people you listen to more.
Okay, so like I said, I used to listen to I think I've listened to every popping artist and every time. So I listen to, in as much as I listen to, you know, ABBA, I still listen to Justin Bieber. I'm still going to play Cardi B.
Ooh.
I'm still going to listen to Tiwa Savage.
Yes.
I'm still going to listen to Ira. Like everybody, there's so many people that influence me. I like drawing from this different cultures, different genres of music. Like inspiration is everywhere.
So tell me, how would you define your music?
Ooh, alternative. Yeah, I don't really like staying in a box in a genre because I listen to so many different kinds of genres of music growing up. So I really try to infuse all of that into my sound. So alternative, I'm alted.
So what was your first song like?
Oh my goodness, my first song is called Free Falling. And it's so funny how I wrote it. My friend at the time, he was like, you know what, you want to write a song? Here's a beat, sit down, pen and paper, write something. You're not leaving this room until you write something. I'm so serious.
What?
Yeah. And I sat down and I wrote it, and he wrote his part. He's actually featured on the song. So it was his time. And then we dropped the song, and the reception was crazy. I was still in school then. So the reception was crazy. It was friends, it was classmates. My dad heard it. He was like, what is going on? You have this? Oh my gosh. What? The song is his ringtone.
You know what? I'm serious. A lot of parents, you know, don't like the fact that their children, you know, growing up those days. I don't know if they still do that now. Well, coupled with the fact that a lot of our celebrities love the fact that their children are doing, you know, they are doing music. Like we'll talk about Whiskey. We'll talk about some of the artists that their sons and children actually doing the same thing. So I don't know, like, what was it like for you and your parents? Did they really support you doing music right from the time?
Absolutely. My parents are my biggest supporters. My dad, he's my super fan.
Ooh.
Like I said, my first song is still his ringtone till today.
What?
Till today. They back me so much. My entire outfit, my mom. My mom's my stylist.
What? This is mad.
Like my parents are so super supportive, and I'm so thankful and so grateful to have them in my life.
You just packed like
package. Lucky.
Like okay. You have your dad as your fan. You know, every time he's always there, like, oh, I'm supporting my daughter. And the mom is, oh, you need to dress this way to be.
You need these heels. You need this jacket. You need these tops.
Oh, it be like say I won't go do music. Now. I don't need change. Man, know the time where my calling day now because no one tell me. People should tell me what I'm missing. Like, so we all know that, you know, music is a very big part of you.
Yeah.
So, but then, you know, people talk about the success, about their career, but really don't speak about the challenges they faced. So this brings me to the question: have you, like, in all your days in music, have there been any challenges you faced so far?
Ooh, I'd say challenges as an indie artist. You don't have a big label backing you and everything, and you say it takes money to make money in any business, right? So that initial financial push to push your music and everything. Thank you to my dad, because he's my backing. He's my backing. So there's a lot of things that, you know, I struggle with. You struggle with achieving as an indie artist. And then making connections with people. You can't just call somebody to put something to put somewhere. You have to go out, talk to people, network, meet people. And then as a female artist, there are people that don't take you seriously. Like, oh, she's just a pretty face. She doesn't know what she's saying. But I do. Though. I've done the work. I know what I'm about. So yeah, so those are the struggles, right, that I kind of face coming up as an indie and an indie female artist in the industry.
So what would you say that, you know, people need to learn, like, when it comes to things about challenges? How can they face their fears? How can they overcome them?
I'd say just keep pushing, right? There's a lot of women that have broken the glass ceiling and continue to do so. Look at Ira Star. Look at Thames. Look at Tiwa Savage. You know, the sky's the limit. People have done it. People will continue to do it. You can do it, right? Don't hold yourself back. Just keep pushing.
Wow. So tell us, Zipowe, what achievements are you most proud of?
Oh, the achievement I'm most proud of. Okay, it's very niche. So a couple of years ago, I had a performance, right, at the National Theatre.
Oh,
and
nice.
it was so interesting because the crowd, look at me, my target audience is young people. But it was a crowd of like 40 something to 60 something adults. That's the age range. And I was like, oh my God, I'm nervous. But my dad was like, you got this. You can do it. And I went on stage and I sang Free Falling. And these adults were dancing along to my song. And I was like, oh my God, I'm connecting with these people.
Yes.
That's my goal. That's my dream with my music, to connect with people. I thought I would be connecting with teens and youths, but I was connecting with daddies and mommies too. I was like,
so you see, you've actually used, like, how would I say? I know you feel comfortable because you've always, I'm definitely sure you've performed for your parents too.
oh, absolutely, yes.
Oh.
First hostages. I used to sing Lion King to them as a child.
Wow.
They and their guests.
What?
Yeah, my dad used to tell me that anybody that would come into the house, I'd be like, yeah, sit down. Natty Ben.
And they would listen.
And they would listen. I'm like, who is this young girl? But then here we are today.
So in all the music you've made so far, which one would you say you really talk about all the time, basically, or you would want to perform anywhere, anytime?
The funny thing is, the answer to that is the song I'm about to drop.
Ooh.
The song coming out on Friday.
What song is that?
It's called Get Up and Dance. GUAD.
Jesus. Even by the words. You're gonna know it.
Like, you have to know it. Get up and dance. What are you doing?
My God. So how do you come about creating songs like this? What really inspires you? You write them, yeah?
I write my songs, yes.
Wow, that's really beautiful. So how do you come about, writing your songs? What really inspires you to do them, to write them?
The emotions I felt, the memories that I have, the things I've experienced. That's what I try to communicate in my music, essentially. If it's a love song, if it's a party song, if it's a sad song, you know what I'm saying? The human mind is so complex. We have a lot of feelings, and I really try to express these different emotions in my music.
Yeah. So what song would you love to do for us now?
Ooh, I'm going to do Get Up and Dance.
I can't wait. All right, let's hear it.
Let's give you a little bit of that.
Right now? Yes, right now.
You want to hear it, right? Okay. All right, here we go. I didn't drink tea. Wow. All right. The night is young, let's get on the dance floor. I live my life my way, you won't go tell me so. YOLO, let's make the most out of this. Let's make the most out of this. Get up and dance.
Ooh.
The way the music makes me feel. It's so electric, this can't be real. The lights are flashing and parties sway. I don't ever want this night to fade.
I don't want to, like, oh God, please don't stop.
You want to get up and dance?
There's a reason to get up and dance. I mean,
oh my gosh.
With everything happening in Nigeria now, a lot of people being sad, the economy, the children actually that right now that we are soliciting for, like, we need them back.
Yes.
So it's a lot, and I feel people are questioning that. Why are people still making music? Why are people still making movies? Why are people still doing things when we don't have a better place in Nigeria now? And a lot of people are still saying, is it necessary? So what's your take on that?
I'd say art is necessary. Absolutely. We cannot give up hope.
Yeah.
We can't let the darkness win. Bad things are happening, yes, but we have to look to the future. We have to keep pushing. That's why we have artists at every point in time that kept making music no matter what was going on in the world.
Yeah.
Wars, fights. During COVID, there was so much bad things happening, but artists kept pushing, gave us hope with art, music, films, different kinds of art, right? We need it. We need that hope to keep hoping for a better future.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll still have Zipowe with us. So please don't go anywhere, because we're still going to dive into a lot of gist and stories. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Edward, mon kébé o, bùkátà mi pọ̀, ó ti ń dà mí láàmú. Nú ràn mí lọ́wọ́, tó dẹ̀ sí fún.
Producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Ariko here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Vidya Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People
TV.
television. Love ya.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. It's still happening here on VOP TV. And yes, with your host Precious Akumaru, aka Call Me Prezi. I see they waiting, I see they be. And guess what? We still have our guest with us, Zipo Way. She has been zipping us away. Yes. So tell me, Zipo Way. You know, we've been talking about music, talking about this. You know, there's a question that someone asked me right now. I said, please ask Zipo Way if she loves love.
Oh, I love love. Ooh. I'm a lover girl. I wear my heart on my sleeve.
I mean, I'm a lover girl. I like the sound of that. Yeah. So do we have a lover? Do we have a love?
Jesus.
Jesus? Jesus? I mean, people are asking that. They said I should ask, so I'm doing what the people say.
I understand that. Jesus.
You know that time when they ask you, oh, who are you loving? I'm in love with Jesus. Jesus is the main person. Jesus is the man. If you don't get it, forget about it.
Forget about it.
All right. So we're going to talk about your career. I'm going to talk about your growth. What has been the most memorable moment for you in music career?
Oof, there's so many. I told you one already.
Okay.
The one at National Theatre.
Yes.
Last year, my friend Syntax invited me to perform back in my school, my
Ooh,
uni. So it was like an alumni performance, and I was seeing all these youngins that were there where I was, and they're dancing to my song, and I'm like, oh my god, guys!
How do you even feel when people vibe to your song?
I feel amazing because that's my goal. Like, yes, let's sing along, let's dance together, you guys, let's dance.
All right. So, what lessons have you learned from your journey in music, and what are the things you want to, if you're given the opportunity to undo some things and redo some things, what are the things you would really want to?
I'd say my biggest lesson so far is trusting myself.
Okay.
I have a really good intuition, right? I want to thank my parents for that and my life experiences, but I need to trust myself to know what's right for me, right? As an indie artist, so many people come to you with advice. Oh, I think you should do this, and they feel like they know what's best for you. So you can take advice, you can listen to people, consider what they're saying, but at the end of the day, I think you know what's best for you. You can make your decisions yourself.
Yeah.
And if you succeed and if you fail, you learn from that failure.
Of course.
You make better decisions. So it just ties all into itself to trust yourself.
Yes.
Trust me.
You know, talk about you're talking about people, advising and the rest of them. You know, a lot of people have, 100 advices to give to
So
you
many.
as a person in your career. So, but basically, I'd love to ask this question. How do you face criticism?
Ooh, criticism.
Yes.
So, like I said, I listen to people's critiques and advice. Sometimes somebody's coming from a well-meaning place.
Yeah.
They want what's best for you. They might not necessarily know what's best for you, so they're giving you that advice from that position, right? So I don't try to push away criticism. I take it in. What is this person trying to tell me? What can I gain from what they're telling me?
Yeah.
I don't know everything. Like, I trust myself and I try to listen to myself, but I don't know everything. So I need to listen and take in from around me so I can get better.
Okay. So apart from the music you told me, the song you told me that you're about to do, is there another project you're working on right now?
Ooh, there's other projects coming, you guys.
Okay.
Songs featuring different artists that I can't quite talk about now. Hush, hush.
Oh my God, I feel like crying right now. So you don't want to tell us?
Not yet. Coming soon.
So what should we expect?
Right now, Get Up and Dance. Out on Friday. Stream everywhere.
Oh my God. You said Get Up and Dance. So what particular song would you be doing for us again?
You want me to do it?
Of course, because a lot of people say, I love her song, so I want more of it.
More. Okay, I'm going to do Stuck on You first.
How do you even get the
name?
Telling you. What?
Okay, this one it's a love song though.
Okay.
So you like this one?
All right, let's hear it.
All right, now. This feeling in my body got a hold on me. Rose petals on the floor when you walk by me. Kilo shades, your loving at me pass by me. Cause I'm stuck on you. Cause I'm stuck on you.
Ooh, I'm stuck on you. Please. You know when if you love a boy and you have your partner, these are the kind of songs you would love to sing.
You'd love to.
You vibe to it.
Put me on your playlist. Set the mood.
All right, a lot of young ones are striving so hard to do music, especially young ladies. So, what would be your advice to young folks who want to, venture into music?
I'd say stay grounded. There's a lot of times when you want to take a risk or something looks too good to be true, and you're like, I could do this opportunity, No. Stay grounded. Trust yourself. Take it beat by beat. Don't rush and dive in, because you want something so bad, you're willing to risk so much to get it. No, it'll happen. Just take your time. Do it right.
And do it right. All right, guys. So we're going to talk about right now. We've been talking about a lot of things that are happening in the celebrity lifestyle and a lot of things that have been happening recently. And for the past few months, I know this year has been really tough one for everyone. We talked about that. We talked about a lot of people that have passed. We talked about the economy, and really something really happened recently. So it happened to be that CEO Limni, she's actually expecting a child with Baba Ijesha. So and wow, that's the expression. So a lot of people, we recently know that Baba Ijesha, recently came out of prison.
Yeah.
And it's a lot. And people are asking, is this right? You know, all of a sudden you get pregnant and you're about to have a baby with Baba Jesha. And that's a lot of people are questioning.
Mhm.
What do you feel about that?
Oof. I am shocked. Taken aback. It's the first I've heard of this.
Yeah.
Right? But I feel like at the end of the day, people make decisions for themselves.
Yeah.
You can try to look in and give advice and say, you know, I think this might be, like I said, everybody thinks they know what's right for
Yeah, for
them.
them first,
So
yes.
she's doing what she thinks is right for her right now, right? Based on the information she has and everything. And we can't really force her to do something else with her life. You can just hope and pray that she makes the right decision for herself.
Okay. All right. See, we have a lot of comments, and people really came out to speak about this whole thing. And let's take some comments and see what people have to say about Baba Jesha and Lumni welcoming a baby boy. All right, let's see this.
Risky baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowa Bay. I'm an actor and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl, Kobe Storms out here. And this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Wow, I'm even shocked. A lot of our celebrities are really shocked about this whole thing, and even Blessing actually came out and said, "Oh, that wow, really?" All right, but we have a lot of comments. Let's see the comments, because a lot of people are really they are shocked at this whole this whole thing. Let's take some comments and see what people have for them. And Star Girl Haid said, "Another day to remind you all that my gender can open leg for anything." Olorunmi Majeki. Ashofa Chineke. Okay. And the Real Woman Luxury said, where you na day forward this over 78K. Okay. And Tunina said, bro, this is fucking insane. And the Angel Smith said, how can you as a woman have a baby with this person knowing his crime? You had a child with someone who committed such a visceral crime to another child. Okay, let's take some more comments. People are really not happy about this. And I mean, okay, Boss Lady said, congratulations to CEO and Baba Ijesha on the arrival of your precious bundle of joy. Really? May this beautiful blessing bring endless happiness, laughter, and love into your home. May this joy be permanent, and may your child grow in good health, wisdom, grace, and favor. Wishing your family God's abundance. Wow, that's a lot. Mm. And Fumix Tech said, "A big congratulations." Ah, okay. We still have people wow, people are still congratulating them. Why people are some people are surprised at the whole issue. All right, and Miriam said, God on when welcome baby boy. He's the on when for me. And Rick Ike said, no level at all. Omona, we they rate you guys anyways. Okay, and Sonali said, he who is without a sin among you, or let him or her be the first to throw a stone at them. Really? Okay. Becky Gold said, truly everywhere first blow. I can't zoom. Because seriously, that was the first thing that actually got to my mind. When I saw the video, I was like, what? Really? But I mean, who am I to say anything? Okay. Yes, it's a lot. I mean, everybody, I don't know. Everybody have the right to have happiness. If she says that is what she desires for herself, who are we to, question? And I'm not going to speak for her. It's a choice. All right. And yes, that takes us to our next story. And we're talking about Darren June marries himself at 40. So this particular story, I saw a video of Darren like, you are celebrating your birthday and somebody actually get married to himself. That's weird. Really? See? I've seen this and I'm like, what? You're celebrating your 45th birthday and 45th birthday and you're saying you're getting married to yourself. Wow. What happened to all the ladies? Ooh. What happened to the finies we have? And the baddies? What happened to us? What?
It's self-love. She's happy.
So guys, popular media personality and actor Dorele Eden has sparked widespread reactions on social media after unveiling wedding-themed photos and videos to mark his 45th birthday. So the entertainer, known for his flamboyant style, and appeared as both the bride and groom in the symbolic self-marriage ceremony, prompting speculations among fans and about his relationship status. So yes, Dereli had later clarified that the gesture was a celebration of self-love, wow, okay, personal growth and self-acceptance rather than a legal marriage. So the unique birthday concept has turned to generate conversations online with many fans celebrating and praising his creativity, while others express surprise at the unusual announcement. But seriously, this is a lot. See the gown with suit inside. What is this? But come to think of it, let's talk about Dereli's fashion sense. He's wild. What?
Barrier breaking.
What?
Next level. I
don't know how they do this, but I've known Dereli for something that he's when it comes to fashion, man, he's always killing it.
Always.
On the red carpet, he's killing it.
Look after look after look.
He gave us a shock of our life. Like, what is this? Please, if you're not going to love yourself, love yourself. This is the thing. He has actually told you guys, you should value yourself. Because, the first self-love is just the best love ever. Yes. Because a lot of people have given so much that they don't even think about themselves, that they don't even value themselves. But talking about giving us this idea, man, I think I agree with you. Yes.
Take yourself out. Treat yourself.
So when it comes to those people that get, during the time of Valentine, a lot of people had to find the act that they had to get gifts themselves, even when they don't have anybody gifting them.
A support.
What?
Yes.
What?
Love yourself. You should be your first love. Love yourself.
Wait,
so
really?
other people can love you.
So you're in the line with people that actually go beyond their way, gifting themselves and say, "Oh, my boyfriend got me this."
Treat me. Love me.
But seriously, they really went overboard. Like, this is amazing. I actually love the fact that he had this kind of concept, because what is not to love is the way he just walks there. What?
One thing about him is he's unapologetically himself.
Yes.
And we'd love to see it.
Yes, he's always there. Well, congratulations to Derelio for loving yourself that way. Me, I'm rooting for you, bro. All right, guys. We have some comments, and a lot of people are really happy for Jerry Lee's, concept of him loving himself and unapologetically. So let's take some comments and see what people are really saying about Derele. And Daniel Onyizu said, now you be salt, now you be pepper. Abio, now you be everything. In fact, you be Maggie Joy. And Chef Ruti said, there's a lot the presence of God can do in a person's life. Actually, please get closer to your creator and see how your life choices will be impacted. Okay? Where is this? I don't know what you're talking about. Where is this leading us to? Is it choices for him? Oh, he's away. All right. And then Tommy Olola said, where your craze gets full stop. Nadia, another person. Oh my God. Please, people should leave there because that guy is so creative. When it comes to creative, he's creative because this particular one, it was a shock. And yes, Tommy Lola said, where, okay. And Oluwo Fela said, there are levels to this craze of a thing. Oh, you better say people where they craze themselves. Now in the better pass. Normal people are not okay again.
Who is normal? No, seriously.
Oh my God, people when you call
Who
me then.
is?
Who is? I'm telling you.
Normal is the social construct. Everybody has their own version.
Yeah. And yes, Dimeji Roland said, just when you think you've seen it all, then boom, it can't be like saying Nigeria is the global headquarters of crazy people. Away. And yes, someone said, Delulu Pro Max, pray to be a man again and get you a family, bro. I mean, he's a stain. People should leave him alone. He loves himself. And yes, and Lagos vendor said, please, it is too early for this, I beg. How is it too early? To celebrate yourself is too early. Really? And Tommy Lola said, every malam with his kettle. Everybody with their own issue. Leave the alone. Let him have his, he's actually celebrating himself. And I mean, he's his thing. Let him do it the way he wants to do it. And yes, somebody said this is so Sylvester coded. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about Denimile, and it's really lovely. Oh yes, and Mickey's Pride said, Awada Keri. Is well with you people though. Only that said, now you be fufu, now you be okra swallow. Oh my God, head boy where said we're a pro max. See, I don't tell you, I say people wait. Like what the poet said, people wait no man now, no plenty again. Even if you just start your own craze like this, everything all soft for you. All right, and Lolin said madness just day in different form. Abio. And yes, somebody said Olorun Ajawo Leio, and somebody said mental illness. How you see, you people should just rest. When is your time to celebrate your own birthday? You can actually do it the way you want to do it. As for generally, he has found his own goal, and I think that is what is best for him. All right, yes, guys, that takes us to our next story, and we are talking about Elon Musk. You know when we hear the name Elon Musk, what comes to your mind, Tipo?
A lot.
What's the lot?
I don't even want.
Oh my God. Okay, and yes, Elon Musk has reportedly become the world's first trillionaire after his estimated net worth crossed the 1 trillion mark. So driven largely by the rising valuation of his aerospace company, SpaceX, the historic milestone placed Musk ahead of other billionaires and marks a new record in global wealth. So the achievement reflects the growth of Musk's major business interests, including SpaceX and Tesla. Through much of his wealth remains tied to company shares rather than, cash. So his fortune has actually continued to change as market value rises and falls. Get money, you get why. You get waiting, you get why. See, a lot of people are happy that, I don't know how to say that. People say they don't take advice again. And the advice is the one they take now for Elon Musk. Say Elon Musk advise them now. Straight ahead, you're going to be doing it. Wait till you want to make I talk for this one. But seriously, money is good. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Money is good. Money is sweet. When they see me now, they say, Prezi, you too like money. I say, you too like venting. I say, allow me in peace to love venting. Me, I like it like that. In peace, I love the venting. Let's enjoy ourselves. Everybody go do all right. All right, guys. So, Zippo, wait, tell me. You said you don't want to be in this kind of category. Tell me, is it because of the fame? What exactly are you scared of?
For me, I want to make my own money with my music. That's where my focus is.
Everybody out there.
Everybody down.
Oh my God. All right, guys, let's take some comments and see what they have for us in the comment section. A lot of people are happy, and they said they're not going to take instructions again. It's only from Elon Musk that they want to, get advice from. I mean, okay, see, now only this man fit advise me. What law? And now me benefit. And comedian said, I will be the second. Amen to that. I mean, all right. Ephraim Book said, I claim my own. Okay. And Wesley George official said, Kuba, Una don't start. You see the fact that people are calling names now. You people have started. People should be coming down in peace now. What's all this mentioning of names? If you want to say you want to have the money, it's fine. We understand you that you will have the money. But come on now. Please, you people should leave Kubana out of this. You people should allow the man to rest. Let's take more comments. Yes, we have a lot of people talking about, Elon Musk. And people that say they don't need advice again. It's only his advice that they need. And Olukun Prophetess said, this is what we call a J, 100%. May this type of wealth locate me. And anyone saying this, he say. And yes, Chinanya Immaculate said, God, I need ideas that will yield such amounts. That's the main thing. It's ideas. People feel like it's just, you might put so much work. You might put so much work, but what are you? Are you being creative?
What are you bringing? What's new?
What's new? Because it's a game changer. A lot of people are,
Yeah.
I mean, that's true. And yes, somebody said, Miss Sophie said, make it buy mansion for heaven. You remain to buy something for heaven. No? Now that you die. Oh my God. And Tife Hassan said, is the next in Jesus' name. Okay. And yes, somebody said, oh, now sure, say now human being. Wait, not be human being before. I mean, want to turn out to ghost. God help you. All right, we have more comments. Let's take more comments from our comment section. People, a lot of people, talking about Elon Musk. And Zuri Mustafa said, I will not be broke. Amen. I support you, bro. I support you in Jesus' name. And Clement Bayo said, please come and buy Nigeria. Otilo. And Hype Man Eater said, is the for me because that's what I just. Well, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people, still talking about this. We have a lot of people, talking about Elon Musk and, praying for their own money. And Blessed Mickey said in dollars. So, do you get? The money is in dollars. That's why I'm surprised, Oga Musk, how will you take the account normal knowing you own this wealth as well? And Nora Tompkins said, one man amazing $1 trillion isn't innovation. It's a systemic failure. This fortune was built on taxpayer subsidized tax loopholes and the labor of thousands who will never see a fraction of that wealth. $1 trillion is in one pocket, while thousands of his employees can't afford healthcare, housing, or even save for retirement. This is not a flex. Okay. At Nora Tompkins, are you sure of that? I mean, for him to even work, that everybody works for their money. I mean, you work, you get paid. That's what you're paid for. So a lot of people will feel that, because you have all the money, you must. It's not by force. People actually learn when they can.
Yeah.
It takes someone that has. There's something I always say to somebody. I said that it's normal that someone might have a lot of money, but not still be able to give.
Yeah.
But you can actually don't have so many, but you learned and you give people.
Yeah.
So it's a different thing. It's your choice. It's your choice to make.
Different.
I mean,
Yeah.
so but then the only thing I always tell people is that please work hard for your money. Hustle will pay. Yes, hustle. Definitely. Even if you're not getting to that particular place you are, maybe you want to get to. But definitely somehow.
Baby steps.
Steps by steps. So yes. So Z for your name. This your Z name. I just hope that some of us, our Nigerian brothers, will not actually take this that you're South African.
I'm not. Okay. I've been fighting allegations on Twitter.
Oh my God. But I mean, I just want to say that let one love, lead everyone. It doesn't matter if you're South African, if you're Nigerian, if you're anything, if you're Ghana, our Ghana brothers. So it's just let one love lead. And yes, thank you so much, Zipowe, for coming to the Spotlight Show. I really enjoyed myself, and I'm sure You did too.
I did. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Agman. See you next time.
From the views on the streets,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
My name is Tao Familani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the streets
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happened?
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African News from the story where Ukraine's military intelligence, that's the HUR, reports that Moscow plans to open Russian houses in at least 8 African countries, including Nigeria, Senegal, Mali, and Sierra Leone. According to HUR, the centers will target young Africans with pro-Russian messaging, while also recruiting students and workers to move to Russia. HUR said the project is run by Rotrostova, Russia's cultural agency, along with the Center for People's Diplomacy. The group is reportedly led by Russian lawmaker Dmitry Savelev, with President Putin's United Russia Party. The Kremlin has not responded to the claims. HUR says the move shows Russia's Africa strategy now grows beyond military support. Moving on, Ugandan security forces have arrested Erias Lukwago, a senior opposition lawyer and former Kampala mayor, at his home. Lukwago represents detained opposition leader Kizza Besigye, who is on trial for treason. The opposition People's Front for Freedom confirmed the arrest on X. Opposition figure Bobby Wine is in exile in the U.S., says soldiers acting on Kainerugabwa's order detained Lukwago on Monday as he prepared to serve a court summon to the military chief. Meanwhile, Uganda's army chief has publicly threatened an opposition politician he detained. General Muhoozi Kainerugabwa, son of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, posted on X on Monday that he was proud of the hurt and pain he planned to inflict on lawyer and politician Erias Lukwago. Kainerugabwa shared a photo of Lukwago, who was held by military personnel earlier in the day while preparing to file a legal summon against the army chief. The army chief has made no secret of his ambition to succeed his father, who has ruled Uganda for decades. Kainerugabwa's post reached his 1.3 million followers on X. Elsewhere, the Kenyan Forest Service says one of its senior officials is missing and is appealing to the public for help. In a notice, KFS identified the missing person as Esther Wairimu Kege, who serves as legal affairs manager. The service has urged anyone with information on her whereabouts to report to the nearest police station. KFS confirmed the disappearance and asked members of the public to be on the lookout for Kege. In another development and still in Kenya, Kenya will miss out on emergency funding meant to cushion the economy for Middle East turmoil after the World Bank rejected Nairobi's request. The amount sought was not disclosed, coming at a time when the country faces a debt crisis. Kenya has asked for the financing during World Bank and IMF spring meetings in Washington, D.C. in April to strengthen its foreign exchange reserves. Reserves came under pressure after dropping by 1.2 million US dollars between March the 5th and April the 9th this year. The World Bank says it is still reviewing Kenya's separate request for a $750 million loan equivalent to 97.1 billion Kenyan shillings. And in Zimbabwe, a suspended ZANU-PF official has launched a court challenge against government's grain import levy framework while threatening to push up bread prices. Tafadzwa Musarara, chairman of the Grain Millers Association of Zimbabwe, filed legal proceedings to stop Statutory Instrument 87 of 2025. The High Court struck the matter off the urgent rule, allowing government to continue implementing the levies. In court papers, Jimas argued the levies would raise production costs and would push bread above the $1 mark. Musarara also warned that he would mobilize millers to pass the additional cost to consumers through higher prices for bread, barley, meal, and other staple foods. Critics say the remark amounts to economic blackmail aimed at forcing government to abandon a policy meant to support local farmers. And in South Africa's Justice Minister, Malukolo Kabayi, has warned that a surge in attack on foreign nationals is damaging the country's global image. We sincerely do apologize for that little breakup. We'll go on a very short break right now. When we return, the analysis segment of the African News will be up next. Please stay with us.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more.
We're glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumo. He is a lawyer right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
My pleasure.
Also joined us virtually all the way from Uganda is Mr. Edward Okwaro Matakenye. He is a human rights activist, a lawyer, and also a business associate. Barrister Edward, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. All right, then. Also joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Irere-Njoy. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, and also a financial advisor. He is the CEO and founder of WealthGate Insurance Agency. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Martins, and thank you so very much for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. David.
But I would like you to unmute your mic so I can hear you clearly, so we can also establish communication from here.
Yes, thank you.
All right, then. Okay. Now, let me start off this conversation from the studio here, Barrister. Interestingly, the South African Justice Minister has warned that the surge in attacks of foreign nationals in South Africa is damaging the country's global image and also fueling a backlash against businesses and artists in the country. Now, it was recorded several contracts, musical concerts contracts by South African artists that are signed with international agencies were cancelled as a result of these consistent attacks of African nationals in South Africa. What do you make of this? And then looking at the fact that the Justice Minister is clearly at this point being vocal about the situation, what do you think this would hold for South African businesses and also citizens that are also plying trade outside South Africa?
No matter what the Justice Minister said now, it's like medicine after death.
Why do you say so?
Because they have already been evacuated. People have left their country. And so anything he's saying now is like pouring water on stone. Besides, politicians don't want to know what will happen to the image of their country. It's all about selfish interests. It's all about the election. It's all about getting victory at the polls. And so whatever the man is talking, I don't think Ramaphosa and his fellow travelers are ready to listen.
Interesting. Now, looking at the fact that Mr. Kubai urged South Africans to reject vigilantism and allow the government to handle illegal immigration in the country, do you think also that owing to the fact that the president did address the nation on Sunday, in less than 24 hours, these young South Africans also took to the streets again, as against the backdrop of the fact that the president said they will be handling every illegal immigration in the country? How much of an impact is the Justice Minister going to be having with that statement? Plus, then, if you look at it at the backdrop of the fact that even the Foreign Affairs Minister also has called for calm within South Africans, should these be traded for the benefits and, of course, the financial gains of the country?
I don't think the politicians in South Africa, I don't think they're interested in what anybody is telling them now.
Including that of the president?
Of course, because they believe that illegal immigrants are the problem of South Africa. And so, when you are giving such a posture, when you are giving such impression, what do you think the people will do? Did we not do it here in the 80s? That Ghana must go. Ghana have taken over Nigerian economy, Nigerian job and all that. And so, I am not surprised because this is not the first time we are hearing such a thing. But in the case of Nigeria, we are not brutal to Ghanaians. We merely ask them to leave in a very humane manner. Nobody attacked Ghanaians. Nobody attacked their businesses. But they left. And so South Africa, due to their unemployment rate and their youth illiteracy and all that, they don't want to go the civil way. They prefer this brigandage and violence. as a way of addressing that issue. So let the non-South African leave South Africa.
All right.
And let me see where the economy will be in the next 2-3 years.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Uganda, where Barrister Edward is still with us. Barrister, let's establish communication. Once again, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation again this afternoon. Well, Barrister Edward, I would love you to unmute your mic so we can establish communication.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know whether you are getting me now.
I can hear you clearly now. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Now, what's your take about the fact that the Justice Minister in South Africa, and I'm talking about the female Justice Minister, her name, Madam Kubayi, clearly telling the South African young people to stay away from vigilantism and allow the government handle illegal immigration. Now, this, again, like I said earlier, is coming from the backdrop of the fact that the president did address the nation on Sunday, and less than 24 hours after, some of these young people still took to the streets, continuing in this massive protest and attacks on other Africans. Do you think that the statement from a female now, and of course the Justice Minister, might quell the situation in South Africa, particularly on the attacks on other African descents in South Africa?
Yes, David, I think that would be a basis of now South Africa getting a way of resolving this problem, which is actually now becoming actually a conflict between the Africans themselves. So I believe the statement would be a statement of beginning for listening what the grievances from the people, what the people feel about the migrants. So I think the government should take over from there. It is very important not even to say we blame South Africans. Maybe they have their own reasons. We have seen other countries go on this kind of demonstrations on the lack of jobs, lack of properly commodities within the nation. So you turn your cry to the people who have come to take over the jobs.
Yeah.
So that is very important. The government should now wake up. They call for actually advising the citizens to cool down and allow the government to handle the issue. Then that would be the best way. But I feel also that the government should wake up and now take over this matter as a serious matter, because it's not going to be as good as maybe the way we are looking at. Because even as in our own way, we are seeing, should we start saying that the South Africans should leave our country and go back to their countries? But that's not the way we should go as Africans. We are together. We are people of the same blood. So there is no reason why the government should actually sit down and resolve this matter.
Interestingly, I'm still staying with you, Barrister Edward, but I would maybe come back to you in a bit, and I would urge you to help us stay at somewhere that has a bit of lighting so we can put a face to the person talking, because Africans want to really see who is talking at the other end of the conversation. Let me take this conversation to Nairobi, where Mr. Martins is standing by. Now, here is a concern on the part of the Minister of Justice, clearly stating that South Africans have been targeted outside of South Africa because of their appearance and, of course, their accents and all of that. Looking at the fact that there is now the call for the young people in South Africa to stop this act, do you think that this call by the Minister of Justice would see some level of respect on the part of these young Africans who are attacking other Africans in South Africa? Would you experience it? Would you think any change will happen?
Thank you, Mr. Edwins. Let me begin the conversation by pointing about what the Pan-African President Nelson Mandela and defined democracy. He said democracy is a society where human dignity is restored, all voices are heard, and the power serves the marginalized. And in this occurrence, we can see in South Africa, democracy is a satire. It is not addressing the issue of governance, the issue of African at large, and as well, democracy is whereby human rights are being heard and respected. And in this thing, what is happening in South Africa, as the justice minister said, it shows that it is an issue that needs to be addressed. There is a gap that needs to be fought tooth and nail to ensure that Africa is unified. Africa is unity. That's why we see the Africa as whole, the continent of Africa as whole. It is not Kenya, it is not South Africa, it is not Nigeria, it is not any other country existing in Africa, but we are one. The issue of whereby we have borders is because we can exchange ideas and make it the right to right. But when we see there is racial segregation, there is a disrespect in human rights, it shows a gap in governance, and this will make South African government to face backlash, to face even the consequence in the world arena, because some will be denying the visa and going for business in other country. This is an issue that needs to be addressed so that there can be unity in Africa.
I like the fact that you said that this is a major gap in governance, and this is a conversation that is very, very important for Africans and of course South Africans. Now, in 2025, about 9.7% of the GDP of South Africa was gotten by these, call them other nationals, because I don't want to call them illegal immigrants, was gotten by all the nationals in South Africa. Now, looking at this figure, 9.7% of the growth in GDP was gotten by these individuals that are not of African or South African descent in South Africa. Looking at this reality, how much hurt is the movement and of course the reparation of other African descent from South Africa? Because if you recall, 300 already had gone away from Ghana, from South Africa to Ghana, and over 1,000 from South Africa to Nigeria. Now, all the other African countries are consistently doing the same. How much impact would these movements have on the South African economy?
I would like the Africa and South African to understand that the economy of South Africa is not only built by black South African. There is we call it there is white settlers in South Africa, and they have invested. They are the key important factor in the economic development and in infrastructure development in South Africa. Secondly, we have this foreigner. These foreigners are not illegal immigrant, because if it is illegal immigrant, then government is end power to address it before it comes to the public domain. Secondly, what is happening here is the issue of illegal immigrant is politicized. The people that are being evacuated, they are not illegal migrants, they are business people. And we have witnessed this by what is in social media. These are business people. So what is happening now, the South Africa economy will crumble because the world arena has already few about South African. And this will bring, there will be a consequence in the near future if the government will not address the gap. Africa should call the end of state in Africa. They discuss this issue to the minority. Hence, there will be consequence about South Africa because the world has heard few about how they are operating and how they are not respecting the rule of law, democracy, and human rights.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation back to Uganda, where Barrister Edward is still standing by. Well, Barrister, looking at the account as reeled out by some Nigerians who found their way back home, they also did allege that they have had several hiccups in trying to renew their passports in South Africa. Some intentional action by the immigration office in South Africa, looking at these levels of allegation, plus the fact that, like I mentioned earlier, 9.7% of the growth in GDP in South Africa was gotten by foreign nationals. How much of an impact do you think this would have on the economy of South Africa? Plus, owing to the fact that President Cyril Ramaphosa is not even finding it funny with, of course, his legislators, because there is still the hint of impeachment all around him as well. From his statement addressing the nation,
I think,
what's the position?
I think, yes, I think this would actually impact the country, more especially economics of the country, the growth of South Africa. Just as my colleague has said, the growth of the economy normally is not only dependent on the citizens of that nation. We Africans, mostly our culture, we have relied a lot in mostly on the donations. We have relied a lot on foreigners' support. So if we actually say South Africa is behaving this way, so let them rely on their own economy to grow their nation by themselves. For sure, it will not. There will be
Oh dear. Oh well, because I think the network has just acted a bit strange. But let me bring this conversation to the studio here, Barrister. Looking at this situation, reading the account of some Nigerians who made it back home, they did say, allegedly, that the immigration office in South Africa vehemently and intentionally tried refusing them renewal of their visas. Now, looking at these allegations, Barrister, do you think that African leaders should do more with the level of bilateral relations with, of course, citizens that are in their country, as against what we're seeing in South Africa?
Yes, they need to do more, because what we need in Africa is unity. The same unity Kwame Nkrumah was shouting and talking about until they murdered him. Today, Africa needs that unity more than ever, because the insults Africans are receiving from Western powers and all that is because of bad leadership in Africa. Africa is looking for a leader that will have respect in the international community. We don't have it. And so, whether we like it or not, it is that unity that will even lift up the name of Africa. I'm telling you, because from all indication, what we have today are not leaders, because they are not visionary. They are not visionary. I have never heard them talking seriously about the unity of Africa. All of them are doing their own thing without regard for Africa, without respect for Africa. And so how can Africa move forward? It's not possible. We need unity. Let Africa unite.
All right, and now let's talk on the part of unity. And of course, I'm going to come to a situation that did happen in Uganda, where the lawyer representing opposition leader, who of course is in prison, Kizza Besigye, and I'm talking about Barrister Lukwago, have been detained. He was picked in his home by the military. Now, interestingly, the head of military, and I'm talking about General Kainerugaba, the son of the president, did say on his X handle, threatening opposition politicians, and of course, he did make mention of the fact that he was proud of the hurt and pain he planned to inflict on lawyer and politician Erias Lukwago. This statement, Barrister, coming from the general of the army in Uganda. Now, I would have loved Barrister Edward to also chime in on this. We expect him to join back because of the network. But what's your take on this when a general is publicly saying this kind of statement, particularly? So a lawyer.
Human rights violation is a norm in Africa. So I am not surprised with what the military man is saying. His father is in charge of Uganda. Is it worse than what he told Bobby Wine when they were looking for him? In fact, when they even caught him, he said he said something like he is very happy with the pain they inflicted on that young man for challenging his father. And so when you hear the type of it will tell you the type of leadership you have in Africa. If you tell you the type of impunity and arrogance you have in Africa in the name of leadership, it will tell you that African leaders don't know what is governance. It will tell you that African leaders have converted their position to personal gains. That whenever they are the leader of their country, it means that everything is all about them.
With this realization of fact, Barrister, let's talk about institutions.
We don't have any.
This is a democratic nation. There are parliaments in that country. Parliamentarians are in that country. What do you say to their silence as well?
I said we don't have any. If we had any, they are the one that will checkmate Museveni and his son. They are the one. Is it not this parliament that have been amending the constitution to accommodate Museveni? Tell me. So is that what you call institution? What things are happening in Uganda? Yeah, the parliament kept mute.
Barrister, his crime is the fact that he was preparing to file a legal summon against the military chief that morning before he was picked.
Nobody is above the law. Nobody. If you have committed infraction, you should go and answer for yourself in court. And so why is it preventing? Because already with this type of conduct, the military have already judged themselves as guilty as charged. They have. If they have no skeleton in their cupboard, why not allow the suit to sail through? And then you go and answer for yourself in court.
As I file in this report, Barrister, the father, who again is the president of the country, hasn't said anything yet. Now, last week, you would recall that the president did say that any minister who is not functional should step down. Clearly talking tough. But as we speak, his son is doing the direct opposite.
That is the thing with African leaders. What they say is not what they do. David, don't ever believe in what African leaders are telling you. It's in their DNA. Saying the truth is like a cardinal sin in Africa. Saying the truth.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation to Uganda, where I understand that Barrister Edward has joined the conversation. Once again, thank you so very much, Barrister, for staying by. What's the situation presently with the arrest of Barrister Lukwago, who again was picked? I mean, it's the impunity for me where General Ken Rugaba clearly is sharing a photo where they have this young lawyer. What's your take about this, Barrister?
Thank you, David. Sorry for being off and on the air.
I understand.
What I can say about the situation in Uganda, it is a shame, just as you see South Africa is actually showing us a shame of actually denying your citizens, meaning denying your own people, the foreigners. We are not foreigners in Africa. We are totally African. So I should be feeling very free to be in Africa, anywhere in Africa, just like an African. So it is really a shame in South Africa. Uganda is one of the countries which you get that the impunity is going beyond the limit. It's going beyond what we could say. Probably it's not even the humanity at all. And we really call the international world. I have seen international world actually intervening in most of the situations in some countries. I'm really wondering why Uganda is being spared. Uganda is becoming a hole for killings. Uganda is becoming a hole for abduction. Uganda is becoming a hole for now a home for prison, for opposition not to speak. We are totally, especially is bad, to be sincere, because when you look at such a prominent person being abandoned and taken to unknown places, like there is no more police intervening in this kind of a situation. the military is taking over the situation of the nation, which is totally a shame to Museveni and his current government.
Now,
it's
still,
totally a shame to this man called the son of Museveni. So it's bad. I can say that.
all right then. Well, still staying with you, Barrister Edward. What is the position of the Parliament in all of this? Because I asked the barrister in the studio here, and he said we do not have institutions who are functioning and can hold accountable the executive. What's the position of the Parliament in the country as a result of these arrests?
No. You see, Uganda, there is no institution. That one I want you to put in your record. Let it be in the record that I've said that. There is no institution in Uganda which is functioning out of Museveni's pocket. All the institutions in Uganda are controlled by Museveni. There is no parliament. So we are also shamed by our own leaders. But we know time is coming. They will bite this. We shall make them accountable. And we are not just quiet for nothing. But time will come where we shall make the parliamentarians to account for their actions, parliamentarians to account for all illegalities they are doing to this country. Because Museveni will not be behaving this way together with his family, behaving the way Uganda has been taken. Uganda has been put actually in a map where no other country should be actually even be associated to. So if it was real African Union watching all these leaders, then I think by now, in such a situation, from the time of elections, African Union have kept quiet. So we are wondering who can talk on our behalf. So it's very difficult for us.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Kenya, where Mr. Martins is standing by, of course, because of our time. From your position, you did hear the person who, again, is residing in Uganda. From your position, do you think institutions across Africa, and I dare say at this point, even the African Union, how much of an impact would a sanction on the country Uganda have for these level of impunity to be meddled down with the barest minimum?
Thank you, Mr. David. Seeing what is happening in Uganda, Museveni is behaving as a monarch.
Oh dear. Well, I think the network is just quite unfortunate, really. But because of our time, this we sincerely, I would have loved to hear his position on this story. But really, because of time, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. I want to say a big thank you to the gentlemen who chimed in their voices on the segment of the show. In the studio with us was Barrister Darlington Agumo. Thank you so very much for being here. And of course, big thank you to Barrister Edward Omatakinye, live from Uganda, and Mr. Martins Irinjue. Because of the network, they couldn't land on their thoughts. But of course, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories in business and sports of African News will be up next. Please stay. The African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. Libya's National Oil Corporation has signed new production sharing agreements with major international energy firms in its first licensing round since 2007. NOC Chairman Masoud Suleiman says deals were signed Monday with Spain's Repsol, Italy's Eni, Qatar Energy, Turkish State Oil from Tipau, and a consortium including Hungary's MOL Group. The agreements follow a 2025 bid round where Libya awarded exploration blocks to foreign companies. Libya, a member of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, as OPEC, is aiming to boost oil production from 1.4 million barrels per day to 2 million barrels per day. Suleiman said the deal shows growing investor confidence in Libya's oil and gas sector despite ongoing political divisions between rival administrations in the east and the west. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight talking sports. Egypt were denied a first ever World Cup win after a second half own goal saw Belgium rescue a 1-0 draw in their Group G opener in Seattle. Al-Ahly midfielder Enam Ashore gave the Pharaohs the lead in the 21st minute, firing a 20-yard pass Thibaut Courtois. But defender Mohamed Hani turned Thomas Meunier's cross into his own net in the 66th minute under pressure from Romelu Lukaku. Backed by a passionate US West Coast crowd, Egypt were chasing the first World Cup win in 8 matches since debuting in 1934. Instead, the 7-time African champions held on for just their 3rd World Cup match without defeat. Still talking sports, Tunisia have sacked head coach Sabri Lamouchi after just 1 game at World Cup 2026. The Tunisian Football Association confirmed on Monday the Frenchman's contract was terminated by mutual consent. It follows Sunday's 5-1 loss to Sweden in their Group F opener at the Estadio Monterrey in Mexico. Reports initially said Lamouchi was dismissed immediately, but sources told BBC Sports he took training on Monday. Former Morocco and Saudi Arabia manager Javier Renard has been appointed until the end of the tournament. Lamouchi becomes the first manager in World Cup history sacked after 1 game. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOPTV Live. Thank you so very much for being part of this broadcast. You have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they're doing, their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,006, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there is no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where are the money being applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an overbloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
Education is the key to success in life. These powerful words by Solomon Otis highlight the vital role education plays in shaping individuals and transforming societies. Good afternoon and welcome to another edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we take a critical look at development in the education sector, analyze policies and reforms, as well as spotlight innovations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today on the program, we turn our attention to the growing concern over the abduction of pupils and teachers in Orire local government area of Oyo State. The Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUT, has expressed deep concern over the continued captivity of pupils and teachers abducted during the attack on schools in Orire local government area of Oyo State. The union has called on the government and security agencies to intensify efforts to secure the victims' safe and immediate release. Recall that no fewer than 46 persons were abducted by armed terrorists during the May 15 attack in the area. Meanwhile, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has met with the families of the kidnapped pupils and staff, urging calm as security agencies ramp up rescue operations. Similarly, a presidential delegation led by Chief of Staff Femi Gbajabiamila has assured Nigerians that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has activated coordinated security measures to secure the victims' release and bring the perpetrators to justice. Now, joining me to unpack this conversation is Godsent Ugbebo. Godsent Ugbebo is a lecturer at the Miva Open University and also an education rights activist. Good afternoon, Godsent, and we are very glad to have you join us on the program.
Good afternoon, Matthew.
Thank you for coming.
All right,
joining me also is Folaranmi Ajayi. Folaranmi Ajayi is an educationist and public affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Fola, and thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Good afternoon, Matthew.
It's
an honor to be here again.
Thank you so much, Fola. Let me begin with you, Godsent. Now, the abduction of pupils and teachers in Orire local government area has once again raised concerns about insecurity in Nigeria. From your perspective, what does this incident reveal about the current state of security, particularly in rural communities and around educational institutions?
Okay, thank you for this question. Firstly, let's talk about how this has been so current and fresh over the years in Nigeria, even before this time. Because if we should want to talk about things that concern security and we buttress it to this current administration and then streamline it to education, schools, I want us to talk about it from when it became fresh or when it started to be fresh in the eyes of Nigerians within Nigeria. Now, if you take a look at this analogy, I'm going to be analytical so that we can talk with facts and we can fact check me, then we will notice how security level of the country has declined terribly and badly. Like, we have nothing to write home about. This all started from 2014 during the time of President Jonathan. Towards 2014, we had about 200 and something, almost 300 abduction of students. Now, when we now streamline it to, okay, what happened during the President Buhari regime tenure? What happened? The thing is that we have countless of names. We can only tie about 2 occurrences to President Jonathan. But when we talk about the Buhari administration, we can tie more than 10. Right? Because we have the Dapchi, we have the Kantara, we have the Kangara, we have the Tangodo, we have the Akata, we have a lot of them that happened. Then when we now talk about the present administration, that we are all suffering a lot and we are giving in a lot, we have several occurrences that security insurgency have happened and nothing has been done about it, and the government is still more or less somehow silent about all these occurrences. Now, I would say, and I'll put to you that, are you aware that this administration is the worst thus far when we talk about security issue or problems or even trying to secure lives and properties? Because I believe that one of the primary concerns of the government or governance is to be able to protect life and property of its citizenry. And if we now take a look at it, okay, let's evaluate what has this present administration done based on ensuring that lives and properties are secured and kept properly. I would say from the scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest and 0 being the lowest, I would rate it to be 2%.
Why did you say that,
out
God
of 10.
sent? Why did you say that? There must be a reason attached to that.
Now, yes, there's a reason, because you can quote me and you can fact check me, right? Statistics based on the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, as MBS, and even UNICEF, right, has it that this administration, we have up to, in just 3 years. Now, I'm taking a look at it from 3 years, right? In just 3 years, this administration has recorded student abductions to have increased to about 1,000. 1,000. And during the Billy Jonathan administration, it was 270 something. Then, now, during the Billy Jonathan, that was for 8 years old, right? But for just 3 years, we've recorded more in the Tinubu administration. And you tell me that the government has security in mind for the citizenry and indigenous alike. I would say it's a thorough lie based on statistics, because we believe that statistics is not lie. Since statistics is out there for us to judge what happens and what is happening in the society, we can tell that what the government, what they are doing, they are just masquerading as angels of light. Meanwhile, everything they are doing is more or less darkness and bad.
Let me just ask you,
So I
God
can
sent.
say,
It's interesting to see that you mentioned the National Bureau of Statistics right now. But I would just like to ask, despite repeated attacks on schools across different parts of the countries over the years, and of course, educational facilities continue to be targeted, why do you think schools, especially educational institutions, remain attractive targets for kidnappers and criminal groups?
Yeah, okay. Now, this is hinged on 3 cardinals. I'll tell you. The first one is because it is more vulnerable to attack.
You mean schools?
Because okay, tell me, who do we have around in most of these schools? I mean, the pupils who are enrolled in these schools to study. They are children. Majority of them are not even teenagers. So when we talk about how they can now be able to secure or save themselves when such thing happens, it's 0%. Are you understanding me? So that is one, because it is vulnerable to be attacked. And 2 is because it can draw national and international sympathy, because we're talking about children here. Right? Because when anything or matters that concerns children should arise, that particular concern is matters arising, not just within Nigeria, but in the world. Because they know that when we get these children, parents would be involved to ensure that rescue is made, and the government would try their best. Because when we take a look at these things, what do they call children? What is the tag that we are named as? The leaders of tomorrow. They know that if we attack the leaders of tomorrow, of a truth, there will seem to be no future in Nigeria. And if the leaders of tomorrow are attacked, and the leaders of tomorrow, where do they study? In school. Where is being targeted and attacked more? Schools. So by the time the leaders of tomorrow continues to live in trauma and are eliminated, what we experience is that the government would want to swing into action because it will call for attention. Parents would want to swing into action because it will call for attention. International body would want to swing into action because it will call for attention. Right? Firstly, I said because it is vulnerable to attack. 2, because it can draw sympathy from both parents and several institutions alike. And thirdly, because the security level in school is poor, especially in the rural area, very poor. I can tell you for a fact. Where is, like, for example, when a lion would want to hunt for a meat to eat, and the lion should see certain antelopes, the lion might not be able to go. But if that antelope becomes single, it is prone to attack. That is what happens. Majority of the schools in the rural environment, they are isolated. And we have terrible network in Nigeria. Safe to say, if we would want to have certain a security network around the vicinity or community of certain schools to send information into the school, so as if there is any threat within the locale of that school, so that people can now begin to take dressing and now begin to run for their lives whenever we have such occurrences happen around the education system. So, like
In
I said, I will
fact,
tell you, it's just three things. Number one, because it is isolated. These schools are isolated. Two, because it can draw sympathy from both parents, the government, and international. Third, and thirdly, is
it's
because
interesting that you
it is
mentioned the
prone to
role of
attack.
network, which is quite significant. From the video we actually saw, we also saw some of the villagers and some of the parents of these abducted children complain about network, saying that they cannot have access to network except they move to certain milestone at this point in time. But I think we'll come back to that conversation. Thank you so much, Fola, for joining me on the program. Of course, you are an educationist, Fola, and now the Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUT, has called for urgent government intervention. In practical terms, what immediate action should the federal and state authorities take to secure the safe release of these victims and then reassure concerned parents?
All right, good afternoon once again, Matthew. I must say that I must commend you, and I'm proud of what you are doing with Edu Dialogue. So let's get straight. The priority must be the safe return of every victim. By victim, I mean the children. So authorities should intensify what I called intelligence-driven rescue operations. Also strengthen collaboration among the military, the police, DSS, local vigilantes, and community leaders. I must say I'm not really happy, but one of the things they can also do is to improve communication with affected families. By doing this, they will reduce what called anxiety misinformation, because there's been so many misinformation out there. There have been so many images that children, and so people are causing panic. So one of the things that the authorities can also do is to deploy additional security personnel around vulnerable schools. Many of these vulnerable schools do not have what we call perimeter fencing, so they are vulnerable to attack. So another thing that I believe that the authorities should do is to conduct what I called a rapid security assessment of schools across not only Oyo State and in neighboring states. Because when something like this happens, we must be proactive. And why are we proactive? We must ensure that a similar occurrence will not repeat itself. So I'm of the opinion that government must also avoid treating this as an isolated incident. Every school attack should influence what we call a preventive measures nationwide. So once all of these things are put in place, we are good to go.
All right, Fola, talking about the government, security agencies, and of course other institutions, which is quite significant and is quite pivotal to this development. Oyo State Governor, that's Seyi Makinde, has met with the families of the abducted pupils and staff, urging calm, while also rescue efforts continue. How important is this kind of engagement during a crisis, and what more can the state government do to support affected families?
All right. So the involvement of the Oyo State government has been, well, I wouldn't say commendable because it is their duty. So it is extremely important because in a moment like this, family of the affected need reassurance from the government. And then the government being actively involved is not indifferent to their suffering. So meeting the families of the affected, meeting the family of the victim shows what I call leadership and empathy. However, beyond this symbolic engagement, we need what we call practical support. And practical support comes from psychological counseling, regular briefing. In fact, financial assistance is also part of what we are saying. So the government should also ensure that there is what called transparent communication throughout the rescue process. I am very much aware that the bandits, or what do we call them,
The kidnappers
want to only talk to the governor. So this is an opportunity for the governor himself to write his name among leadership in this country who have stood on the side of the people in trying times like this.
Okay, beyond the
So I'll
governor,
conclude by saying
beyond the
that
governor, Fola, a presidential delegation led by the chief of staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, also visited the state and assured Nigerians that coordinated security measures have been activated. How significant is this intervention? And then what message does it send to both the victims' families and the wider public? Looking ahead at the fact that the governor has also paid a visit. Now, this is also a presidential visit, meaning that there is an assurance from both the state government and then the federal government. How significant is this intervention?
the chief of staff, Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila, sends to me what I called a message of seriousness. Why? At first, Nigerians criticized the government for not always taking swift or immediate action. However, the visit by the chief of staff only signals the seriousness of the incident, and it reassures families that the matter has what we call national attention, and also that multi agencies are also involved. However, Nigerians will have the right to judge the outcomes rather than the announcements. So whether they have visited or not, it is significant. But
The outcome is what matters.
is what happens next after the visits.
All right, thank you so much, Fola, for that contribution. Let me just quickly take this conversation back to Godsent. Godsent, you mentioned something about internet connectivity, and many stakeholders have called for stronger security around schools. What specific measures should be better implemented to better project and protect students, teachers, and school infrastructure from future attacks?
Better things that can be done to protect based on projection is that it boils down to one thing. The government should act as the government as they should. Now, one thing is that, do you know what happens? Do you know what we experience now and then? Is that one of our basic rights that we should enjoy has become something that we need to beg to get. The normal thing that we see currently in Nigeria that is talked about is insecurity. And it has become so normal that it is talked anyhow, in the sense that people send misinformation. So what I'm trying to say now is that what the government must do is that they should return back to the place of first mention, which is, it is of primary purpose and essence and essentially imperative that the government over a people should be swift and respond to the keeping, one, safety, two, of lives and property. And when this is done, I bet you would notice that the things that we clamor for now, we would now be wanting several other things based on the growth of a nation. So I'm not going to say much about this, because what the government should do, they know. It is to return back to the place of first mention. When we talk about securing lives and properties, things should be put in place. I don't know if we'll get to that aspect of the conversation where we'll now need to talk about certain reforms that will be done, that will be made based on solutions that can now be channeled to this sector.
So what are those reforms that you would advocate? Godsent, what are those reforms that you would like to advocate? I know you're an education rights activist.
Okay. Yeah. So these reforms will be cut across 4 areas. I'll tell you. One is economic reforms. Because if you want to deal with just education reforms, I'm telling you, we are going to be dealing with a long thing. We are going to be dealing with like a ghost that we can't catch because we are trying to address just one issue. Meanwhile, this thing exists across 4 sectors. So the reforms is going to cut across number 1, economic reforms, 2, education reforms, 3, security reforms, and 4, governance reforms. Now let me explain how this can go or how this
I wanted
will
to
work,
ask for the 4
right? Before I say
significant change of
something,
those cardinal
because
demands.
I want to drop certain points, right? When it comes to the education, like the reforms, one of the major reforms that I would say is that the government should prioritize security measures within schools. Now, I bet you, I won't say just within rural areas. I will say both urban.
Mm.
Do you know why? Because if these terrorists now notice that one side has been covered and there seems to exist a certain loophole, they would go for it. So security measures in the sense that, just like the other speaker said, that collaboration needs to be met, and we should have certain parameters of security around schools. Because if that can happen, it can serve as a system of network that can now send certain information to the school authority or to the school security or the gatemen per se, in quotes, that will not be able to send a red alert to notify students, teachers, and other administrators that such occurrence is happening close to this place, so it's time to take shelter or it's time to run for your lives. So one of the reforms under the education reforms that I will list is security measures need to be prioritized in the education system. The same thing, if we talk about the economic reforms, one of the important economic reforms is that I will talk about why are we borrowing so much money and in the end we are lying to Nigerians. Sorry, I don't know how this conversation will go, but just permit me to state certain facts, right? Now, if we take a look at budgets, right, and how we have and how we have borrowed money thus far in Nigeria, I will tell you that it is stated, before we go into statistics of numbers and percentage of this budget from Jonathan era to Tinubu, let me tell you something. What is always stated as the essence and purpose of borrow to take loan from either the IMF or World Bank by the Tinubu administration, several things are listed, but I will name.
I wanted to ask how that relates to insecurity. God sent.
Yes, I'll tell you how that relates to insecurity, because in the borrowing of these funds, do you know that it is stated that the reasons they are borrowing this money is to take care of security issues?
One of the reasons, not all of the reasons. One.
Yeah, one of the reasons. Like I said, I will mention 2, but there are several, because these 2 buttress what we're talking about, which is education and security. It is stated that the essence out of the many that they have, 2 out of all those, a lot of essences, is that 1, to take care of security issues. But then if we take a look at what has the government done thus far with this money, the priority is misplaced. Because if there's a listing of security in that list that they have and education, and then we are not feeling the impact of the meaning or the essence or the reason behind the borrowing of that money, then I'm telling you, it is entirely misplaced. So if it is that of a truth, some of these monies are funneled to take care of security issues, we wouldn't be talking about insecurity today in Nigeria. For a fact, we won't be talking about insecurity today in Nigeria. Because these things, they go into several things that we don't know, that we can't even keep track of, that we can't even, make records of. Are you aware that according to NBS, right, that within the space of 3 years, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration has borrowed more money, about 82 trillion naira. And in the borrowing of that money, there's a list of priorities that should be taken care of. Security is one of them. 82 trillion naira. And security is not addressed in the nation. And you tell me that insecurity will not persist in a nation where we have governments who knows what to do, but then they tend to blindfold themselves just so for their own personal gains. Because if you look at it, if you look at these things, who is being affected is the people of Nigeria. And those people, they are in the street.
Okay,
And
talking
we have our
about the
government in
people,
glass house.
talking about the people, God sent. I know that incidents like this often expose deeper social and economic challenges. To what extent do factors such as unemployment, poverty, and weak local intelligence network contribute to the growing threat of kidnapping and banditry?
I'll tell you. Now, unemployment, I would say, in my own opinion, right, is one of those things that we can tie down that, okay, yes, this could be, or okay, this is one of the reasons why we have all these things happening in Nigeria, kidnapping, all this abduction and killings, you know. Now, let me state something here, right, in this moment. Are you aware that some of these borrowed monies, right, is also to make our security personnel better based on having certain apparatus and tools that would now perpetuate them to be able to safeguard lives and properties. Now, if you notice, the monies, now I want to talk about the employment aspect, right? Let's be factual. Now, if you take a look at the ransoms that these, should I call them terrorists now, that they demand from either the government or from
individuals.
You know, if you take a look at this, either from the government or from the victim families, you will notice that they are always calling certain amount of millions and sometimes even billions when accumulated. Now, you know, when certain unemployed youths see the trend of these things as to their depraved mind to say which could be more favorable, which is bad, it would now make insecurity to be insistent in a nation. So what the government must do, instead of empowering these terrorists with more monies based on ransom, if we should channel that funds. I mean, if you see, our military personnel in Nigeria, especially the soldiers, their meal day is 1,000 naira per clock. 1,000 naira in the morning, 1,000 naira in the afternoon, 1,000 naira in the evening. That's 3K. And then there are people who aspire to, okay, get off this unemployment hook to maybe join the army. And then they see these things. It is not encouraging.
At all.
That's why we have incessant unemployment in the nation.
And so you're
What the government
advocating
must
for
do is-
empowerment.
Sorry?
You're advocating for empowerment.
I'm advocating for strict empowerment. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Fola, before I let you go, what long-term security, educational, and policy reforms are necessary to prevent future school abductions and restore public confidence in the government's ability to protect lives and properties? We've seen that a lot of celebrities have come out to, of course, lend their voices to this, and we have some of them even facing backlash because of this same issue. One of the recent one is Adeyinka Alaseyori, you know. We also have some people, some celebrities as well, raise their voices. And very recently, we also saw a lot of development relating to this issue as regards the former Minister of Power, whose relative was also kidnapped. So, but I would like to ask you the long-term security and policy reforms that are necessary to prevent future abductions.
So what Nigeria needs is a comprehensive approach. We need to ask ourselves so many questions. So security reforms, one, we need to strengthen intelligence gathering, improve interagency coordination, and expand what we call community policing structure. And then our surveillance and technological sector, we also need to ask questions. State governors get security votes. What do they channel the security votes to do? So in terms of educational reform, I believe that we can implement what I called national school security standards. When this is put in place, all schools across the state, not only in the rural area but in the urban areas, are protected. Then fund school security infrastructure. One of the issues we have in Nigeria is that funding of education is absolutely low. And then we also need to train teachers and administrators in such a way that they can respond to emergencies. When there are emergencies, what are the things that they need to do? What are the things that they need to put in place? Those things will be
Go a long
Then
way.
in terms of policy, I believe that we can ensure what we call this one is difficult anyway. We need to prosecute offenders beyond pampering them, paying them, giving them amnesty. Nigeria must learn to prosecute kidnappers. And then we also have to improve what we call rural development. If you don't improve rural development, things like this continue to happen. And also, we have to address, like the my co-guest said, we need to address what we call youth unemployment. So finally, I believe that if we strengthen the local government structures across the states, we can always fix issues when they occur. So my concern first and foremost for children, teachers, and families who are currently living through this nightmare is that we acknowledge the effort being made by the government. But this incident is one of many. Every child deserves to learn in safety. So I must say that the rescue of the victim is urgent.
Very, very
But beyond
urgent.
that, Nigeria must move from reacting to school attack to preventing them. So my key word is we must prevent school attack rather than reacting to school attack.
We must prevent school attack rather than reacting to school attack. Thank you so much, Folaranmi Ajayi. Folaranmi Ajayi is an educationist and public affairs analyst. Thank you for joining me on the program.
Many thanks, my friend.
Godsent Ogbebo is a lecturer at the Miva Open University, an educational rights activist, and also a public affairs analyst. Godsent, thank you so much for joining me on the program. We are very glad to have you join us, and we look forward to having you some other time. Godsent. All right, you're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of rice and beauty. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good.
Hi guys, my name is Abiodun, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching VOP TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Akpala. Keep watching VOP TV. Baba ti sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀, mo more. Thank you, Daddy. Hello guys, my name is Tosibi. Keep watching VOP TV. VOP TV. God bless you.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o, mo gbé ọ̀gá o,
Olódodo lọ́nà gbogbo,
mo gbé ọ̀gá o. Hello, people of God. This is your favorite girl, Mosu Exalta. Keep watching VOP TV, and you will be blessed. Love you.
Etobi gan, Etobi Olua. Hello everyone, my name is C Praise and I'm here telling you, keep watching VOP TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. Glory. How glory. You see ways. Sure, don't mind my voice. I've gone so many places today. Girl, view. Okay, oh la la. Okay, wait. Hello, Lagos, Nigerians. My name is Minister K Wonder. Please keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that out.
Glad to have you join us again. Let's now bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to improving teacher education and digital learning with the distribution of ICT equipment to 15 federal and state colleges of education. The intervention, supported by the government of Japan and the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, International Institute for Capacity Building in Africa, is aimed at strengthening teacher training, boosting digital literacy, and expanding access to quality education, especially for girls and vulnerable learners. Speaking at the handover ceremony in Abuja, the Minister of State for Education, Professor Suweiba Ahmad, said the initiative aligns with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda on quality, inclusive, and technology-driven education. Moving on, The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, in Sokoto State has commended Governor Ahmad Aliyu for approving a 40% increase in consolidated academic allowances for lecturers in state-owned universities. This is contained in a press release signed by Dr. Bello Musa, the chairperson of the Sokoto State University, and Dr. Samsudin Kabir, the chairperson of the Shehu Shagari University of Education. The union also praised the payment of earned academic allowances for 2 academic sessions and the constitution of the Governing Council for Shehu Shagari University of Education. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that the Moshood Abiola Polytechnic, Mapoli Abeokuta, has expelled 365 students for allegedly using forged academic records to secure admission into its higher national diploma program. The institution said the decision followed a thorough verification exercise and was aimed at protecting the integrity of its academic system. Director Dr. Koye Jolaosho warned prospective applicants against submitting fake credentials, stressing the institution's commitment to transparency, credibility, and high academic standards. And that's a wrap on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've examined the growing insecurity concerns in Oyo State following the abduction of pupils and teachers in the state. As the situation unfolds, it serves as a reminder that a safe and secure learning environment is essential for quality education and national development. For more insights and in-depth discussion, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events in your community, we'd love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness report, event coverage requests, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp on 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight the ideas, policies, and people shaping Nigeria's education sector. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education is the key to success in life. Thank you so much for watching. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akpeja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
For many Korokwe and Kekemarawa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations. With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 1.5, 1.8, 1.9. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the Agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, before you fill up this kekena, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay Agboro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, and if we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000, if we buy about 5,000, 5 liter, it's almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we'll use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we'll still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So we are begging the government if they can look into it and do something so that the fuel price to come down, so that everything will be okay, because it's really, really affecting a lot of things.
While drivers struggle to cope, they say the increase in fares has led to tension with passengers, many of whom are also battling with high cost of living. Some drivers note that fewer passengers are willing to travel frequently, which has further reduced their daily earnings. Others are calling on the government to intervene by providing support or implementing measures to cushion the effect of the fuel price hike.
Before we normally load 200 naira, but now we are loading 300 naira due to the fuel price. We can't buy fuel 1,350 and we carry somebody for 200. It won't work out. So that is why it affects our business in anywhere we go. Sometimes, luckily we see passengers. Luckily we did not see passengers. Because sometimes we may stay here for 1 hour. I've been here for 1 hour 30 minutes now before getting to my turn for loading. So it affects us. We are begging the president to do something to please assist us by bringing down the fuel price to consider the country.
We used to carry 300, and the other parties carry 400. So, and we're trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel prices continue to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Oyindamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usman. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
As the 2027 general election draws closer, the Alliance for Democratic Rights has called on government officials to uphold democratic values by drawing lessons from past leaders, including Olusegun Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, and late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. In a statement, the group's national president Andy Chooks and national secretary Suleiman Funtua expressed concern over alleged interference by the presidency in the internal affairs of opposition political parties, warning that such actions could undermine Nigeria's multi-party system ahead of the 2027 general elections. The organization also urged the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amukbiton, to uphold electoral integrity ahead of the forthcoming polls. As Voice of the People TV, we sought the opinion of Nigerians on this development.
In as much as
the president is the person to appoint INEC chairman. There's nothing anybody will do to change the narrative, because he who called the piper dictates the tune. If it were to be well, democracy is being practiced. The presidency doesn't have any hand in choosing who will handle the electoral umpire, like CBN governors, chief of army staff, police chief, and the rest of them. They don't have power on all those things. So when you call somebody to do a work, you are the one that appoint him or her. That person must do your biddings, irrespective of anything. If we call it compromising, that's a normal thing. It has been happening, and it will keep happening. So the issue of President Tinubu appointing INEC chairman is a free and fair entry for him. That's not anybody can do.
I would say when election wants to go on like this, immediately people are voting, they should be maybe uploading it directly.
As the 2027 election draws closer, many are calling for accountability, independence of electoral institutions, and a level playing field for all political parties. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry Kel the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is. Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there and welcome on board. It is People's Voice on Voice of People Television, where scenes are shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major conversation that is dominating the airline and sparking conversation across the nation. Tinubu's court wipes out opposition.
ADC ban sparks outrage. You would agree with me that this is all the nation has been talking about ever since that particular court judgment, yesterday. So I would actually implore you to join the conversation with experts, insight, and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Lasut resident doctors start a 3-day warning strike. Resident doctors at Lasut had begun a 3-day warning strike on Monday night, June 15th, and 2026 over unresolved welfare issues. Lasut ARD President Dr. Alaba Akerele blamed the Lagos State government's persistent failure to meet demands, including unpaid allowances, salary adjustments, delays, stalled doctors' quarters, and delayed 2026 residency funds. He warned that further action is possible if demands aren't met soon. Right away from that particular, Tinubu vows Nigeria won't yield territory to criminals. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says Nigeria would not cede any territory to criminals after troops killed bandit leader Ibrahim Batsuji in Kogi and rescued Ajia Amina Rabe Abubakar in Katsina. Tinubu, in a statement, praised the Nigerian Army, DSS, police, and NSCDC for operations. Batsuji was linked to attacks and kidnappings in Kogi, while Mrs. Abubakar, widow of late Major General Rabe Abubakar, was freed in Katsina. The president pledged more support for security forces and urged Nigerians to share credible information to aid the fight against crime. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-3260, 090-447-3260. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Voice of People TV. And of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation here. Tinubu's court wipes out opposition. ADC ban sparks outrage. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, Dissecting the news without fear or favor. Through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television. Truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hello there and welcome back to the program. Let us take people's voice on Voice of the Television. Nigerians' opposition has rejected a federal high court ruling seeking to deregister ADC and other political parties, calling it a threat to democracy and judicial independence. ADC candidate Atiku Abubakar called it a dangerous assault on constitutional democracy, saying it came despite a May 22 Court of Appeal stay. He accused the Tinubu administration of political persecution ahead of 2027. The NDC candidate, Peter Obi, said politicizing institutions weakens democracy and investors' confidence, citing ex-CGN Walter Nogwen, his removal to be precise, and of course Reps Ikegwonu Ugochinyere called it inviting anarchy and urged the Chief Justice and of course the NBA to probe the ruling. Meanwhile, Kenneth Okonkwo criticized ADC's South VP, picked for 2027, saying it further marginalized the Southeast. Senator Adams Oshomole also alleged forged signatures and the Senate report that led to Senator Natasha Akpoti-Oduan's suspension. When I've been joined by Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Good afternoon, Doctor. You're welcome on board, Doctor. All right, Doctor, before we move to the main conversation, I would want you to respond to two other news stories that I actually, read. The first is that of resident doctors, last week's resident doctors. They've actually kicked off a 3-day warning strike, which they said if something is not done about that, they would, further, with more actions, possibly. And away from that particular one also, talking about the insecurity situation, Tinubu says that Nigeria won't yield to territory, yield its territory, to criminals. What do you have to say as regards to that?
Well, with the first one, I'm surprised. Lagos State is the richest state in Africa as a whole.
And the most indebted as well.
And the most indebted. Just like our federal government, you are making more money and you are borrowing more. Understand? So that's an irony. So I'm shocked that Lagos State, which is the richest state in the country, should not be paying doctors. That doctors should be going on strike in Lagos State with a population of over 15 million. That's active population. People who are paying taxes, doing serious businesses, are still, you cannot afford that to give them their entitlements. For me, it is not good. Understand? So I don't know where, because the truth is that the IGR does not equal to the progress or development we are seeing in the state. Understand me? They are not, which means some money that are being kept for other things other than development or progress of the state.
Okay. All right. What about that of insecurity? Do you want to respond to that?
Insecurity. That's I heard that the wife of the detained general that was rescued, and in the process of rescuing her, she was shot. Understand? Because currently she's in the hospital. Understand? But the issue is this: if this is the true story, how many people did Nigerian soldiers arrest or killed? Because we didn't hear anything concerning the abductors. We just heard that she had been rescued. And the version I read showed that she was shot and was rushed to the hospital. Understand? So how many of the abductors did the Nigerian soldiers kill or arrest? We didn't hear that side of the story. For me, what happened is that the abductors must have asked her to go.
So where did the gunshot come from? So, just like what you said, where you the particular dailies you read, you said she was shot allegedly.
Yes.
So where did the gunshot come from? If she was just voluntarily released,
the issue is if they were doing exchange of gunfire and the woman was shot, Nigerian soldiers must have killed some of them. And it will have made the story that in the process of rescuing her, 5, 10, 20 of the bandits or terrorists were killed.
Okay.
Or that some of them sustained bullet wounds. But there was complete silence on the abductors.
Okay, doctor.
How can you believe for that story?
Okay. Now
for me, the bandits or the terrorists did not like what happened. Understand me? They did not like the death of the soldier. And it was them that put him in a casket.
I was going there. Because this is raising, even with what you are saying, more questions are being raised as regards to how did the body of this man get to the family? Did the bandits, the terrorists bring the corpse themselves? How did they get it?
They put the corpse in a casket, carried it and come and hand it over. So that showed you that they did not, that's to me, it's a sign of remorse. This guy should not have died. Therefore, let us give him that honor, that respect for appropriate burial. Because when Brigadier General Oba died, that did not happen. They abandoned the body there. But this one, they put it, there was a picture now of where the handover was being done. Understand me? So, which means they did not like what happened. And since they did not like what happened, there's no way they will want or their wives to suffer more. So they must have asked the woman to go.
So the question now is, where did the gunshot come from? But let's actually leave that conversation and move, ahead to another disturbing conversation. I want to quickly bring you up to speed as regards to some of the, news stories that made the headlines, and I would want you to respond to some of them before we come to the situation of opposition party being deregistered. Now, we saw in the news, and this is coming from your region. We saw in the news, I want to take it simultaneously so you can actually have a robust response to this. We saw in the news that the IPOB said...
Where is my region? My region is Nigeria.
Okay, regardless. But of course, I was talking about the Southeast, but it's okay. Your region is Nigeria. Now, we saw in the news where the indigenous people of Biafra made a very serious allegation on the governor of Anambra State. I don't know if you actually saw that news stating that he has actually abandoned, or he is not even, pushing for the release of Nnamdi Kanu because he exchanged it for a vice presidential seat in 2031 for a Fulani-led ticket. I don't know how true that particular statement, is. And coming with the fact of what Kenneth, the same Kenneth, that has been talking on behalf of ADC, who has made several words, several allegations on Peter Obi. Now he has also turned on his party by saying that his party was not meant to pick Rotimi Amechi, who is also from the South, that the Southeast has been marginalized. I would want you to talk about that particular region for just a few minutes.
Okay. What IPOP said that has some substance in it.
Against Soludo, the governor of Anambra.
Sure. Because while Soludo is kicking against the P2B, he is seeing that if P2B wins, he's going to stop his own chances. Understand? But I have sat down and done the mathematics and realized that Soludo is just having a pipe dream. He's just having a heavy malaria. Understand me? The highest that Soludo can go in the national politics is a senator. And understand me? From governor to senator. That is the highest that he can go. So
don't you think you're underestimating him?
I'm even overestimating him.
How do you mean, doctor?
I'm even overestimating him.
How do you mean?
Politically, Soludo is a shoe shiner.
Really?
As far as Southeast is concerned.
What are your facts?
What
are your facts?
The beef that Soludo is having with P2B, that he was a member of P2B's economic team when P2B was the governor. So 2013, he wanted to succeed P2B. He came from Anambra South, where Ambadinuju came from. So, and P2B is from Central. So Ambadinuju is from North, is from South. Soludo is from South. But Anambra North has not produced governor. And Anambra practices this rotational governor. Understand me? So P2B say no, that you are from South, and Ambadinuju, who came from Ihianda, has been a governor. That justice, fairness, equity demand that power should go to the North. And he now prop up Obiano to succeed him. So Soludo took offense. Understand me? Soludo took offense. So since that time, he has seen P2B as his enemy. But the truth is that even if Soludo dies and he incarnates 10 times, he will never reach half of P2B.
Okay.
Understand me? If Soludo dies, come back 10 times, he will not reach half of P2B. Understand me? People don't like him because he's not a good person.
These are strong words, Doctor.
I say people don't like Soludo. Go and read in comments where Igbo people are, what they are talking about Soludo. He is a character challenged human being.
So that means what you're saying in a nutshell is that there's an iota of truth in what the IPOB are saying.
Sure. So why he even if you read his statement on Saturday that the progressives are going there to come together, which means he wants to bury Abga for APC. Understand me? That's the game. Because what happened in Abakaliki was endorsement of Tinubu. He was there, understand, to endorse Tinubu, and now saying that Igbos should not be wasting their votes. But I'm telling him, as an Igbo man, we'll continue to, unquote, be wasting our votes.
Okay, Doctor, this is going the other way, but it's okay. Now, let's quickly touch the allegation. Of course, I want to pick up all allegations before we move to the main conversation. Let's pick up the allegation of Adams Oshomole against the president of the Senate.
Your uncle. Huh? Your uncle.
No, you can.
You said my part of the country. So Adam Akpabio is your uncle.
No, you can only say, Doctor, that it's from my state. But you can actually say it's my uncle. Okay, as we are not even from the same, local government. All right, so, Doctor, what are your, takes as regards to all of these, heavy words that Oshomole has actually, these allegations are heavy.
For me, the question should be, why now?
We're all surprised about that.
Understand me? Why now? Because the Natasha issue happened almost 10 months ago. You were in the Senate. You saw what happened. You did not talk then up till now. So why now?
Perhaps because Akpabio is coming for him now.
Understand me? Why now? So if Akpabio is coming to him, he should face Akpabio man to man and not bringing up to me issues that are not relevant. So what do you now want Natasha to do? Understand? Natasha had decided that to go under. You now want to go and bring her up again. Understand? Because when Natasha was raising dust in the Senate, Adams did not stand on her behalf. Understand me? Adams did not make any statement in support of her. So why now?
Okay. All right, so we'll just leave that particular response as, a question. Why now? Let's go to the main conversation now. Just like the headline says, Tinubu's court wipes out opposition party. This is what, some other opposition, party leaders are actually saying. And this were their words, And, Doctor, if INEC should decide, to follow what the Federal High Court has said, what legal grounds
Wait, have they not decided?
That's what I'm saying. INEC has not yet decided.
So
but the court has asked INEC to do that immediately.
Which means ADC is still there on their website. What are they waiting for?
Doctor, when you use that word, I don't want to call it sarcasm or satire, but for you to say, what are they waiting for?
No, INEC knows how to respond immediately. When they say ADC, go back to status quo, they remove the David Mark name within 30 minutes. So court has given a direction, a ruling. What are they still waiting for? Because for me, I saw these things years back. That's why I titled my book "Abuse of Power." Understand how democracy turned into tyranny of the few, and that's exactly what the Bondame Tinubu administration has turned to. Understand me? Because that section of the Electoral Act has been there since 1999. Understand me? They did not add it today. In 2004, AC has just one state, Lagos State.
Lagos State, yes.
Why didn't PDP invoke that section of the Constitution to deregister AC? Because by then, AC did not meet up with the 25% requirement. Understand? So why didn't PDP, the dominant party then, invoke that section of the Electoral Act? So this is for me, it is a gross abuse of power. Understand? Because this current government know that they have failed woefully in delivering their campaign promises. So the only way to make sure that they'll get back on power is to remove the big masquerades, understand me, from contesting.
Okay, doctor. Let me come from this particular angle. Just like some of their supporters will say, that why is it that it is always easy for Nigerians to call the ruling party whenever as other oppositions are having issues? Why do you think this is the doing of APC? I'm coming, doctor. Now, this question has been lingering for a time, and some people say that why don't you go, fix your home or fix, your party, or do the right thing, follow the constitution instead of always, thinking that someone is actually witch hunting you. Now, you talked about, of course, the president has been in the opposition all through his life before he won the election in 2015, But the main conversation here is, you asked the question, you said, why now? Doctor, do we have to have a certain time before we can do what is right? And the reason why I'm asking this is because this did not affect the NDC, right? This is just ADC,
No, NDC was registered just 3 months
That's
ago.
what I'm saying.
So it didn't affect them.
It didn't affect NDC. Now, for that of ADC, Zen Labour Party, Accord, and the rest of them,
they have been there for years.
Been there for years. And why, if you feel that your party is not doing a lot or is not doing better, just like the AC you mentioned, AC keep evolving as a coalition, from moving from some people from AD, they kept moving to AC, from ACN, and they kept moving. That is the APC we're seeing today.
So 2004.
Yes.
Why didn't PDP evoke this section?
It's the same thing I'm saying, doctor. So now, for some of these political parties that knows that they have not been doing well over time, why couldn't they have, merge or form a coalition with other big political parties and moving instead of just, staying like that and this is affecting them? Do you really think that everything has to be about the, ruling party?
If you follow this story, you know that it was the Attorney General of the Federation that first advised INEC. It was the Attorney General of the Federation that first advised INEC to register ADC.
It was not just ADC.
And understand me.
Okay.
The target, the focus was ADC. The others is just what we say commented after the news. Understand me? The focus was in ADC. And when the Attorney General gave INEC that advice, P2B was still in ADC. Understand me? And there's no way the Attorney General would just stand up and make that important pronouncement without turning on the president of the country. Because the Attorney General represents the president legally. Understand me? So before he advised INEC, he must have consulted with the president. Understand? And when he gave that advice, P2B was still in ADC. When P2B left ADC to NDC, 4 days later, INEC now said that there's no reason to deregister ADC. Understand me? By then, P2B has left ADC before INEC now spoke up. Understand? By then, this the, 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 the people that went to court has gone to court on the issue. Understand me? The people that went to court has gone down to court on the issue. But in 2022, there was an appeal court judgment on this issue by a court party. Understand me? So ordinarily, this Justice Nifu should know that that's already a precedent. Understand me? But he went ahead to the register ADC and the court party, then ZLP and AA.
General Labour Party.
Understand me? But mind you, there are still SDP did not meet the 25%. I think you know that.
Yes.
SDP. AAC, Showare's party, did not meet this. Why don't you say all the parties that did not meet this threshold? So for you to know that the target was ADC. But to make it seem we are not just fighting one political party, that they have to pick other parties. Adeneke is going to the polls in 2 weeks' time. So which means they had just handed over Oshun to APC. Understand? So for me, that is gross abuse of power.
Now, Doctor, judicial independence. If I would say that our Nigerian judiciary is actually currently facing political interference, how do we get it back on track?
No, the judges made themselves politicians. Understand? The judge, by singing on your mandate, we shall stand.
I think they said it was a mistake at that particular gathering.
I say the judges, understand me. Now, if you are a member of Jehovah's Witness, anywhere they are, a national anthem is going on, they don't stand up. Understand me? They don't believe in this ethnic thing. They are waiting for a new Jerusalem. So if the judges are truly independent, there's no way they will have stood up for that song. Understand me? So for me, they have messed
up. But Doctor, this happened last year. And if you want us to analyze that particular situation again, of course, I am hoping that you would agree with me that they were already, upstand. They were standing for the president, which is normal, which is okay. That the president is about to go deliver a speech, at the podium. It is normal for everyone to rise for the commander-in-chief of the armed forces.
Did you see them singing that song or not? Yes or no?
The song was just played at the gathering.
And you did not see them singing it?
I didn't see them singing officially.
I saw them.
Did they take the mic to sing?
Then Tinubu, you need Tinubu's eye. This is that's it.
So I think this is not working. All right, Doctor. Let's move ahead. Now, Doctor, if you're actually saying that, of course, you said the judiciary have made themselves, politicians, but is there a way that this whole situation can, be redeemed? And the reason why I'm saying this is because I think some of us are not comfortable with that particular statement when they say elections have been won in court. Election was meant to be won at the polls where, people cast their votes and the results are credible enough, and they announce the results and we know that this is it. At the final collation center, we get the results and everybody knows this was a credible and free, fair election. But in a statement where usually you would always hear that elections have been won in court, how do we actually fix all of this balance?
One, because the judges has made themselves complicit, because the judges have compromised. I watched a presidential appeal hearing in 2023, where an appeal court judge, a woman for that matter, was saying we are going to counter their argument. A judge, a woman, countering argument instead of evaluating argument. Understand? It is a lawyer that counters argument.
Don't you think it was just a slip of tongue?
She's so deep in corruption that she cannot differentiate between a defendant and a litigant. This shows you we are on the part of the defendant.
Don't you think mistakes? She could have made a mistake with that statement.
I say she was so deep in that. She said, we are going to counter the. As I was saying, even somebody in year one in law cannot make that mistake. We are going to counter a judge, an appeal court judge, not even a magistrate court judge, because there are stages from magistrate to high court, and each one takes a minimum of 10 years. Each one, from magistrate court to a high court judge, takes you a minimum of 10 years. So, which means this woman has been a judge for 20 years and saying we are going to counter their argument. So that shows you how deeply involved that she is. Then if a judge should counter an argument of a prosecutor, how do you expect a fair judgment?
Okay.
Understand me?
Okay.
So for me, talking of independent judiciary, it is not in our generation.
So when do you think that we'll get it?
Maybe in the next 50 years.
Next 50 years. That's quite a very long time. All right, but doctor, let's talk about, let me take a particular extract from what you said, talking about Adeleke, for example. You said in 2 weeks, Oshun, we would have Oshun and Ekiti.
Decide.
Yes, Oshun decides. And now his party has been deregistered by the court, which we're still waiting for INEC, just like you said, to do what he has to do, in as much as, parties have agreed to appeal, and of course to take the matter up. But in this situation,
a court party have gone that to court.
Yes.
The same way ADC went to court this month.
So now, opposition strategy, doctor. Party A, B, C, all of them have been deregistered. How does this reshape the election of both the one of 2 weeks, the gubernatorial election of Osun Ekiti, and of course 2027 coalition?
Well, what they are going to do is creating a constitutional crisis, because Adeleke is in court now. If election goes ahead without him and he wins in the court, what happens? Understand? So what they are doing is just creating a confusion here and there, because they have always been winning through the back doors. They have always been winning through the back doors. And that is the only way that they can win. Because in a free, fair election, APC will be nowhere to, understand me. So it is through this confusion that they are creating now. Understand me? But the issue is this: they have gone that to court. So if I should have Adeleke's ear, I will advise him that to continue on his campaigns. He shouldn't resign that to fate. Understand? He should keep on campaigning until we see the outcome of that's of the appeal of the appeal court case. Understand me? because losing naturally as a human being, it will not affect his the momentum of his campaign. Understand? But he shouldn't do so. He should keep, because this is what they orchestrated. It is a script. Understand me?
Are we about to see a script that looks like that of Imo that saw Opuzodema win?
Also, them everybody contested, even though it's number 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes, the number 4, the number 4 as it we were told that number 4 became,
yes.
number 1. So that's what I'm asking. Are we about to? I don't know.
Because in 2019, Hope Uzodinma got on Imo State has 27 local governments. Hope Uzodinma won only 2. And today, he is the governor of Imo State on the 2nd term.
How did that work? How did that work?
Fenda called it government magic.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about ADC internal democracy crisis, as we may actually, term it. Kenneth, who happens to be one of their, a solid party member, who has been, a diehard follower of Obi until he decided to withdraw. And now the same Obi is not a good person anymore to him. And not only that, now the same ADC that he has been, taking briefs for has also done what he is not taking lightly. And what do I mean by that? He said the vice presidential, position was meant to come to the southeast, your region, and not the south-south, my region. So, and when he mentioned that, he said ADC has actually, done, the wrongest move, and they've marginalized the eastern, part of the nation again. What's your take as regards to that?
One, Kenneth Okonkwo has an unstable character. He's not a person to be trusted.
How do you mean?
One, because when I say something, I want to prove it.
Please go ahead.
2014-15, Jonathan Kenneth Okonkwo was one of the diehards of Jonathan candidacy. Understand? There was nothing that Kenneth Okonkwo did not accuse Buhari then. Understand? He gave his all for Jonathan to win. But at the end of the day, Atahiru Jega declared Buhari the winner. 2019, Kenneth Okonkwo become Buhari's apologist. Understand? That Buhari is the savior. It's only Buhari that can put this. The same Buhari.
I was thinking you were almost calling my name. You mentioned savior, so but it's okay.
Buhari, he was disparaging just 4 years ago. That Buhari is the savior of this country. Buhari is this. Buhari is. Understand me? At that point in time, Atiku was running with P2B 2019. He was calling them all sorts of names. Understand? That Buhari should continue. Buhari has done well, so and so things. He was disparaging Atiku, was disparaging P2B. 2023, to Kenneth Okonkwo now, who was disparaging P2B in 2019, P2B became the Messiah. Understand me? P2B became the Messiah.
Doctor, you're really coming up with a very serious track record, so please go ahead.
P2B was a Messiah in 2023. He said that he was using his money to be buying air tickets, to be going everywhere to defend P2B and Labour Party in 2023. 2026, P2B is now the demon. That shows you that he is an unstable character. You cannot bet with such a person. Understand me? Now, Atiku should have picked his vice presidential candidate from the southeast. Atiku's spokesperson, which means you don't discuss with Atiku.
That means that you are not a spokesperson.
Understand me? So he is a jobber. He's a jobber. One, Atiku approached Emeka Ihedioha. Emeka Ihedioha said no.
Including Okonjo-Iweala?
No, there's no way Okonjo-Iweala.
But we were told that he did, and she turned it down.
And they're going to conjure a one. It's not even from Southeast.
Okay.
It was from South.
Okay.
It's only that her husband is from Omwa here.
Okay.
But her parents are from Ogwashuku in Delta State.
Okay.
Understand me? So Atiku Abubakar approached Emeka Ihedioha, former governor of Imo State. Ihedioha said no. So Kenneth Okonkwo should be aware of this information. That he wanted to pick his vice presidential candidate from the Southeast. The person he approached said no.
Don't you think he was thinking so the baton will come to him?
To him. How many votes? He's from Nsukka.
Okay.
Understand me? He's from Nsukka. He cannot even deliver his pooling units where he came from in Odenigbo, Nsukka.
So you're even talking about his ward level now.
As his pooling units. Understand me?
Okay.
So politically, he's a shoe shiner.
Okay. All right, let's talk about ADC's viability. Some would say even if ADC was not deregistered or they're not having these issues, do you think that they were positioned to winning the election? Were they, a stronger opposition?
One, assuming that if Atiku is on the ballot, Atiku will be very, very competitive. If Atiku runs in 2027, he will be very, very competitive.
Do you think he stands a chance of winning as the opposition?
Being competitive does not mean that you must win. At least you will make the first, third position.
Okay, so are you saying that there is any other opposition that is stronger than Atiku?
I say Atiku will be competitive. 2027, APC, APC, ADC, and NDC are going to be very, very competitive. Why I'm picking on Atiku is because, one, as we speak, Atiku is the only presidential candidate from the North. Understand me? He is the only presidential candidate from the North, and we have not really gone beyond the ethnicism in our politics. So if I'm Atiku, I will play ethnic card. Do you understand me? So the only region that cannot be battered is the North because of Atiku. South as a whole have about 9 presidential candidates. Understand me? Adebayo is SDP, and he's from the Southwest. So the only region that is still intact as we speak is the North. And that's where Atiku is coming from.
So if I may ask you, do you think the ADC and Atiku is more of a stronger opposition than that of NDC?
I say they will be very, very competitive.
I am just asking a question. I want you to answer the question, Doctor.
Well, because of the mode of the nation, that the South should complete their 8 years. That's the only thing that will affect Atiku.
Okay.
If not, Atiku will get over 70% of the vote.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Peter Anosike, for being part of the program. This is how far we can actually go. Thank you so much. I hope to have another wonderful, head-to-head with you like this again. All right, coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy that particular one. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, Join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m.
The Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
The World Cup is already on the road now. So many talking points, so many conversations, lots of drama, and of course, we want to say chaos because of the on-field events that we've actually been seeing in this particular World Cup. But hey, the big conversation is that Eric Chell finally found replacement for Alex Iwobi. And of course, not forgetting that the Super Eagles of Nigeria also would be sitting this one out in 2026. We were not part of the team going on to the World Cup. And a great news from the Abba Celeste camp, Lionel Messi is fully fit alongside goalkeeper Martinez. These guys are actually legendary players. One of the two, arguably the two biggest factors for Argentina winning the last World Cup. Are they going to actually retain the title? Maybe, maybe not. Of course, joining me in the house today is Jerry Apello High. He's back from long sabbatical, and then he's got a lot of smiles in his face. And if it's in his language, you'll see smiling like a cha-cha. And maybe my wife joins us. At the end of the day, we've been trying to actually establish connection before the show commences. But then, Jerry, it's good to have you join me. Welcome to Locker Room.
Yeah, another beautiful time to be here. The World Cup fever is already buzzing. Africa has not disappointed. Apart from Tunisia, we've seen brilliant performances from Africa. And of course, the likes of Gattuso will now eat his words. Even the UEFA president also hearing his views about lesser teams taking away the attention. Imagine Cape Verde, their first World Cup appearance. They gave us a show. And I think they brought more attention to the World Cup than even Spain, the almighty Spain in that game. So I think kudos to the African teams leading the pack in terms of bringing the show. And of course, Brazil, no match for the Moroccans. What more can you ask for? Africa is really representing. And unfortunately, the Super Eagles of Nigeria is not part of it. So 2 times in a row, quite disappointing. It's a reflection of where Nigeria is as far as football, being seeing the best of the best in the world in the competition, and Nigeria is not there 2 times in a row.
Absolutely. So sad that Nigeria is not there twice in a row, but Maiwa is here. And of course, Maiwa, welcome to Locker Room.
Well, it's always amazing to me. I mean, the World Cup is getting crazy. Debutants dragging, the tipped champions, dragging them down, I mean, 0-0 draw. It shows that you can't write off any team. Scotland struggling to beat an Haiti side. We've seen Australia defeat a Turkey, and that is the kind of surprises you would expect at the World Cup. A lot of big teams underperformed. Brazil do not know what they are doing. I don't think it's a sign that, they are pretenders, like I said earlier. Spain needs to step up. The African teams, they are doing so well, except Tunisia. I hope the rest that will play today, I hope they will make Africa proud. It's always amazing to be here. Thank you for having me, Kechuku. And welcome back, Jerry.
Yeah, Maiwa. Anyway, don't worry.
Maiwa really, really miss Jerry. And of course, those bands he saved, this is a very good opportunity to actually start releasing them. And we'll definitely be looking at so many interesting conversations. At the top of it, we'll also be asking us, Jerry, a very big question. Why, his former Liverpool player, Alex Arnold, wasn't deemed worthy to replace, the injured Livramento, and they chose Chaluba, instead. But that conversation comes up later. Let's go straight to the camp of the Super Eagles as the very big one. The coach of the Super Eagles is chasing players. And of course, this one caught the attention of every single Nigerian. Eric Chao is chasing Bayer Leverkusen's midfielder Francis Onyeka as his new Super Eagles number 10. The 19-year-old who scored 8 goals in 30 games for Bochum last season is set for a loan to newly promoted SV Esvelberg. Chelsea scouts have contacted Onyeka's parents, and his father's open to a switch to Nigeria, but he said the German Youth International will make the final call. I mean, Jerry, when I actually saw this, I was like, okay, for a midfielder of his age in the top 5 league, in Europe, hitting 8 goals, it says a lot about the quality of the young man.
Yeah, Eric Chao has given us a lot of reasons to want to trust him when he goes out for the talent. Taking a look at, I believe your credentials will actually speak for you. And his decision-making in terms of the selection of players are proving that he's a top manager in terms of discovering talent. He has given players like Benjamin Frederick a lot of opportunities in the team, and we've seen what he's been able to do. And we've seen of recent Akwa Adams. Nobody would have given an Akwa Adams a chance when the likes of Tulu and Roko Dari was already in the Premier League, and the likes of Paul Onachu left the Premier League, went to the Turkish League, and was already still doing well. The Seredesas were, of course, ahead of him. Even the Terry Murphy, who was in and out of the Super Eagles, were ahead of a name talked about when it comes to Akwa Adams. But he gave him a chance. Look at what Akwa Adams is doing with the team. Even the likes of Bruno Yemachi was in and out. Nobody was really talking about him. But at the last AFCON, I think Zaidu Sanusi has now gone down the pecking order as far as the left fullback position is concerned. He even struggled to make it back into the team during the friendlies.
Yeah.
So Yemachi has proven that he's the man that's going to be everyone will want to beat as far as that fullback position is concerned. Take a look at Bewene. Bewene just took everybody by storm. Everybody is now talking about Bewene. Everybody's talking about Femi Aziz. So if that same man who has made those decisions is talking about Francis Onyeka, I think we need to look at this player. It means that there's something about Francis Onyeka that Nigerians should be excited about. And of course, Alexi will be, he's already played 100 games for the Super Eagles. Definitely anytime soon, he'll be start planning retirement. So I think it's a good plan to have a young player, courtesy of Eric Chell's decision making. I think we should have a look in and hopefully
Jerry,
be available for the Super
you said
Eagles.
something that really struck my mind. You said, players like Akko Adams, wouldn't have been given a chance, under Eric Chell because, isn't out there. He's actually not out there already when, the coach actually, came on board. But of course, he gave him a chance. We can actually see what he's got. Now, we have a lot of other players who will also look at and say, okay, this guy, maybe he's actually struggling to actually measure up. Is it about the quality of the player or the fact that they see a manager they can trust in and, of course, they, put all their hearts to it?
It has to do with the style of play of the coach, first of all, and the mentality of the coach. And the coach will pick players that will fit into his style of play. Let's not forget, the last Unity Cup before this last edition, he invited as much as 7 NPFL players. They could not meet up. Yeah. And this time around, before this recent Unity Cup, he had to go and see the games for himself so that he'll be able to make the decisions courtesy of him. Because the last NPFL players he took were not based on his decisions. He didn't see the players before he brought them to camp.
Yeah.
But these ones he invited, he brought them to camp himself. And at least we still saw some bit of brilliant performances from the boys, but not still at par because they will still need more game time to be able to measure up to Eric Chell's style of play. So Eric Chell has proven that he has a knack for talent. If he picks a player, he knows that this player is going to suit into his own system. And eventually he will make sure that player is comfortable and make sure he has the welcoming environment. When a coach invites a player, if the team is not welcoming, that player will not enjoy success in terms of he will not feel comfortable. But there's this aura around the Super Eagles where the players trust Eric Chell's coaching and they believe that any player is bringing into the team is good enough. He deserves to be there. Back in the days, the likes of Finidi George will invite the player. That's my one's coach. He will invite the player, and the players will be worried like, are you sure this player deserves to be in the team? If a coach has gone ahead to invite the player like Tanimu, if next time he's inviting another player, players like Victor Osimhen will be very, very cautious and annoyed and say, are we sure this player is being invited on merit? But Eric Chell has proven over time that the players he has invited to be part of the team, they've contributed a whole lot.
Players he has picked so far, he has scouted so far, there has been a hit. I don't think there is any of the players, that he scouted himself that has fallen below par in terms of performance for the Super Eagles. And that shows a great deal the kind of mentality the coach has. I'm very proud of what he's trying to build. And, he's trying to send a message across. You are not indispensable. If you are not doing well, if you are not playing so well, you do not have a place in this national team. And, the average age of our national team is beginning to go down. There is a 19-year-old boy is scouting. Majority of the guys that is scouting, they are still in their early 20s. And, these are guys that would, have the longevity. These are guys that will be able to serve us. And these are guys that will serve, as a competition to the established name. Jerry said something jokingly. And if I were Iwobi, I would take that statement very seriously. If Iwobi does not watch his back and not improve on his performance, somebody is here to replace him. If the current crop of players that we have that are the stable number one, if they don't step up, there is a replacement standing in the shadow to come in. Also, you could see the players that is also picked from, the NPFL league, the ones that he went to scout by himself, not the ones that was recommended for him last time, during last year's Unity Cup that he was complaining about. That goes to show that, he has the eye for talent. But the spoiler is this. As the NFF finalized a new contract for Eric Chell, is this exercise not in futility? Does the NFF believe in the vision that Eric Chell is trying to bring forth? For me personally, I don't think so. And it would be a great, disgrace the NFF will allow this kind of coach that has a vision and that has a growth plan for the national team, go like that without doing the needful.
I mean, Mawa asked so many questions. I mean, does the NFF actually see future of Eric Chell? These are big questions that we'll definitely be finding answers to. But then, if you look at what Eric Chell has been able to do as a coach, Mawa, you also said something a couple of days ago when you said that, yes, Eric Chell is actually doing a very good job, but you are so worried, you're so concerned that he keeps on shopping young players all the way, outside the shores of this country. Why can't he actually look inward to actually bring in? I mean, this is another case. I mean, are you giving him thumb up, or you're saying, oh, okay, yes, this is actually good, but I don't think it's the right move?
Well, the reason why I'm giving it a pass is this. I think I'm seeing the effort in terms of bringing in MPFL players. And if you are being honest, the MPFL players he brought this time around, they were way better than what he brought, than what he displayed last time. And like Jerry rightly said, at that particular point in time, he was still new in the system. A whole lot of the players were recommended for him. This time around, he went in himself and he went on shopping for players, which shows that, he still has eye for our MPFL, talent. However, I want to sound a note of caution. Yes, it's good that he's trying to build something great. However, that's something great that he's trying to build. A core part of it should be MPFL players. There should be no time that our Super Eagles will field 23 players, and we will not have at least 5 MPFL players. I think whatever he's trying to build, at least at any given point in time we are playing any match or we are doing anything, a minimum of 5 MPFL players should be there. That serves as an encouragement, and that serves, as a motivation for those playing in the league that there's a future for them in the national team. And, remember, also, we also talked about FIFA saying that anytime there's a competition or anytime any local league player, any player from a particular league in their locality participates in any FIFA organized tournament, there is a windfall that comes to them. Also picking those players is also an indication that also brings revenue to the club, and I think it will also do our club a whole good. So I'm hoping that he's able to balance it out. But the question has always been, the NFF does not believe in this guy, and the way they are moving funny. And like I said over and over again, it's just 1 or 2 games away from being fired with the way the NFF is moving at the moment.
Absolutely, Mawa. Let's take a cue from what you just said. You said something about money, the windfall. Let's look at where it's actually coming down right there in the city of London. Sandro Tonali is the man at the center of it. A lot of conversation about him moving away, from Newcastle. If he's going to be joining Spurs, it's a matter of time. As the man, Robert De Zerbi wants him as his centerpiece at Tottenham Hotspur's rebuild. Of course, as they continue to rebuild from last season's relegation scare, Spurs sees Italy midfielder as their own Declan Rice. That's exactly the word they actually use. But Newcastle won't budge without a seismic offer. I think around 80 to about £100 million for the man whose contract runs out in 2029. Of course, City and Arsenal are also in the circle chasing this young man. And let's first of all talk about Spurs and how this man is going to fit in. And the man De Zerbi. De Zerbi came in where it seems like all hope was lost for Tottenham Hotspur. Somehow they managed to actually escape relegation, and now we are here seeing the kind of players actually acquiring. Robertson from Liverpool. They've gotten Van Heijken. They're actually looking at him from Brighton, and now also this young man in the middle of the pack for them. What exactly are we expecting to see from Tottenham? Are they going to be title contender come next season in the Premier League?
Yeah, I think for Tottenham Hotspur have reservations about the team due to the fact that nothing is constant as far as Tottenham is concerned. They're just like weather. It can change anytime. It could rain today. It could be sunny tomorrow. And the fact that Danny Levy has left the team, maybe that aura is going to leave the team. But this is a team that show little or no interest in winning championships. And of course, the Europa League was more like the aura of the Australian man. I'm trying to remember his name right now. Winning the Europa League. Postecoglou had to do something like a breaking of the genes. Maybe he went to some shrine to really make sure that that Europa League pulled through, because it was looking like it was not going to happen. Because that same season, Tottenham were almost battling relegation. They couldn't make Europe. They were struggling in the Premier League. All of a sudden, they still made it to the final of the Europa League and won it. Nobody would have believed that Tottenham side, in spite of all of the permutations and the positivity of Postecoglou leading up to winning that Europa League. Then, for this Tottenham side, how long is Denebi Debbie, I beg your pardon, is going to stay. Deserbi is going to stay with this club side. I don't think he's going to stay very long. And any player who wants to guarantee his future, look at Kudus. Kudus is suffering from that decision of his move, making his move to Tottenham Hotspur. If he had made his move to a decent side like Newcastle United, he would have still had the chance to move to a bigger club. Tottenham is a club side that will tie a player down and not give him a chance to move to a bigger club when the time comes. They will not win you championships. They will just make you a mid-team.
But Kudus is just very, barely a year in the club. And of course, last season,
he's been in and out injured.
He was playing with India, so, but that's not Tottenham sports.
Richarlison was an average player before he joined Tottenham Hotspur. He was looking like the next big thing. Look at it right now. He can't even make a friendly game with the Brazilian national side. He's become below average. Even the likes of Solanke is far better than him in that Tottenham squad. So if Tonali actually loves his football career,
Deserbi made a lot of
Deserbi is
improvements in the squad.
Let's not forget, this is the same club side that the likes of Jose Mourinho, who's currently coach of Real Madrid, came in, did very well, and he was sacked a day before a final. So Deserbi is one game away from being sacked, even when he's doing well.
But Jerry, the owners of Tottenham have come out to say they are going to heavily back Deserbi, even financially, to ensure that he gets the best player. They are looking at signing Savinho as well. They are looking at signing Savinho as well.
Yeah, Tottenham Hotspur is not a club you want to bank on. Just because today anything can still happen. Deserbi could still be doing well, and he might feel that this project is not really working out. There's something about this Tottenham squad. I think they're just happy just being a rival to Arsenal and just staying on top of the league and making lots of money. That's all. That's the real excitement about Tottenham. So for Tonali, I think he should run. He should not even consider the offer. Even if Ancelotti joins Tottenham today, because tomorrow morning Ancelotti may be out, Zebi might be out before the season even starts. A club might come for him and may look at the project. They are not going to.
But Jerry, to be fair with Spurs, right? Every manager they've sacked this season failed to live up to expectations. To be very fair.
How much chance did they give those players? Look at Thomas Frank. They made a rubbish of him. Yeah, Thomas Frank was struggling. Thomas Frank was struggling not because he was not a good coach. A lot of injuries were packing all up on the team. So Thomas Frank was not to blame.
But it's the same reason. It's the same reason that he left. That Deserbi came and of course turned the ties around.
Deserbi turned it around, and let's not forget there was a clause. He didn't even turn it around. He just survived. He just survived.
That's the condition. That's the condition.
Other league sides who were also in the running, they were all not living at par. Even before he came in, the likes of Burnley has already made their pact to join the championship. So it was only left for 2 slots. So there was somehow way that Tottenham was still going to make it, if not the fact that the other man that came in was more like a PE coach who almost ruined the club side that was already ruined before.
Jerry, you really miss an onslaught. I hear you calling his name. But let's talk about this man here. Sandro Tonali is moving to Tottenham. Jerry is not having it at all.
He shouldn't do that.
Jerry is not having it at all. But he's moving
to
Tottenham, a right move for him, considering the manager that will be coming. It's an Italian like him.
I think because of the Italian connection, he wants to look at that. However, he will be doing himself a great disservice. I think, Deserbi did not survive anything. How many games did he win?
He survived
West Ham messed up.
Did they relegate?
West Ham messed up the opportunity to kick out Tottenham Hotspur, and that's the reason why Tottenham survived. To be honest with you, he only won 1 game.
Every goal
won 2 games.
Every goal in a game comes after an error.
It doesn't really matter. He won only 2 games out of all the games he won. That's number 1. Number 2, the club is unstable. They are very, very unstable. They are unstable like the weather. Sometimes you see the sunshine, and before you know it, the rain will start falling. That's how Tottenham is. They are not stable. I don't think, and majority of these coaches that were sacked, some of them they had issues with the management. That's number 2. The kind of signings that they made, the profiles of those players do not suit a Tottenham Hotspur. Deserbi will be saddled with the responsibility of taking about 5-6 players out. And I don't think he has that. I don't think he has that financial muscle at the moment. Yes, they said they are going to back him. Are they going to back him with £1 billion? That's not possible. To get out some of these players will take a bit of time. So we are looking at a project of maybe 2-3 years before it's Tottenham competing. Is the management, are they going to be patient enough to wait for Deserbi to be able to figure it out and get it right? For me, to be honest with you, Tonali his stock is rising. Yes, a whole lot of people might say there has been inconsistency in his performance. However, even with that performance, is best suited for a top club that has something that they are chasing than a Tottenham Hotspur. To be honest with you, like Jerry rightly said, Richarlison is not the most fantastic player. However, his career nosedived. His career nosedived when he decided to go to Tottenham Hotspur, and probably the same thing will happen to Sandra Tonali if he decides to leave for Tottenham Hotspur, because the management do not know what they are doing. They operate like the weather. They don't have a clear plan in state. They don't have a clear plan on board. And any player that is jumping on it is just doing trust me, bro. Is just jumping on board because of trust me, bro. And that does not take you anywhere.
Sadly, that does not take you anywhere. That's exactly what Maya is saying. But let's turn our attention to the World Cup. And this time around, first off, let's talk about, that team that's actually making waves at the moment. And at the center of it is their goalkeeper, 40-year-old goalkeeper, Vozinha. That man actually came into the World Cup and did the unthinkable against La Roja. The 2010 World Cup, Spain. And of course, when he came into that particular team, lots of conversations, and a lot of people were expecting them to actually lose that game. But unfortunately, they didn't lose that game. It was the very first time, a newcomer playing against a superpower, can actually drag a game, into that particular game. And a lot of people also gave them, head. So I think I recall Afis was saying something about this particular team, saying they're actually a very good side. Going this particular World Cup, we should not expect, Spain to just take them to cleaners, but then they showed a very good account of themselves. And that man, his stock is continuing to rise. A lot of people have been talking about him. But hey, that's not why we are here now. We're actually talking about another team that actually suffered the worst defeat. Okay, the second worst defeat in this particular World Cup. Talking about Tunisia after the 5-1 loss to actually Sweden. And now they've actually sacked their coach in the person of Sabri Lamouche, and have hired Javier Renat after the World Cup opener ended in a 5-1 hammering of the Swedes side. Of course, Alexander Isak and not forgetting Victor Gyökeres got in the score-sheet, and the only coach to win AFCON 2 times with 2 different nations, talk about Zambia and Ivory Coast in 2012 and 2015 respectively, is the man who is to take charge of that particular nation. Now, Javier Renat lands in Montreal today and start work for Friday must-win game against Japan. Saudi Arabia side, he actually coached the Saudi Arabia side that actually shocked Argentina 2-0 right there at the 2022 FIFA World Cup that Argentina eventually won. And this man is the man expected to actually guide these guys. Does he have what it takes in him? I mean, his World Cup experience, the fact that he's been there and he's done it against a superpower is one reason they're actually looking at him. Of course, plus the fact that he's got a lot of experience, handling African players. Can he actually turn the tides against that samurai side we actually saw, against the Netherlands?
Yeah, if there's one man you want to give a chance, it's Javier Renat. And just because the fact is he has proven his mettle when it comes to coaching lesser underdog sides against top sides. Yeah, but the limited time he's going to have could be his undoing. Except maybe he has studied the Tunisian side before, and they've pointed to him that he might be taking the job, and he would have been doing his homework, preparing himself ahead of this opportunity. So if that's the case, because the friendlies before Tunisia played the game, they lost almost all. We were able to win at least one, I think out of 5 games. They've been struggling prior to this one. And he was not the one who took them to the last AFCON, talking about Lamouchi, who was eventually sacked. The fact that Javier Renat has been given the job, you want to give them a chance. But against the Japan side, it's going to be very difficult. Japan, they're like, how fish swims in water, they never get tired. They can play for 200 minutes and they don't get tired. That's the undoing of the Netherlands playing against Japan. And the fact that after negotiating Japan, they will have to play Holland. So I don't know how Renat is going to beat Japan and Holland when you could barely make it in your first game against the Sweden side. So it's going to be a very difficult call for Javier Renat. But I think at the end of the day, it's a big payday for him, because it's going to take a whole lot of money to convince him to take the job at the middle of the World Cup. So I think he will just take a shot at it. I don't know whether he's going to do the Emerson Faye of the World Cup. Yeah, Emerson Faye did it with Cote d'Ivoire, being appointed after the first match, and he eventually went on to win it. But that doesn't happen at the World Cup.
They were the host nation. No. They can actually lose. Argentina lost their first game. Yes, they didn't change.
At least they are not United States. We are talking about Tunisia. Tunisia is not the host, so maybe that aura will not be enough for them, because I don't know whether Tunisia is part of those countries that their citizens are not allowed to really come in. But I don't see, anyway, for Tunisia, yeah, it's going to be just try your luck and see what you can get out of it.
I think, I no disrespect to Netherlands. I think the beatable team in that particular group be the Netherlands. I don't think they are performing to the extent that you expect them to perform. I think one of the winnable games for Tunisia will probably be the game against Holland. For Averina taking that particular job, I think they just put him there to see what he can get. They will not be expecting much from him. However, if you can get to the round of 32, it will be very brilliant for them. I think what they are targeting now is best thought. However, the number of goals they've considered so far puts them at a great disadvantage. The Tunisian side I watched against Sweden do not look like a Tunisian side, even if they win that game, do not look like a Tunisian side that can score a whole lot of goals. If you watch the game against Sweden, I'm not a coach. I knew exactly what was wrong with that particular in that particular game. And the guy refused to make substitution. And that contributed to, to how poorly Tunisia played. And, this has been happening leading to the World Cup. All the games he played, he won 1 out of 5. And the FA did not think to go the Ghanaian way and fire him and bring in somebody that will be able to do something fantastic. I think Averina is just a Hail Mary. Let's see what he can get. But I don't think they probably, make it through. Like Jerry has said, play the 2 games and probably maybe shock, Holland, maybe probably a shock win against Holland and come back home. I don't think they have it in them. Probably maybe Averina will be able to take them to the next AFCON qualifier or the next AFCON title well prepared. But this particular tournament, they are just hiring him as a Hail Mary. If he's able to get to the round of 32, then he has done so well for them.
Wow. If he's able to get them to round of 32, he has done so well. I mean, looking at that Tunisia side, I also saw them at the AFCON. I know they're actually not a very strong side. They've got quality players, but as a team, I really don't see that quality in them, going heads up against a very strong side. But still talking about the World Cup, and this time around, let's go straight to the camp of the Three Lions as England's World Cup hope has hit an early snag with Tino Livramento ruled out of the tournament through a hamstring injury picked up in the training. Trevor Chalobah, who was holidaying in the US and on the standby list, has been drafted in Thomas Tuchel's English side. Of course, Chelsea defender knows Tuchel well from Chelsea. Of course, joins up ahead of the Wednesday Group L opener against Croatia. Now, this is where the big conversation is. This man, is actually having a very chill time right there in the US. Fortunately for the Three Lions, he's very well close to the camp, and now he's joined up. Jerry, before this World Cup, right, it's always been Kyle Walker, Kieran Trippier, and Trent Alexander-Arnold. And for some reasons, a lot of persons were worried or concerned, why did Arnold actually not make this list? Now you have a natural fullback leaving due to injury, and you're bringing in someone who is more of a centre-back to replace him. Why not Arnold? Is Arnold overrated in England?
Yeah, for Trent Alexander-Arnold, let's not forget that he's had a torrid injury season out there as well. And the fact that he has limited game time, courtesy of the fact that...
But toward the end of the season, Jerry, he came back, he was playing. Yeah, himself and Jude.
Arbeloa actually told him that he was not part of his plans before the season ended. And it actually showed. He was not given much game time. And even the likes of Cavalier was considered ahead of him in the pecking order. So for the fact that he didn't have a good season, I didn't see him making the English Three Lions. It's going to be a difficult call. And the fact that those 3 right back you've mentioned, Kyle Walker has since left the Premier League.
Yeah.
And he has not been seen.
No, everyone is expecting Trent to actually take charge since, after the first 2, because he was actually 3rd on the pecking order.
Yeah, judging from the performance this season, that was the reason why.
But Jude was also suffering injuries. Jude wasn't as, awesome. In fact, he was really struggling this season with injury. It was towards the end of the season. He also came back and he was playing.
There's one thing with struggling with injury, but when you're struggling with injury, whenever you are fit and ready, your first team place is secured. But that's not the case of Trent Alexander-Arnold. When you're out injured or when you're available, your first team position is not secured because the coach does not believe in your abilities. That's the case of Trent Alexander-Arnold. And if that being said, I think that's a major reason why he was not taken by England to this World Cup. But Thomas Tuchel has really, really surprised a lot of people. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I think maybe there's something in his head that we don't really understand because I think it's different from the coaching that we understand.
Yeah.
Thomas Tuchel always do crazy things. He does things differently. Where you assume that he is making this decision, he will make it the other way.
Because naturally, Jerry, I would have assumed, or I would have looked at it as, okay, fine. Arnold might not be as sharp as we expect him, but his experience will come in handy. start Jay Spence, let Arnold be the backup. It's actually natural fullback. He's got the quality. We saw a lot of, switching he was actually doing when he came back, playing for Real Madrid again. He's got quality. He can also be drafted in the middle of the pack and all of that. So I was expecting to see him actually, being part of the team now that, Livramento, who is supposed to be the very first man on the
What I've
roster.
also pinpointed is that Thomas Tuchel has found a way to build this team around the situation where they'll say it's not the experienced players who have made sure that the team excel if eventually they go ahead to win the World Cup or make it to the final. He wants the team to be built around the structure which he believes he's going to take all the accolades. He's not going to be like, okay, because of the experienced players in the team. It is because Thomas Tuchel made the right decision, picked the players he wanted. That is why this team went ahead to the final. And you will not take that away from Thomas Tuchel. He is a Champions League winner. He is a coach who has won medals. So you want to trust his decision making. And Thomas Tuchel is someone who makes a lot of crazy decisions. But at the end of the day, for any team to succeed, no matter how big you are, you need experienced players. But I've seen that not being part of this England side. Even the back, Harry Maguire is not there, though I'm not a big fan of Harry Maguire. But with his performance this season, I think with his experience,
he had a better performance
he
than
has
John
a big
Stones.
shout. He's supposed to be in that team. Even with this injury, I thought he would have even brought a Harry Maguire, not a Chaluba for me. For instance, though Chaluba had a decent season, but very, very bad season overall.
Yeah.
Taking a look at Chelsea's performance this season, he couldn't even save them. They couldn't even make Europe. They were losing games back week in, week out. Because he's around, that means Thomas Tuchel would have told him to be around in case there's a situation where they will need the player when any of the English players are injured. Let's not also forget, England players can still get injured 5 minutes to their first game. So that's how English players are very, very soft. They are very soft and fragile. They could get injured anytime. So we might be expecting more injuries even before the competition comes out. And of course, Thomas Tuchel will also always have a backup plan.
But Maiwa, I mean, Jerry raised a lot of points. I mean, one of it is that, why trust a man? Why say you trust a man if you can allow him do what you appointed him to do? And that's exactly why he's doing the job. But another question is, you said, Harry Maguire is actually not good enough to actually make it because you have better players in that particular position. And that's exactly why you are dropping him after, the whole question about why you drop Harry Maguire. Now, a natural fullback actually left. We're expecting you to replace him with a natural fullback, and now you bring in a center defender who is behind Harry Maguire in the pecking order. What exactly is Thomas Tuchel doing?
Well, it's only Thomas Tuchel that understand. I think, obviously, I agree with him not picking Alexander-Arnold. If we are being honest, Alexander-Arnold, especially last season, performed below what we know him to be. While he was at Liverpool, he was very exceptional. He was one of the most talked about, player. The moment he left from Madrid, injury complicated a whole lot of things. Chopping and changing of coach also contributed to it. The new coach did not see eye to him and decided to tell him that you're no longer in my plans. Maybe that will happen down, say Mourinho, because Dumfries is here. I don't know what the plans of Jose Mourinho for Alexander-Arnold will be. We are probably see Alexander-Arnold coming back to England. Now, coming back to the replacement, I think there is a particular worker who is part of the Burnley team. The Burnley side. Yes, Burnley was relegated, but anytime Burnley plays, you can see the exceptional performance of Walker. Walker is a natural fullback. He has won a whole lot of medals. He has a whole lot of experience. He has tournament experience. Why are you bringing a Chaluba in? That on a good day, even with Walker playing at Burnley, Walker is still way better than a Chaluba. I do not understand it. I don't know the reason why. Maybe because of the Chelsea connection. Maybe because Tuchel is familiar with Chaluba. Maybe that's the reason why. Another pick again in that team is John Stones. John Stones had an off season with Man City. He was being benched a couple of times under Guardiola last season. How do you bring that person in and you leave out an Harry Maguire that was very exceptional for Manchester United? It doesn't make any sense. And I've said it when we're reviewing the groups. I said it earlier. England are pretenders. And I think at this particular point, they will just, promise a whole lot and under-deliver. And that's what will happen with this group of players. Because Jerry said it rightly, in this kind of tournament, in this kind of competition, you need experience. The experience is not there. And when it matters most, the experience that is not there will come back to bite them. And probably England will be kicked out.
We definitely will here to actually bring all of that when it comes back to bite them, like what I actually said. But let's move on still to another story, still about the World Cup, and this time it's about the Alba Celeste. As the coach, Lionel Scaloni says Lionel Messi is fully recovered from hamstring discomfort and ready to face Algeria in Argentina's World Cup opener. The 38-year-old Inter Miami star will make history with a 6th World Cup appearance and his 200 cap for Argentina. Scaloni also confirmed Emiliano Martinez's fractured finger and Julian Alvarez's ankle issues are no problem. There is no injury at this point for the Albiceleste as they prepare for, Riyad Mahrez and co. Jerry, are they title contenders in this particular World Cup?
Yes, as far as Messi is in that team, and the fact that Scaloni is still in charge, he won the last edition of the World Cup, so there's a lot of experience and aura going on in this team. Di Maria is still with this team.
No, Di Maria is not part of
Di Maria is not part of the team, so Messi alone, and of course, let's not forget Lautaro Martinez on fire, on form as well. Everybody's talking about Lautaro Martinez most of the time.
Yeah.
They forget that he's the firepower in that attack. He can score goals from any angle in that pitch. And the fact that...
Julian Alvarez?
Yeah, Julian Alvarez. He has had a fantastic season with Atletico Madrid. He's the talk of the transfer with a lot of plus sides wants him. And he's also a World Cup winner as well. So a lot of World Cup winners in that team. They understand what it takes to play through all the games and win it. So they are ready for another round of exercise. I can still see the younger this Argentine side. They're a very, very big title contender. But against Algeria, let's see how it looks like. African teams have proven that they don't fear the big names. And maybe this will be it. Argentina lost their first game and went on to win the World Cup. Who says they can't do it against Algeria and repeat what happened in 2022?
Who says they can't do it against Algeria and repeat what happened in 2022? Hey, that's exactly what the Opta prediction is actually saying. 68% for Argentina and 13.2% for Algeria. Maiwa, how much of a true is this particular reflection when it comes to Opta saying Argentina will most likely win the game? But before you actually say anything, Maiwa, I also want to actually bring to your notice that South America remains the only side that's yet to actually produce a win in this particular World Cup. Can Argentina turn the tides, knowing that they are the only side they are the side that top their qualification rank when they're actually coming into this particular World Cup? It's against Africa that's actually, and other parts of the continent that's actually produced the champion. Can they lead the way or follow through the same path as other South American sides?
Well, I think they have quality to do it. It will surprise you that out of the 23-man squad that went to the last World Cup, only 9 of them is missing, and the 9 is either because of form, like Dybala, Otamendi retiring, Di Maria also retiring, and the rest of them. It's only 9 of them that did not make this particular cut. That's about 60-70% of that particular squad that won the World Cup in this particular World Cup. That shows the kind of experience that they bring. However, the team is aging. If you look at the average, average age of that particular team, it's about 32, 33, and that shows how old the team is. Rodrigo De Paul is about 32, and the rest of that. They are not as potent as they used to be, if we are being honest. And I think Algeria can come on and surprise them. Do they have the quality to dispatch an Algerian side? Yes, they do. But for me, I don't think Argentina will go all the way to win this particular World Cup. I think the best Argentina will probably get in this particular World Cup, maybe the quarterfinals or the round of 16. I don't see them going all the way because they don't possess that quality. That quality, that team quality that they possessed the last World Cup, they do not possess. Remember also, there's also injection of new blood. Nico Paz, the Nico Paz that plays for Como will also be starting, and it's just an infusion of experience and young face in this particular team, and that does not show the kind of quality they possess at the last World Cup. So for me, I think they might do it against Algeria, but I don't think they'll probably win the World Cup.
But Maiwa, okay, you don't think they will win the World Cup, but are you seeing them in the final though?
No, they are not. I said it earlier, they are pretenders. They'll probably drop out at the round of 16 or at most quarterfinals.
But because why I'm asking this question is that World Cup has its pattern. Every single time there's a major tournament, if you follow the World Cup, you see that there's several patterns that happen. Something happens, and then you say, okay, this thing most likely translates to what happened. We saw it in 2022. The last time Argentina was in the same group with Canada, Argentina won the World Cup in '86, and that's exactly how it happened again. Canada actually got to the World Cup for a very long time since '86, and Argentina got to the same group and they won the World Cup. Now we're actually seeing Argentina having, arguably the biggest star, after Diego Maradona. And of course, the last time Argentina got to the final in '86, the following year, the World Cup was hosted in 1990 by Italy. And Maradona was playing in Italy at the time, and he led them to the final, defeating the host nation in the semi-finals. Messi's playing in the US, and the World Cup is being held, by 3 nations, including the US. Are you not seeing a pattern?
The pattern is different. Italy hosted the World Cup alone. This time it's in 3 countries.
Okay.
At that particular World Cup, there were a lot of the Argentine players. They were not as old as the current team at the moment. The average age of the Italian 90 World Cup was about 28.5. If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
That was the Argentine. That's the average of the Argentine team. But this particular team, I think it's about 33.1 or thereabout. They are much more older than that particular side. And if we are being honest with ourselves, some of the games that Argentina has won, they struggle to win those games, especially in their qualifiers. And yes, they came first. However, if you look at the ease they won games in the last World Cup, it's not the same ease they are using to win the games at the moment. So for that, I don't think they will probably win the World Cup. They will go far, but the far they are going, probably the quarterfinals, and they will be kicked out.
So let's take a look at another very interesting game that we'll be actually seeing, later today. Argentina games comes up 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, so very much later at night. But this game is going to come earlier. Talking about France and Senegal. Last time two teams actually met was at the World Cup, and it was a shocker. Senegal actually took that game 1-0, defeating the defending champion France. And France is now the runner-up, in the last World Cup, playing against, a team that has been stripped of the title. So we're looking at 2 runner-up. Runner-up in the World Cup, and of course, runner-up in Africa, going head-to-head. Who takes this one, Jerry?
Yeah, Senegal has done it before. The likes of Papa Diop, and
Kamara,
Cisse. When that team beat the Super Eagles of Nigeria and Mali 2002, everybody was really angry with the Super Eagles. They were angry with Amadou Shaibu, and everybody went haywire. And Nigerians and everybody who were fans of Super Eagles didn't recognize that Senegal side was really a classy side. A lot of the players were playing abroad, and they were already doing big things, doing their own things on their own before they came to the national team. And the fact that they had a coach who understands what they actually wanted to achieve. Until they beat France, that's when Nigerians actually respected this Senegalese side. The whole world attention was shifted to this Senegalese side. And we all know they all went on to do big things. They made a move to the big club side. Even Diop eventually won the African Footballer of the Year. So take a look at that trajectory since 2002 to 2026. Senegal has improved in terms of their age grade teams are now doing well from the under-17 level. I think they've even gone as far as the final of the under-20 World Cup, if I'm correct.
No.
Oh, I think they're under-17.
Yeah.
And since then, they've been a trajectory of players. And they won the last AFCON. They're the current African champions. You don't want to
Morocco now on record.
As far as I'm concerned, they're still the current champions. They're still the African champions. As far as I'm concerned, we're waiting for
the Confederation of Sport
to make a big decision. So as far as that is concerned, Senegal is still the champions of Africa. And they're taking that mentality into this game against France, knowing the fact that their elder brothers who have been there before, have beaten France. And this time around, France is coming to the World Cup as runners-up after winning the edition before 2022. So, and take a look at that France squad. I think most of these Senegalese players, head for head, will not feel afraid of this French side because quality for quality, they have it as well. Apart from the likes of maybe Kylian Mbappe, who is ahead of the likes of Sadio Mane in terms of quality, but Sadio Mane can still hold his own against Mbappe on a good day. Yeah, because he's a top quality player who has played for top quality sides and has proven himself in big games, and he has leadership qualities. And let's not forget, the Gueye is also there, who's not afraid of anybody. Gueye can play against any team in the world with the same form, and he can actually score goals and change games.
What's your prediction for this game?
Prediction for this game, I see Senegal getting a win or France getting a draw. Yeah.
What's the prediction?
My prediction is 1-1. It'll be 1-1.
I mean, Jerry is actually predicting the same scoreline we saw Senegal, Morocco against Brazil. Is that the same for you?
Like they can strike twice. They've done it before. They did it 24 years ago. They can do it again. If you look at if you watch the friendly between France and Côte d'Ivoire, you will understand that the Senegalese side they have an opportunity against the French side. Yes, they post a whole lot of stars and the rest of that. However, I think the Senegalese side, if they are very disciplined, they can do it against France. For me, I think a shocker win for Senegal. Senegal wins 2-0.
Senegal win 2-0. Wow, that's actually a very
Senegal wins 2-0.
My, this is actually a very big call. France got arguably the very best attacking threats in this World Cup. They've got arguably the very best centre-back pairings in terms of quality in depth. They've got arguably the very best creative players, creative minds in this particular World Cup.
Are you talking about Konate is the best? Is it Konate?
Wait, which centre pairing? Which one?
Which Konate?
Wait,
Which defensive pairing? Is it Konate?
Wait.
Is it that failed Liverpool player?
They've got top players, Maiwa. I mean, there's Konate, there's Upamecano, there's Saliba.
Come on, Konate and Upamecano are the most dicey players you can have in your defense.
Maiwa, they also have a top goalkeeper in Magnan.
Let's not forget.
Well,
Magnan had to help Mendy. Mendy anytime, any day. Mendy is a top goalkeeper, and I want to rely on him stopping the likes of.
I don't know why you are doing this, but you're beginning to sound like a politician, Jerry. How can you have a Magnan option
and Mendy? I'll pick Mendy ahead of Magnan. Forget. Sentiments apart, Benjamin Mendy has won the Champions League before. He's the current African.
So that's the yardstick now.
No, I'm talking about he has played for top club sides and he has played big games and proven himself week in, week out. That's the hallmark of a top quality goalkeeper. During the fact that he is going to the Saudi
Canada also played for Liverpool. Is he a top player?
Yeah, during his days, he was a top player among the top defenders. He was starting in that Liverpool side that went ahead to win the UEFA Champions League. He didn't have to start for England at the point in time.
Top player.
He's a top player, playing for a club side that went on to win the Champions League.
He's a Liverpool legend anyways. He's a Liverpool legend, don't worry. I mean, as we wrap up now, I mean, time's not our friend. Exactly tell me, where exactly can, Senegal lose this game before we wrap up? Just give us a final thought on that. Let's go.
Definitely it's going to be in the midfield. They have to hold Ryan Cherki very well. Ryan Cherki and Olise. If they hold those two guys, especially Olise. If they can hold Olise is the glue that links up everything. If they can cut Olise off, I think Senegal wins that particular game.
Jerry, it's time to go.
Yeah, definitely it's time to go. I would like to come back here and celebrate Senegal beating France. Yeah, but my prediction is 1-1, but I would love to see Senegal beat France one more time.
Maiwa says 2-0, Jerry says 1-1. But of course, tomorrow we'll get you the exact result when the game is finally over. This is exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on this episode of The Locker Room. Ikechukwu Agwago. If you're a fan of politics, sit around because the next show is Chukwuma Okoro bringing in all of the political angles to the show Political Lens. Have a sporty day ahead.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Protect the old. It's time.
Are you scared? You should be.
Good job, baby.
This is the way.
It was a day of excitement and smiles as children gather at Female Cinema, Palms Mall, Lagos, for a special cinema outreach program. The initiative, which featured a screening of The Mandalorian and Grogu, created an opportunity for young movie lovers to enjoy entertainment, creativity, and the power of storytelling. Organizers say the outreach is aimed at creating memorable experiences for children while encouraging creativity and positive engagement.
So I believe that as an entertainment company, as distributors, we're not just all about bringing films to the cinema. We are also about using that medium, that is film, entertainment, to sort of create memorable experiences for people in our community. So it makes sense that as we are doing the one we can for the cinema, we are also giving out to our immediate community as well. So it's about the experience for the kids, because you find that in the crowd that we have here, there are some people that haven't had the cinema experience before. So this project was actually just curated for those people so that they know that an experience like this exists. And there's something about film and broadening people's horizons, broadening your expectations, right? So this was just sort of the idea that there's so much more beyond their immediate environment. So that was sort of what inspired this, and just making sure that people get that experience at least once in, want to believe that subsequently things like this will be happening for them. But yeah.
You've seen how everything just started. We're actually here to ensure that we give back to the society. This is something we do every now and then. Journey Cast has always looked for opportunities to give back to society. Sometimes we go all on board doing malaria programs, bringing awareness to the society. Today we just chose to give back to the children and all that. So, not everybody has the same opportunity in life. You get me? So these children are. This is a very beautiful experience for them, and one of the things is to do for them is to open up their horizon to great opportunities out there. So if they are confined to a certain way of thinking or to a certain box in life, when they come to places like this, their minds are open. They get to see beautiful things. They get to watch movies. They get excitement. They get inspired to even learn more in class, so they don't just stay confined to the regular thing they know every day.
When we get to, get initiatives like this, we like to support the children outside the classrooms, just so that they get new experiences and, they get to see everything outside the school. And also when they, talk to friends and they are in a conversation, they'll be able to have something to say too, that they've gone to this, they've done that, just so that, and we like to support something like this, just our name can also be out there also.
For the children, it was a moment of fun, interaction, and shared memories.
Hello, beautiful children. Yes. Okay, so is this your first time at the cinema?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how was the experience like for you?
Fine, thank you, ma'am.
Who among you enjoy yourself to the fullest today?
I.
So what did you enjoy about today?
The movie.
Who else enjoyed the movie? Yeah. So how was the movie for you?
It's fine, ma'am.
Okay, so if you will rate that movie on a scale of 1 to 10, what would it be? You have something to say?
If I'm going to rate the movie, I'm going to rate it about 10 over 10.
And why is that?
Because it's so interesting.
Okay, so who is your lucky actor in the movie? Is it Mano or the girl?
Mano.
Okay, and what is that thing you love about them?
Because he's a brave man. He's brave and he never give up.
Okay, so thank you very much. Enjoy. It's been an amazing experience to see the excitement and the joy on the faces of children as they gather together to have this cinematic experience through this wonderful outreach. Knowing fully well that this is like a first time for many of those children, we hope to see many of these to give every child the equal opportunity to learn beyond the classroom and make something meaningful for their life and have a broadened horizon. I am Oyindamola Olokuto for Voice of the People TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me? My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than
Let's go.
Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to VOP. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the presidency.
When we talk of
through top-notch
we need
programming,
to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira, 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher. And that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys, go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,006, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there's no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where has the money been applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices? Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Say, put it this way. Most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher. And that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up. A lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,600, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there's no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where has the money been applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
Presently, as I'm talking to you here, I am at the place where it all started back in 2022, the Slum Art School, Ijora, Badia. You can see with me, students, teachers, of course you can see a whole lot of artwork and students all practicing and putting themselves to good use because they say the idle mind is the devil's workshop. But these students are not idle. They're doing something with their lives. And I'm going to be talking to one or two of them. And I have Sadiq, please.
My experience being with slum art and the students is to make better future for the students and be able to make things on their own pertaining to artwork or pet bottle in the future in order to make their future more brighter.
This is a collage.
They call it collage?
Yes, we call it collage.
Okay. What are all these papers?
That's magazines.
From where? Where did you get all these magazines?
That's discarded magazines. In 30 minutes max, yeah.
30 minutes?
Yes, they can.
I know they pay anything. Even school fees, book, socks, sandals, uniforms, anything. I know they pay. Before then, they another school. They know they do anything like then they speak, then they write, read. They know they catch up. But since we don't reach there, then they catch up. and there is something. If I speak English with no correct, then we correct me, say no, mommy, no, it's like that. They pray for them, make God bless them.
We're here to kind of like celebrate, these children here, for the opportunity that was given to them by Selectors Vadi Tuashe. So far, so good. The support has not been, regretted. It's something that we sat down, we thought about, and we clearly know, the vision, what we're trying to get at, and what we're trying to get at is actually to like help these children to become more than what their current environment is kind of like bottling them into.
Out here, you can see on top of me bottles, but they are just not bottles. They are artwork, and it means this is an art studio, upcoming art studio that the students of the Slum Art School Ijora Badia will be using as a platform for them to exhibit art and, of course, intelligence. Of course, I have some of the students who were part of this art studio to give us a little bit of explanation. We have Taufik, Muiz, and Fawaz.
Yeah, we went from picking bottle to putting rope. You can see we used the fishing line to hold it up.
Okay.
So we went from picking to putting rope and hanging.
It means a lot to us because we like to do this for fun, something like carrying bottles, put it on, do so many things.
A lot. Because me, I'm a interior decor.
Wow.
And my friend is fashion designer.
Wow.
So we love doing art.
I learn collage and artwork when I entered the school. The teacher they are teaching well. We use magazine and brush and glue.
Slum started in 2018. Started with 10 different communities: Ijarabadia, Kyokyo Village, Magedon, Bariga, New Garage, Gidankwali, and that is the beginning of slum art. But we noticed that it's not just touch and go, just go into this community and you never return back. So we decided to engage more, implant ourselves into the community, build a school where kids can come in. So we take our kids from the street and those who just roam about the community. So we use art as one part. We do animations, we do photography. So depending on what the child wants to learn, we decide to just be a part of people's life in our own little way to help them shape in their future and help them come out of mentally come out of their environment.
It's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Ariko here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atsebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Philly Storms out here and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Vidya Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Tonight, we focus on three major developments redefining the national conversation, from the courts to the opposition camp and the global financial arena. The Federal High Court in Abuja, presided over by Peter Leaf, who has ordered the deregistration of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and 4 other parties, raising fresh questions about party viability, constitutional compliance, and the role of the Independent National Electoral Commission in Nigeria's democracy. We'll also examine opposition realignments as Rabiu Okwokwanso backs Peter Obi for 2027. Of course, he has to, because he is his principal, the presidential candidate, while Okwokwanso is a running mate, while the International Monetary Fund, IMF, urges President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government to consider new fuel and telecom taxes amid economic strain in Nigeria. Stay with us as we connect the dots behind all of this and bring that information wholly to you. Good evening and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from, by Mr. Shegu Shopito. Shegu is the chairman, Accountability, Candor, and Transparency International, but he appears here in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Shegu, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens. I do appreciate your presence, as always.
It's my pleasure to be here. Good evening to all the viewers.
All right, now let's quickly run into it. A federal high court in Abuja, presided over by Justice Peter Leaf, has ordered the deregistration of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and 4 other political parties for allegedly failing to meet constitutional requirements for continued registration, for them to continue to be a political party in Nigeria. The suit was filed by the National Forum for Former Legislators, which asked the court to compel the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to remove ADC, Action Alliance, AA, Action People's Party, APP, Accord Party, and Zenith Labour Party, LLP, from the official register of political parties. Well, Justice Leaf ruled that INEC should register the affected parties for breaching Section 225 of the Nigerian Constitution. Well, further details of the judgment are expected to be released later. In the meantime, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has described the court-ordered deregistration of the ADC as a desperate and failed plot conceived in the shadows of fear, orchestrated to cripple opposition voices ahead of the next election cycle. While Article's camp released these statements and actions in response to the legal developments. Article's senior special advisor, Special Assistant on Public Communication Frank Shaibu, labeled the attempt to deregister the party as a poorly scripted political ambush designed to suppress the opposition. Recall that Article had previously warned the ruling establishment, that's the APC and the Bola Ahmed Tinubu government, against daring to deregister ADC, linking such moves to a broader pattern of state-sponsored intimidation and harassment of opposition figures. Shegu, finally, the court has ordered INEC to deregister ADC. How do you react to this? Did it come to you as a surprise? The thing just happened this afternoon, boom, in the news media. ADC, court has ordered the ADC to be registered. Yeah. Let's have your broad reaction to this development.
Nigeria is quite an intriguing stage for political drama. You know, that's the way that I would look at this, because it's very strange. It is absolutely mind-boggling how our political actors come up with these schemes. And I think that the part of it that bothers me is the role of the judiciary in all of this, and the fact that it will seem as though the weight of the responsibility that is on the shoulders of our judicial officers, especially on the bench, is not obvious to them. Like, they are unaware of the weight that they carry on their shoulders as an arbiter, you know, within society, and the ones that have been charged with adjudicating when there are disputes to ensure that confidence in the justice system prevails in society and people don't resort to self-help. So if you have a situation where a judge can just come up with this very strange pronouncement.
Is it strange?
It is strange,
okay,
especially when you look at some of the details of the matter. The first part that I found very strange is the people that sued. I'm not a lawyer, Chukuma, but having been around for long enough and having been involved in many cases, I know that there are a couple of some fundamental principles upon which the rule of law is built. One is jurisdiction of the court that has been approached, you know, in the first instance, and even up until to the appellates, and maybe in some instances the Supreme Court. The other is fair hearing. In this particular case, you know, what we have been told repeatedly, you will not believe the number of times that I, you know, and my colleagues in our civil society organization have wanted to go to court, and our legal team will tell us, you do not have locus. That if there are so many matters that you could have tried to just take to court, as an interested, my argument is always, look, I'm a citizen. And, you know, these actions, as long as they fall within the realm of politics and governance in Nigeria, I have jurisdiction, I have locus, you know, and the lawyers say, no, there must be, you must demonstrate to the court direct harm that you will suffer as a result of the inaction of the court, or, you know, inability of the court to grant you relief. In this case, who are these people? What body is association of former legislators or something like that? I mean, it's how...
These are people who at one point or the other served in parliament.
I understand, but how does the registration or otherwise of a political party harm them directly? So, for example, now, if one political party goes to the court to say, we are contesting against these people, and the law says that they must fulfill this condition. Since they have failed to fulfill those conditions, if you allow them to contest against us, we suffer harm. Now that's locus, it's clear. These people don't have locus. According, in my opinion, and I'm not a lawyer, you know, so it would be very, very nice to hear, But given what I have grown to understand over time, that was the first thing that I found very strange about this.
Okay, so you have an issue with the locals.
Absolutely.
I
don't know who these people are. They are what they call, the lawyers call them busybodies.
Okay,
These are busybodies.
Okay, now let's consider the premise upon which they asked INEC to register these parties. They said they didn't meet the threshold. And of course, if you look at it closely, you will discover that they didn't meet the threshold.
Absolutely.
25% at the national, state, or even local level. And so, if you consider that they didn't meet the threshold, is there any problem with, do you have a problem with the people that went to court to ask INEC to register them, or do you have a problem with the fact that they don't have locals? Also recall that at some time, Atahiru Jega had to register 28 political parties.
Absolutely.
So is the problem that people went to court looking for this, praying for this, or the fact that, well, they could not establish that their interests would be injured if these political parties participate in the election? Which one of it is?
It's the first one is the issue of the interest and the injury they suffer.
Okay.
As a result of, continued registration or recognition by INEC of these parties. The second issue that you bring up is also very interesting. So we have 21 parties in Nigeria currently registered by INEC today. Out of those 21, unless if I'm mistaken, there are only about 5 or 6 that meet the conditions. Okay. There are only about 5 or 6. APC, PDP, ABGA, Labour Party, NNPP. Okay. That's 5. I may have left out 1 or 2, I'm not sure. But that's the main, there are 21.
Okay. 20.
So the question has to be asked, why this 5? Why, what is this coincidence where ADC, who we all know is a major platform for a major opposition group, how did they suddenly find themselves amongst a random 5 when there is another 19? My math is failing me. Another 11 that do not, another 6 or 7 that do not meet the conditions. So that raises questions. It means that this is not about the law. It means that this is not about some people suffering harm. It means, that you then have to conclude that there is more to this that meets the eye, and it is therefore politics.
I'm happy that you brought us to this point, because I wanted to ask, where do you think this is coming from? Do you think that someone is their target, is the target of these particular people, the political class that you are talking about? Could someone be their target?
I think there are 2 targets here. Well, 2 major political actors that will be affected by this. It's Atiku Abubakar, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, and his people. Amechi, we all know who the people in the ADC are. And ironically and incidentally, I found it quite intriguing. The governor of Osula State, because he, to the best of my knowledge, he moved to the Accord Party. And the Accord Party, supposedly this ruling has deregistered them, which means the governor, is without a party at the moment. And what does that mean?
And the elections are coming.
What does that mean? And the elections are just around the corner. Osula election is just a few months down the line. It comes up, it's an off-cycle election that comes up before the general elections in January. So what's going on? So there's clearly something going on here. So clearly to me, Atiku Abubakar and his team, because they are, whether we like it or not, based on the outcome of the last election in 2023, they're a threat to the incumbents. They're a threat. They're a clear threat. They control a political machinery and structure that will command millions of votes. So they're a threat. And then the second victim, and therefore second target, appears to be, for some reason, the Osula State governor. So again, we must continue to ask the question. And I honestly don't think that this thing will stand.
Okay, you think it will stand?
No, of course. ADC will most certainly appeal.
Okay.
And I believe this will get to the Supreme Court. And I think that by the time the details, some of which we are not privy to, come out, and then some legal interpretations of the provisions of the law will also come forth, then we may find out, where we really are. Don't forget that the ADC is not new. So, for example, you and I, at the moment, I don't know about you, but I don't know how many votes they garnered in 2023. Because they were there, they contested, they had to collapse.
They collapsed at some point.
So, yes.
For the Labour Party.
Exactly. So they collapsed for the Labour Party, but as you know, I think their logo was still on the ticket, on the ballot, most of the ballots. The same goes for the Accord Party, right? So by the time these facts and details come out during the appeal process, I think we will now know where we're going. But my suspicion is that this can't stand.
It can't stand. Well, maybe the ADC will appeal because Atiku Abubakar is already talking tough. But before now, Atiku had warned, the APC, look, this thing that you're planning, don't even do it. Atiku had at several times said, well, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, APC government, INEC, the judiciary, you people are working to ensure that I'm not on the ballot, that some people are not on the ballot. And you don't have to try that. And so at some point, the Attorney General of the Federation, Fabemi, said he advised the courts to order INEC to proscribe or to deregister the ADC. At that point, INEC looked at it and said, INEC didn't say anything. Peter Obi was still in the party as at that time. So when Peter Obi left, INEC came out to say, well, we don't have reasons, to deregister the ADC and those other political parties because as far as we are concerned, they made the thresholds to continue to remain political parties. And it looks like every other person has forgotten about it and moved on, despite the fact that ADC still has its legal challenges in court. Now, all of a sudden, boom, we hear that the court has ordered ADC to be registered. Do you think that INEC could act on that court order? Mind you, the same court ordered NDC to be registered as a political party. And INEC complied.
Exactly.
So in this case, do you think that INEC will raise objections? Having said, we had earlier told you or told the courts and told Nigerians that there were no grounds for the registration. What will be the response of INEC in this issue?
I think INEC is going to play possum. I think they are going to simply play along. In my opinion, this is a script, and they will play their part. And, given the precedent that you just cited, where INEC had obeyed the ruling, the order of a court to register the ADC, even against their own interpretation of the order of another court, I suspect that what they will do is to simply obey this. So I will not be surprised if by sometime before the end of this week, INEC comes out and says, following the order of a court, these parties hereby stand deregistered. But it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. I think that whatever INEC decides to do, obviously, Atiku Abubakar is a battle-hardened political general and is absolutely going to fight this all the way to the Supreme Court in the country. And my suspicion is that by the time you look at all of the facts of the case, the laws of natural justice, the need to preserve peace in the country, I'm relatively confident.
When you say to preserve peace in the country, if ADC is deregistered, do you think that hell will be let loose?
No, I think that given the accusations and the warnings that the ADC, the main actors within the ADC, Amechi, Atiku, had come out before now. And it's very interesting and instructive that they came out to warn the ruling party and the president that they should not try, the people, they should not test the will of the people by playing games with the registration of their party. Given that they had come out to say that before now, I suspect that should this go ahead, for example, what happens if INEC goes ahead to deregister them and the Supreme Court validates it? I suspect that we may have some problems on our hands.
Okay. Now, there are many talking points around this issue. Talking about the Supreme Court validating it, it has to go to appeal. I'm suspecting, and Nigerians are saying, well, the first thing Atiku Abubakar and his group have to do is to go to court, get a stay of execution, slam it on INEC, then make an appeal.
Absolutely.
Which will, by the way, take a few weeks or so before it gets to the Supreme Court. In all of this, INEC already has a timeline for the conduct of primary submission of list of candidates and all of that. And so what will be the implication? First, in the polity, you are suspecting that because of the characters involved, Atiku Abubakar talking tough, his articulate group section of the North wrote to me and Mechi saying, well, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I know your secrets. I put you there and I'm going to pull the rug off your feet. Mind you, some people are also saying, well, this thing is going on because Nasiru El-Rufai is in detention. If Nasiru is around, this thing wouldn't happen because, I mean, he's known to have made some incendiary comments that even led to some fracas in some parts of the country. In all of this, what do you think could be the larger implication of this decision? First, on the polity. Second, on Atiku Abubakar.
Well, at the end of the day, I hope, one can only hope that good sense prevails and that whoever is behind this will allow our democracy to breathe. Look, let me tell you, Chukuma, my brother, I have no problem if ADC is registered. If, in line with the provisions of the law, they do not meet the threshold for maintaining registration as a political party, I have no problem with it. We should follow the law without looking at faces. My challenge is that if you are going to apply the law, you must apply it evenly across board. It cannot be selective. The moment it is selective, then it means that it's no longer about the law, and therefore you have broken the back of the rule of law and the trust that the people, the actors will have in the justice system. That, look, you don't want to imagine how dangerous that is. The issue of jungle justice, when people gather, put tire around the neck of a suspected armed robber, pour petrol and burn him alive while they are screaming and shouting and even laughing and celebrating, is because they don't trust the system. They don't trust the justice system, starting from the police. They believe that if they release these people to the police, those people will just pay one thing or the other, or they have one big man somewhere, and they'll be released. That's why people resort to jungle justice, which is self-help. So if the law is applied evenly, without being selective, across board, then deregister the 14 or 15 political parties that do not meet the threshold, including the ADC, then there won't be any problem.
Okay, now...
But if you've deregistered only 5...
Now, the fact of the matter is
then
that...
you have to ask
now,
questions.
the 5 that have been deregistered, were a court ordered, or the court has ordered for these 5 to be deregistered.
Sure.
The NFL, members of the National Association of Former Lawmakers, have their reasons, best known to them, to have approached the court. And in courts, in law, we are normally told that, well, the court will not grant a prayer
that was not asked for.
And so, NFL asked for these numbers to be deregistered. So, the court on its own will not add others. And this is not a deregistration that was prompted from within INEC itself. And so, INEC is bound to follow the order of the court. Now, people are like, you are asking questions. What happens to the other political parties that also didn't meet the threshold? So in the coming days, do you expect that people will go to court and ask the others to be registered? In the meantime, the bigger question is, does this present an opportunity for the ranks of the opposition? ADC, very mighty, big wigs, Atiku Abubakar, Malami, Rotimi Amechi are there. And because I heard some people muttering, well, looks like Atiku Abubakar might just get miffed at what is happening and
join the NDC.
And join the NDC. Collapse in structure. Amechi collapse in structure. Malami collapse in structure for NDC and say, well, this is the right time, for the opposition to unite and take out the APC. Do you see that happening? Is there a possibility?
I mean, with politicians, anybody that pretends to know what they will do, apart from they themselves and their closest allies, will just be deceiving themselves. We will have to wait to see. But it's not unthinkable, if the court, the judicial system somehow stands their ground and, sustains the registration of these 5 people, especially Accord and ADC. One way that the affected people, Atiku and his team, may react is to resort to self-help and to pursue the path of civil protest and unrest. That's one way. The other reaction is what you said, which would be a political calculation to say, you know what, guys, APC must go. And I tell you, and I've been saying this ab initio on as many platforms as I can, that if Atiku, Obi, and Kwakwanso, those 3 come together, even if the ruling party deploys its full rigging machinery, they will lose. And the reason is very simple. It's statistical. Based on the election result of 2023, which is even disputed, according to some people, those results, those numbers were manipulated to the advantage of the APC. But even if we go by those same numbers, if you combine the votes acquired by Atiku, Obi, and Kwakwanso, it's almost double the number of votes acquired by the APC in the last election. So if these three people come under one umbrella and genuinely and sincerely work together without rancor in complete unity, they will defeat the APC. So I think that whoever is orchestrating this funny arrangements where you are trying to deregister one, you are trying to sabotage one, they may overplay their own hand and shoot themselves in the leg and cause their own downfall. So it's very interesting. It's a scenario that could happen.
It's a scenario that might happen. Now, I've also heard some people say that, well, it could be, people that are against the APC, against Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that are behind all of this. Because they want it to happen in such a way that these other people could also collapse their structure. Force them together. Could it be the enemies of Tinubu that are behind all of this? Because at first value, the ordinary Nigerian political pundits will believe that, it is the APC, it is Bola Ahmed Tinubu that is behind this. But I hear some people, in hushed tone saying it is the enemy of the president that is doing this because they want to force some kind of coalition within the opposition. Is that is it possible?
Look, if we open the door to conspiracy theories and conjecture, then anything is possible. So I would rather not go down that road because there is no... when one is making inferences and assumptions, there has to be some premise of some sort. There has to be some basis. So, and I look around the political space and I can't find who that actor will be. I think that all of the enemies and friends have been clearly identified and their hands have been played. We can see all of them. So if I were to guess, I'll say, who could this enemy be? Because if you want to presume that some enemy hand is orchestrating all of this, you have to then assume that those hands are potentially outside of the current players. So who will that person be? So for me, I think that it's safe enough to just look at what is happening in front of us. The drama is enough in itself without adding speculation and conjecture. Let's just watch it all play out.
Okay, let's
enjoy the drama.
And enjoy the drama. Political drama, as a matter of fact. Now, before we leave this conversation, on the flip side, there were rumors at some point that, Atiku Abubakar, I don't know if you heard it, could, as a matter of fact, be working for Bola Ahmed.
Yeah,
And at some point, it was rumored, but, it wasn't all that everywhere, but under the table arrangements and all of that. And so, in all of this, do you think that this could also be in favor of Bola Ahmed Tinubu so that Atiku Abubakar could simply collapse his structure and say, hey, since we are in this mess now, since we have reached this point, there's nowhere else we can go. Let's collapse in favor of the APC. Is there a possibility?
Given what we know about Nigerian politics, the chances of that are very slim.
Very slim.
Very, very slim. And you have to remember that at some point during the electioneering campaigns in 2022, 2023, and even after, especially after 2023 and the results of the election had been announced and everybody had come to terms, do you remember that people accused Peter Obi of working for Tinubu?
Even up until this moment, some people are still accusing him.
Exactly. So for me, and having been pretty close to the ground during those elections, I know that is absolute bunkums. So I think that people are going to say all sorts of things. There's going to be a lot of speculation and conjecture. Like I said before, there is no end to it. It's a rabbit hole. If we jump down that rabbit hole, we can't get to the end of it. So for me, what is on the table is enough to chew on. Very crucial to see how the ADC, in particular, and the Accord Party will react to this. Very interesting to see how the judiciary will handle this. Because this is...
Okay, let's see how it all pans out in the coming days. Atiku has already issued a statement, through his spokesperson, Frank Shaibu. Shogu, let's get into another interesting discussion. Now, Dr. Rabiu Kokwanso, leader of the Kokwansia movement and vice presidential candidate of the NDC, has described the APC as a party in decline, saying many of its members and supporters are disillusioned. In an interview with BBC Hausa Service, he said the NDC is attracting growing support nationwide and that many Nigerians are seeking credible alternatives amid worsening insecurity and economic challenges. Kwakwanso confirmed his alliance with Peter Obi, once again describing him as a credible and fair leader with strong youth support, and reaffirmed that he is Obi's running mate for the 2027 election. I don't know why Mbarabi Musa Kwakwanso keeps re-emphasizing I'm his running mate. I mean, that position is not threatened. The moment they affirmed Obi, he said, this is my running mate. But at every turn, he has always said, I'm the running mate, I'm the vice presidential candidate, and all of that. He said both leaders share common values and have agreed on a rotational arrangement, in which Obi from the South will serve as a single 4-year term before power returns to the North, stressing that the partnership is serious, principled, and focused on Nigeria's long-term stability and development. Now, like I said, Kwakwanso keeps harping on the good qualities of Obi. He seems to have become the chief marketing officer of Obi in the North. How much of the market share can he acquire, especially with the trouble in Kano and the APC dominance of the governing architecture in the North? Now there is problem in ADC Kano, whether we like it or not. The governor says the governor took a chunk of the Kwakwansia with him. And now NNPP has said, well, at the moment, we don't have any coalition with NDC, but we are in talks. But we see the governor in APC. As a matter of fact, almost all the governors in the North belong to the APC. How much of that capacity does Kwakwanso have, to bring followership to the OK movement and the NDC in 2020? It's a big issue for them.
It is. Kwakwanso, within his own ecosystem, within his own sphere of influence, is a powerful politician. Within his own sphere of influence. He may not have the national spread, but in that Northwest, especially Kano, he's like a god. Right?
Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings, where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream, smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
this particular
Very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we are looking at and examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Tinubu commanding troops as Katsina tightens security measures. Also, Soludo urged Ndibo to align with progressives as Southeast governors endorse Tinubu. To Kenneth Okonkwo faulting Amaechi's emergence as Atiku's running mate. And finally, Dangote reduces fuel price as US and Iran reach agreements to end conflict. Join us as we break down the facts and provide you context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll bring you details of these stories. So stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room.
Glad to have you back. It's still the issues on Voice of the People television. Let's dive straight into what we have for you today. President Bola Tinubu has commended security forces for neutralizing a notorious bandit leader, Ibrahim Bastuji, in Kogi State, and also the rescue of the widow of retired Major General Rabi Abubakar during an operation in Katsina State. In a statement by his spokesperson, the president described the operation as a significant blow to criminal network terrorizing communities in Kogi State and neighboring areas. Meanwhile, Katsina State Governor Diko Rada has unveiled additional measures to curb insecurity. The governor announced a ban on the sale of fuel in jerry cans in affected areas and ordered the closure of selected point-of-sale centers believed to be facilitating criminal activities. Governor Rada also paid a condolence visit to the family of the slain general, pledging continued support and renewed efforts to improve security across the state. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Anosike is a philosopher, a development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Also, we have joining us virtually, we have Benson Abo. He is a researcher and a political affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let me start with you. I'm sure you've been following this, the story about the capture of the retired Major General and then his eventual death in the custody of the terrorist. And we saw that yesterday, the military actually rescued the late general's widow, although she was injured, during the rescue effort. What do you make of this development?
It's okay. It's unfortunate what is happening in our country when it comes to the issues of insecurities and bandits. First, let me begin with the president commending the armed forces for killing the bandit king leaders. Well, why the commendation is okay? In the first place, we shouldn't have allowed it to come to this level. if you have been to Kogi State, you will agree with me from Kaba down to Okene, Ajakuta, down to Ida, down to other parts, and you discover you can't pass through there. And what the reasons for this is because they have seen kidnapping and nothing is being done in respect of this the banditry. Some families in Kogi State and Kwara State, some communities are empty right away. So killing just the leaders and some few persons isn't enough. What we expect right now is that government should be able to eliminate everything that has to do with insecurity in the country. I can tell you that the whole of the Middle Belt down to Benue State, Kwara State, Kogi State, Nasarawa, they are all they are no longer safe and secure because of these bandits and others. I believe strongly that if the government of this country want to stop insecurity, it can be done. They should remove the political colorations attached to it. I feel very bad when things like this happen. While we commend them, we expect more from them. Okay, you can see a major general and being killed, and then the wife is said to be in the hospital, but the son is saying that they saying a different thing from what the paper is telling us. So I want to say that the cost of training a military personnel to that level of
Are you still with us? Okay, seems we've lost connection with him. Thanosike, let me come to you. You know, why I had to start with, we seem to be having network connection. If you can hear me, Benson Abu, we seem to be having...
It's important. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay. I said, what stopped him from putting this? Yes, what stopped him from putting all these strategies, security strategies, all this while? So it's an important. These things are coming late when lives are being lost, and they are coming up with these strategies. Now, even if you ban them from buying fuel in jerrycan, what of the major dealers who are involved in supplying them fuels and ammunitions and other things? So for me, I think more need to be done. Government need to be decisive in this issue of insecurity. They should stop playing lip service with it. People's lives are involved. So I think for me, that is of importance. And I think the Nigerian government can put a stop to it if we bring the full measures of the military strength into it.
Okay, thank you for your response there. And let me come back to the Thanosike in the studio. Thanosike, you know, just yesterday, we talked about this particular issue. And then while you were speaking, you said, for you, you don't think that kinetic effort or kinetic measures...
That's my view on this. That is my view on it.
Oh, okay.
We can do better. We can do better in terms of security. We should go beyond the level of what we are doing. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We can do better in terms of security. So, okay, let me even take it from there. Yes, we can do better. I'm going to come back to the question of, you know, the kingpin that is being celebrated, death of the kingpin or the capture that is being celebrated. But first, let's look at this issue with late General Rabe's wife, because yesterday we talked about it, And I remember you saying you just feel that kinetic approach or kinetic measures is not what is needed at the moment. That yours is everything that can be done should be done to ensure the release of this woman. And just yesterday, just hours after, we found out that they went on and they had the crossfire with the bandits, with the terrorists, and then they shot this woman, and now she's in the hospital but rescued. What do you make of it?
The issue of crossfire and rescue is your own words and that of the military. Because one, I know how these things work. Understand? I know how this, if there's an exchange of fire, understand me? If there's an exchange of fire, everything concerning the bandits or the terrorists is silent. Understand? Okay, you exchange fire, understand, and rescue the wife of the dead general. What happened to the terrorists? We did not capture any of them. You did not kill any of them. We did not hear that some of them escaped with bullet wounds. The story just said that they rescued the wife of the general, but she was shot and was taken to the hospital. So the people that you exchange fire with, nothing is heard of them. So for me, the story didn't add up well. That is to me. Understand me? Because when you exchange fire with some people, there must be casualties. It's either that you kill some of them, or some of them, you arrested some of them, or some of them escaped with wounds. But government or Nigerian military is completely silent on them. What my mind is telling me is that, one, those terrorists did not want that soldier to die. Understand? They were not happy that soldier died. And that is why they have to put him in a casket and bring him out to show sign of respect. Understand me?
Respect.
Sign of respect. Understand me? They kidnapped him, they abducted him. The intention was not that to kill him, but to use him to negotiate and not to kill him. Understand? When Brigadier General Oba died, they abandoned him in the bush. They never brought him out. But they put this one in a casket and they brought him out to the people. We don't want him that's his body to decay, that's in the forest or whatever. Take him, bury him. Understand me? And with that state of mind, there's no way they will want to detain the wife more than 48 hours. Understand me? There's no way they will want to detain the wife more than because they're already feeling that bad. My mind is telling me that they must have left. They must have asked his wife to go.
But she has a gunshot wound. What explanation?
Did you see it?
I don't. How would I have seen it?
Sure. So what you are seeing, what we heard, you are repairing,
and we saw how she was. We saw pictures of how she was carried.
One, even without anything, once she saw her husband, she would faint. She would not be herself. Understand me? So I don't. If there's an exchange of fire, there must be casualties. So the only casualty here is the wife of the dead man. Is it possible?
Well,
that's the question.
Of course, it's not. The question is
Is
not
it
for me
possible?
to respond to.
Is
But
it,
I don't
so
know.
they have painted a picture of Ghanaian soldiers.
I don't know.
Understand me?
I don't know. Those who have gallant
we
soldiers,
went
that
into the forest, understand, and rescued. Understand me? We went into the forest and rescued. You rescued. You exchanged the bullets. None of them was killed. None of them was arrested. So for me, it is hard for me to believe. I don't know about other people. I'm telling you what my mind is telling me.
Okay. Well, let me ask you. There was something you said about respect, the terrorists or the bandits having respect for the late general, and you also brought in the what's it called, the death of Brigadier General Obasani. When you look at Brigadier General, I've forgotten his Oba, but I can't remember if it's not Obasani. Obasani
it's Oba.
There's a name before the Obasani is the one who is currently one of the officers, but I've forgotten his name, Uba something, I can't remember the exact name, but you made mention of it. But when you look at it, what do you think is the difference between that and this? Because you're saying that the reason he was brought in a casket is because of respect.
It's a sign of respect.
But respect, but they're killing our soldiers, they're killing our gallant officers. So where's the respect?
It depends on. They do not want him to die. They want to use him to negotiate. Understand me? They want to use him to negotiate and not for him to die. And probably, unquote, he might have behaved himself while there. Understand me? That's speaking the language that appeals to them there. Understand me? So, how many soldiers have they brought out that way? Understand me? How many soldiers have they brought out that way? And within 48 hours of his death, Nigerian soldiers now know that they should invade the forest and shoot. So for me, I'm telling you what my mind is telling me. Those terrorists released that woman.
Okay, the brigadier you mentioned was Uba Musa. So it's Uba Musa that I was trying to get the exact Uba. I know he's not Ubasan. Ubasan is still alive and is one of the top officials of the military. But Dr. Nosike, when you, like you said, you feel like for you said your mind is telling you that this was not a rescue. Because I was actually going to ask you that, many people are saying if this could have been done, if this rescue effort could have been made, why wasn't this done even before the death?
They have been there for almost 3 weeks to 1 month. Understand me? They have been there for almost 3 weeks to 1 month. Nothing was done until now. You know that you can do something, you did not do it until now. Understand me? I remember somewhere in Abia State, Umuahia, Fulani bandits kidnapped 2 people. The youth went into the bush, surround everywhere. Understand? When the Fulani saw that no way for them to escape, they have to surrender both their guns and the people that they abducted. Understand me? And within 6 hours, the people that they abducted was set free. And you waited for almost a month. It's now when the general has died, you now know that you can fight. So for me, I don't believe that the issue of rescuing her. This is just that to paint a picture of gallant, brave soldiers.
Okay, let me go back to Benson, Abu. Benson, while you were speaking earlier, you mentioned that the hailing of the killing of the notorious bandit Kingpin in Kogi State by the president was a good one. But I want to ask you really, should the president, should this really be a success for us if we still have, you know, people in captivity? We have your children still in captivity. There was a Kwara monarch who died recently, I think yesterday or so, also in captivity. Just today there was an attack even on an official site, official service agency, an official agency in Plateau State. When you look at all of this, is there really cause for celebration, really, that one notorious bandit kingpin was killed?
Is that there's no need, it doesn't call for celebration. It's nothing to even celebrate at all. It's not worth celebrating. But like I said, we have military who can actually deliver. But are they actually giving all it takes to deliver? Because the military will not just move out without a directive from the top for them to do what they're supposed to do. I am worried. I'm troubled. Worried and troubled in the sense that in Kwara State and some part of Kogi State, some of the Royal Highness, the Obas and others have flew from their houses because of bandits. And this is constantly going on in Okene, Ajakuta Road, Ida, and other places. Now, this is not the first time. I want to say that we have all it takes, the Air Force. They can monitor where these guys are. The technologies are there. So why is it that the military and the government in power are silent? We have all it takes. Who is protecting his interests in the course of this? Is the death of people, what are their benefits? Now, you can see a major general who has put in so much. They have waited for him to die before they now claim they are going for rescue mission. How did the cops get to the government of Katsina State? Who brought it out? There are a lot of questions that we need to ask. There is nothing to celebrate. Every day, people are being kidnapped. These are the ones we hear on news, but they are the ones that are happening that we don't have information on. So the security situation in Nigeria, as long as I'm concerned, in my opinion, is that the government has completely failed. The government has failed. We have military barracks, we have Air Force in virtually all the states in the country. If these guys are allowed to go into combat with these bandits, I can tell you that the bandit will not see the light of the day within a week. So who is holding the directive, giving instruction to this military from doing their job? I feel so bad talking about it. There is nothing to celebrate when there are so many people in captivity. If nothing is done, it will get, one day, it will get to the top. If the military officers are being affected, then who are we, the civilians? Even the politicians will not be exempted. So let the government take this as a priority. Even if this is the only thing they are able to do for us to ensure that the security is restored, that there's no more bandits, no more killing, we are free to move. At least let us know that that is what they have achieved. Thank you. That's my view.
Thank you very much. While you were speaking, you said that you feel like someone is holding the directive, or this directive is not being given to these army officers. But let me ask Otanosike, do you agree? Do you think that that is what the issue is really? That yes, like he said, our officers, we have very, very gallant officers. We have good officers. We have officers who are very, very I'm trying to get the right word. But anyways, who are very good at what they do. But you do believe that there's someone that is not giving them the directive out there? Or what do you think is holding them back really?
For me, I know the capacity of the Nigerian army Understand me? I know the capacity of the Nigerian army. I visit barracks. Understand? These guys are experts, well trained, understand, but not well motivated. They are well trained, but not well motivated. If they are motivated and they say, go and do your job, within 2 weeks, we'll stop hearing this issue of terrorists and bandits in Nigeria. But their hands are tied at their back. Understand me? They are getting conflicting signals from the top. About 2 weeks ago, the defense minister, Musa, said, scored a fight against insecurity that between 65 to 70. That's the defense minister. On Saturday, the Minister of Defense State said that it is only God that can stop insecurity. Understand? The Chief of Defense Staff said that terrorists are like prodigal sons. They should not be killed. Rather, should be allowed to repent. The National Security Advisor, Nuhu Orebadu, said that these terrorist bandits are our brothers and sisters. Defense Minister Musa said, shoot at sight. Understand me? This is your security bosses saying different things. If you are in the battlefield, how would you feel? Understand? How would you feel? So for me, they are getting different signals, which is putting confusion in their midst. 2 days ago, that's okay, on Saturday, I told you of in Kaduna, a human rights activist, Emmanuel Ogebe, alleged that an army officer shot and killed a bandit, understand, and was forced to apologize and pay compensation. Understand me? Here in Nigeria, in Kaduna. So in this situation, if you kill a bad guy who is supposed to be dead, you will be forced to apologize and pay compensation. Now you are in the battlefield and you heard what happened to another soldier. What will you do? So these are the handicaps, understand? And not that these terrorists are invincible or they are like the U.S. Marine. No, understand? There's confusion in their midst. They are getting different signals. And again, they are well trained but not well motivated. That's the problem.
They're not well motivated. But let's look at this, some of these measures that the Katsina State governor rather has put in place. Ban of fuel sales in jerry cans, shutting down some POS centers.
That is absolute nonsense.
Okay.
That is absolute. They can start going to filling stations. They can start creating their own POS. Understand me? During the financial scarcity between 2023, before 2023 election, bandits in Niger State, we are giving the new notes. We are sharing the new notes that you and I, we are finding it difficult to get. So those measures are outdated. Understand me? It cannot solve any problem.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation. Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo has joined other Southeast governors to endorse the candidacy of President Bola Tinubu. Speaking during the event held in Ebonyi, Soludo expressed optimism that ongoing federal reforms would yield positive results. He called on Ndibo. Soludo called on Ndibo to shift away from grievance-driven politics calling instead for pragmatic engagement and unity of purpose. He said, and I quote, "We must vote from the alliance," end of quote. Soludo further indicated that his party, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, would soon take a formal position aimed at strengthening a broader progressive alliance nationally. Also, Omahi, who is the Minister of Works, has also hailed the abduction, saying it reflects support for ongoing federal projects, what he described as the administration's commitment to infrastructure development in the region. On the spot, the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Netawe Utada, says President Bola Tinubu has ended the marginalization of the Southeast through massive infrastructure development across the region. Let me come to you first, Benson Abu. What do you make of this endorsement, by Soludo? Soludo is in Abga and is endorsing the president. Is it surprising to you, or is there already a handwriting that is written on the wall, clear handwriting written on the wall, even before now?
Yeah, before now, the handwriting is there. For him to have come back the second time, there is an already agreement. That was why they allowed him to win that election. So in paying back, he's doing this as part of payback, but I see him as a psychopath doing that. He knows he does not have the crowd to tell the Igbos, the Southeast, what to do. Umai too does not have the command of the Southeast. The Southeast have their own mindset. And so they are doing this for their own personal interest. Because if they are able to galvanize, tell Tinubu and go in an alliance, all the political appointments that will come forth, they will come from them and maybe their relations, who might want to maintain his ministerial position. And all of them who are doing this, others Imo State wants to go for Senate, at the same time wants to remain a governor. So these elites, the political class, they do not have the interest of the Igbos at heart. They have their personal interest and they are speaking from their personal perspective. So I don't agree with them, and I don't see Tinubu even scoring 25% in the Southeast, in the Southeast states. So whatever they want to do, let them make fool of themselves by making noise. But I can tell you that the Southeast will not in any way, they will still cast their vote the way they want to cast their vote. They can't have their own son coming out for president and you are beckoning on them to vote for another person. What have they gained from the president of President Tinubu? What infrastructures? If they have the infrastructures, he's talking about marginalization. Where is it infrastructure development? Where is the infrastructural development? How many Igbos are in the federal civil service? How many Igbos are ministers? How many Igbos have appointments? Let's do the statistical analysis and let's know if actually the Igbos are not marginalized. So we need to look at this carefully. And the politics they are trying to play is the politics of being relevant, because they are trying to give a good impression to the president so that they can let them know, even if they fail, they will know that they have done their part and that the Igbos do not vote in bloc as they used to do, and they have voted. So that's all I can talk about the whole thing. Going by the record you have, I doubt if, except if election is being rigged, it will be difficult for Tinubu to get 25% in the eastern states. I can tell you that with all that evidence available. That's all I can say. These people, they are speaking for themselves. They are speaking for their interests. They are speaking for their political class, as the case may be. Okay. If you like, let all the political parties team up together and say they are supporting Tinubu. It doesn't make any sense. It's the people in alliance with the view they are expressing. Who are they representing? Their personal interest and their political interest. Thank you.
Thank you. They are representing their personal interest and their political interest. Before we move to the next conversation, I want to chime in on this particular discussion. Yeah. Soludo is saying that, in the Igbo, they should, become progressives. They should They should try to shift away from grievance-driven politics and, move to pragmatic engagements.
And stop wasting our votes.
And stop wasting our votes.
I want to tell him we'll continue wasting it. Understand? The issue is this. Emmanuel Ifajuna has reincarnated in the southeast. Okay. Understand me? Emmanuel Ifajuna has reincarnated in the southeast. He has reincarnated in Anambra, in Chukwuma Soludo, and in Ebonyi, in Dave Omahi. Understand me? So we know what is happening. These are envy-driven people. Soludo and Omahi are envy-driven people. Even if they die and they incarnate 10 times, they will not reach half of P2B. So they are being driven by envy. Understand me? What is driving them? This hatred, understand, is because they can never match Obi, even if they die, even if they stay like Methuselah. So they are doing what we know that they are doing, and then they are just speaking for their family. Soludo is speaking for his family. No fear where Soludo comes from. P2B will beat him there, 100%. Understand? Uburu, where Omahi comes from, P2B will beat him there. They are in their body. If you listen well, they were shouting Obi Krekenke. Understand me? So these people are nobody in the southeast. Soludo is nobody in the southeast to be compared with P2B. Omahi is nobody in the southeast to be compared with P2B. If voting for P2B is wasting our votes, let us continue wasting it forever. Understand me? I want to say it again. If voting for P2B is wasting our votes, let us continue to waste it forever. Understand me? Then for the national chairman of PD, of APC, let him go and solve his problem in Plateau State. Plateau State today is like Palestine. Understand me? Plateau State today is like Palestine. More than 250 communities in Plateau State has been outrun, and the names changed to Fufude. And there was a court ruling today that gives Hausa Fulanese indigenship in Plateau State. So he should go back to his state and solve his own problem. They are worse off than we from the southeast. Understand me? Plateau State is worse off than we in the southeast. Let him go to his state and solve all the problems there. And like I say again, if voting for P2B is wasting our vote, let us keep on wasting it.
But Tanasike, let me ask you a question. Before I get your concluding thoughts on that of Benson Abu. You mentioned that these people are envious of Peter Obi, but why would you really think that is the case here?
One, the people love Peter Obi far more than them. Understand? So Nudo, his own problem. He was the CBN governor. Understand me? And a member of both Jonathan and Buhari's Economic Council. He is that's a professor. After doing all these things, P2B is still more popular than him. Understand me? After being all these things, P2B is still far more popular than him. So it is that envy, understand, that he's saying that we shouldn't allow P2B to breathe. But I'm saying even if Soludo dies and incarnates 10 times, he will not reach half of P2B.
Wow. Okay, let me come to Benson Abu for his concluding thought before I come to you, Tanosike. Benson Abu, what's your concluding thought on the discussions, on the topics of the conversations we've had tonight?
Yeah, like I said, the politics in the Southeast is a very serious one. And the generality of the Southeast have one mind. I can tell you they will not leave their own to vote for any other person. That's one. Two, I see a very strong, whatever they are trying to do. I do not know why Solodu and Umai wants to believe that the Igbos will leave their own son and go after a Yoruba man. Because as I can tell you, no matter how bad Obi is, Obi will remember the Igbos more than Tinubu would have done. Let's be frank to ourselves. And the Igbos have always been marginalized. Even if they put all the vote for the Yorubas, they will still remain marginalized. So now I see where Soludo is coming. I'm just putting 1 + 1 together. Soludo does not want Obi to become president, so that after Tinubu, he will now flag up when he must have completed his tenure to come out for presidency. When they will say, we are not giving it to the Igbos. But even if he's alive till then, he will still not be the president. His final position was at the best at the Senate. So I agree with Dr. Anasikede that they are all envious and jealous of Peter Obi's popularity and all that he's doing. But I can tell you that the Igbos will still vote for Peter Obi. That's my stake. Thank you.
Concluding thoughts.
The issue is this: Nigerian security should try to be more proactive instead of reactionary. Understand? They should be more proactive, assuming that when the general and his wife were abducted, that they had followed up immediately. What happened would not have happened. But they gave them all the time in the world to relax and begin to do content creation. Understand? Putting them on videos and so on and so forth. So they should try to be more proactive. And government should also know that life of Nigerians matters. They are no more talking about the 46 children that were abducted from Oyo. They should know that we have not forgotten. It is still in our mind. Okay. Yesterday was about 1 month old. So we are doing countdown.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Nosike. Sorry, I had to cut you that way. We are out of time. Thank you as well, Benson Abo, for being a part of the issues. And that's all we have for today's episode of the issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. So let's tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been the Issues and Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
It's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uza Arko here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south,
y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowatebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future.
Welcome aboard, everyone. It is hashtag on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche. And this is where I got to tell you all things trending and all things topical on social media, especially on X. And if this is the first time here, accept a very, very warm welcome from us. Us because the whole team working together to ensure that this is a flawless production. That said, let's get the show on the road. We begin with the very, very first hashtag, which is hashtag Oshomole. We're talking about the very vocal senator from Edo State, Adams Oshomole. Keep it at the back of your mind that he used to be an activist. Once upon a time, he was the president of the Nigeria Labour Congress before he decided to dabble into politics. Now, he's been talking non-stop for weeks now. He's been going head-to-head with Senate President Godswill Akpabio. And there is chatter in the grapevine that he's got his eyes set on Akpabio's seat and that he wants to become Senate President. And people are asking, is this what all of this is about? Because Oshomole just dropped another bombshell. He said that suspending Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, you remember her, the senator from Kogi State who was suspended for 6 months, Senator Adams Oshomole, in a televised interview, said that was the lowest point of the Nigerian Senate. But that's not all. He said that Senator Ireti Kingibe, representing the FCT in the Red Chamber, told him privately and personally that her signature was forged by the Senate President on Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan's suspension, that she didn't give the green light for her signature to be used. And it wasn't just Ireti Kingibe. According to Adams Oshomole, 2 other senators are crying wolf, and they're saying that the Senate President forged their signatures to ensure that Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan was suspended. You remember the Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan had accused Godswill Akpabio of sexual misconduct, and it was a long-drawn battle until somehow it looked like the presidency weighed into it, and Akpabio himself said God had talked to him to withdraw the case and all. But it looks like this case is being resurrected by what Adams Oshomole just said. So I'm going to take you to X now. Oshomole alleges forged signatures in Akpoti Uduaghan's suspension report. And some netizens are saying this is criminal and that the Senate President should be impeached. I'm going to take you to those comments in a short while. But hey, during a June 15 interview, Oshomole said signatures of at least 3 senators, including Kingibe's, were forged or wrongly added to the 2025 report recommending Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan's 6-month suspension for unruly behavior and a harassment accusation against Senate President Akpabio. Now, the Senate quickly denied the allegation, with spokesperson Yemi Adaramodu stating no senator had raised such a complaint on the floor and no forgery had occurred, and courts had mixed rulings on the suspension, which ended in September 2025, and the claim now highlights persistent tensions in Nigeria's upper chamber. Just last week, Adams Oshomole called the NNPC a house of thieves. He also labeled the managers of the NNPCL as criminals. The Senate again publicly withdrew or distanced themselves from Adams Oshomole, with Senator Ojiwuso Kalu asking for Oshomole to retract his statement. Oshomole said, no, I'm not going to do it. This Senate looks like a compromise, but I'm not going to go down with the rest of you. And then on the heels of that, he just dropped this bombshell. So many publications are jumping on it. This is Parallel Facts. Parallel Facts says 3 senators' signature on Natasha's suspension report were forged by Akpabio, Oshomole alleges. But that's not all, though. The Punch also is jumping on it. And the Punch says 3 senators' signatures on Natasha's suspension report were forged. That's coming from the Punch. And of course, they are crediting that statement to Senator Adams Oshomole. Now, these are netizens responding to this particular one. Oloko Brahma says, what are we to do with this information? Because Akpabio is now against you, you suddenly remember the rubbish he does. So they're asking, why are you speaking now, months after the suspension happened? Why didn't you let the cat out of the bag right in the midst of it all when it was hot? Well, this is Yahaya Dixon who says, Oshomole is really firing this Akpabio. J14 says, everything about this administration is forgery. Go get your PVC. And then CC says, why didn't you see it then? Why didn't you condemn her suspension then? And CC feels this is hypocritical. And that's not all, though. This is Babanla who says forgery is a criminal offense. That's an ominous statement there. And Babanla is just letting it, soaking, like simmering there. And Daniel Samuel Friday says, campaign after election. That's sarcasm. But Josephine says, forged by who? Then impeach him. Josephine is saying, who forged the signature? That person must be impeached. According to Adams Oshomole, it was forged by the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio. This is Akubulu who says, who did we offend? Who? Now, Akubulu is thinking this is a spiritual case, really, and he's asking, Who did Nigerians offend? You know, so this is a huge story that's raging on X right now, and netizens are jumping on it like there is no tomorrow. We are waiting to see what Senator Natasha Akpoti is going to be saying, and we are waiting to see if Ireti Kingibe will be coming to say, I did not, like we see what's happening between Kenneth Okonkwo and a member of the NDC who he said, and the president came out and said, no, I did not. Are we going to see a rerun of that? Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed. As events unfold, as is our tradition here, we'll keep you posted. I take you swiftly now to the next hashtag. One of the most talked about stories on X right now is hashtag Emeka Ike. The actor turned politician is saying that he's going to sue INEC and the FCT. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike's spokesperson, media aide Larry Olayinka, over leaked data, voter data. You remember how not too long ago it was a huge gist in the grapevine how Larry Olayinka had come out to say something that reflected the fact that he had access to Emeka Ike's results, right? Election results. They're talking about the primaries that the NDC carried out not too long ago. And this information that Larry alluded to wasn't in the public domain. And so people were like, how did you lay your hands on this information? You must answer. So Emeka Ike is taking a step further, and he's taking the case to court, and he's demanding 10 billion naira for damages. So this is it. Emeka Ike sues INEC and Wike's aid for 10 billion naira over data leak. On June 15, Ike files the suit at the Federal High Court in Abuja against INEC and Larry Olayinka, Wike's media aide, claiming they breached his privacy and sharing his voter ID number, photo, registration center, and transfer details from Imo State to the FCT. Now, the leak came days after Ike announced his House of Representatives run in Abuja under the NDC, with Olayinka posting screenshots from INEC's back end to question his credentials. Now, Ike demands deletion of the posts, public apologies, and damages for emotional distress, while INEC probes internal misuse of credentials and promises better data protection amid concerns for the 2027 election. So it's a huge deal right now, I can tell you. And there are lots of other posts regarding this one. Take, for example, the Cable. Cable is jumping on it, and it says, Emeka Ike sues INEC, Wike's aid over breach of data privacy and demands 10 billion naira damages. So you could do privacy or privacy, tomatoes. You choose. Now, Emeka Ike, a Nollywood actor, has filed a lawsuit against the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and Larry Olayinka, media aide to Nyesom Wike, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, over alleged breach of personal data. Now, the suit was filed at the Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday, the 15th of June. That was yesterday. So, netizens are responding. Take, for example, Josiah, who says, Emeka Ike is right in suing INEC and Wike's aid for making public his personal details without his consent. It's within his rights. However, I find it morally wrong for him running for a seat to represent a people and place he barely knows, even if he has the right to. Well, everybody's entitled to their opinion, yeah? This is Uje Osoji who says, this will keep tabs on people, but a 10 billion naira damages claim is a high ask. According to Uje, anyways, the court would typically determine the awards based on proven harm, liability, and the evidence presented. It's just like how Peter Obi is demanding 5 million naira from Kenneth Okonkwo for damages for, against his person and all. The court will have to determine that. By the way, Peter Obi is saying, look, this case must go on so that Kenneth Okonkwo might spill or should spill the beans like he's threatening to do. Hey, let me not digress. I take you back to Emeka Ike's case. Kosi says Next thing now to begin campaign for APC. We've seen this movie before. But is that going to happen? Because Emeka Ike is currently in the NDC and is even running for office. Do we see him switching places? Well, that leaves to be seen. This is Flexi Lord who says, all things know they work for Nigeria. The justice system faulty. So, I mean, this netizen is not even placing his faith in Nigeria's justice system. And New Folder says, Wike's aide had access to INEC's back end. He used it to weaponize an actor's voter records for political warfare. Power protects itself. Citizens fight for scraps of accountability. Amaka Sandy says, Wike to his aid. Don't worry. Now we get the judiciary. You understand why Amaka Sandy is saying this? Well, I'm sure you do. So that's how this hashtag is panning out. This is just like a microcosm of how it is on X. It's huge. It's a huge one. You might want to check it out. Now, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, VDM, alongside his associates today, paid Seyi Makinde a visit. It was a peaceful protest, but it was huge. The crowd was huge. And of course, the governor came out to address the protesters, and some netizens are applauding him for that. I've got footages of it, of how that went down, with Seyi Makinde saying that if he could sacrifice himself for the peoples, he would do it. With Very Dark Man saying that if Seyi Makinde wants himself and his gang to follow him into the bush, they will do it. It's a lot, right, with lots of responses to this one. We'll take a break. When we come back, I'm going to be showing you footages of the protest that rocked Oyo State, Ibadan, precisely today. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes wrong, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings.
Welcome back, everyone. It is hashtag on VOP TV. This is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical on social media, especially on X. And if you just joined in, I am Vivian Oguche. And of course, it's a pleasure to have you hang out with us. Like I said earlier on, hashtag Seyi Makinde is what's trending right now on X. So this is it. This is a summary of that story. Very Dark Man, activist. Very Dark Man leads protest for abducted Oyo school children. Activists Martins Vincent Ose, known as Very Dark Man, arrived in Ibadan from Abuja on Monday to lead a bandits must-go protest demanding the release of 39 to 49 pupils, 7 teachers, a principal, and a toddler kidnapped from 3 schools in Oyo State's Orire local government area on May 15. Now, the gunmen raid killed a teacher and a resident, and the captives remain held in nearby forests with no rescue reported. Now, President Tinubu pledged every awful means for their freedom. Lawful, I beg your pardon. President Tinubu pledged every lawful means for their freedom, while Governor Makinde suspended field trips and engaged security forces. The protest highlights Nigeria's expanding school abductions as families wait into the second month. Remember that at some point, a couple of Sundays ago, President Tinubu had sent a delegation, high-profile delegation, to go visit Seyi Makinde, as well as the families of those who relatives are in captivity. Now, Very Dark Man himself put up this post saying, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde stepped out of the government house in Ibadan to personally address Very Dark Man and other protesters. It's funny, him referring to himself as Very Dark Man. He's the one that put up the post, but I think he just wants to be newsy. So he said that the governor listened to their concerns and engaged directly with the demonstrators during the peaceful protest. So Governor Seyi Makinde came out to address Very Dark Man and other protesters who had gathered outside the premises. Now, VDM, Very Dark Man, put up a post. He attached a post to this, a video to this post. Let's take a look. So there is a video of Very Dark Man addressing Governor Seyi Makinde. He told him that it's been too long, and he's saying this is like what happened to the Chibok girls years ago, that it took too long for the girls to be rescued, and that it looks like the same thing is going to be happening, and that it shouldn't happen. Like I said, he also offered himself, as well as his colleagues, to the Oyo State government to say, look, if you want us to go with you into the bush, we'll do it. Hey, listen to Very Dark Man himself. Let's do it.
To bring the children back. And also, we are here to also commit ourselves. That if the governor does not have men, we are ready to volunteer ourselves. To go into the bush with the police, army, air force, and security officers that are ready to go into the bush. As of now, we don't even know the condition of the children. We don't know if the children are still alive. Over 45 of them was taken into the bush with their teachers. And one of the teachers had been beheaded. It's quite unfortunate. So we want to tell the governor what is the plan and when are we going to see the children. Thank you, sir.
All right, so that was Very Dark Man addressing the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, who in turn responded to Very Dark Man and the protesters. Take a listen.
There's no information that any of those children or their teachers have died. That is as of today. And because it is a rescue operation, and this is the first time anywhere in Nigeria that they've kidnapped people or abducted people, that they have done it.
Continue, my doctor, sir.
This is the first time they've done it to nursery and primary school children. This is the first time. And these are children that they cannot even run or do anything for themselves. So the operation to rescue them is a special type of operation if we don't want to lose any of those children. I give you the assurance that I, as the governor of Oyo State, by God's grace, we will bring out those our children. They are talking to us. It's not something I would normally do. If government starts negotiating with bandits, it means we're surrendering sovereignty to the bandits.
Based on what we just heard the governor say, there is no negotiating with bandits. In fact, we heard Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, saying not too long ago that it is criminal for ransom to be paid to bandits and all of that. It looks like the Oyo State governor is towing that line, but he's promising a safe return of the pupils. Now, there's something he said about the Amotekun Corps. Vanguard is jumping on that. Vanguard says security was one of the cardinal principles of this administration. When I came, we set up the Amotekun, and we set up Amotekun, I beg your pardon, but it has not been armed adequately. Talking about the officials or the officers, they've not been armed adequately, and he said that that is our reality now. Governor Seyi Makinde tells Very Dark Man and other protesters. This is not the very first time he's making statements like this. He said it a couple of weeks ago that state policing has not really thrived in the Southwest, particularly in Lagos, because President Tinubu has not thrown his weight behind it. But we heard the executive as well as the legislature say that plans are in top gear. Papers are being pushed to ensure that state police becomes lawful in Nigeria. So we'll see how that one pans out. But hey, Vanguard put up a video to back this statement. Let's listen again to Governor Seyi Makinde.
Needs to get XYZ. He will need to get approval from the Inspector General of Police. The same thing with the military. However, when I came in, security was one of the cardinal principles of the administration. That's why we set up Amotekun. Amotekun has not been harmed adequately. But that is our reality. However, let me give you the assurance that set up Amotekun. Amotekun has not been harmed adequately. But that is our reality.
So he started that speech band by saying that for you to get the police in Oyo to do anything, you must first get permission from the Inspector General of Police. This is me paraphrasing now. He says same thing with military. These security operatives must answer to the Oga at the top. He also talked about his cardinal, one of his priorities, right, being securing his people. But he enumerated the challenges that are before him and, of course, other governors. It wasn't just him alone that talked about this. Not too long ago, Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, who's under fire now, I mean, the party he's in, has been asked by the court to be deregistered by the electoral umpire, but that's not it. Ademola Adeleke had come out to say not too long ago that his state is insecure because the Commissioner of Police in his state is refusing to collaborate with him. looks like Sheyi Makinde is singing the same song, sort of. But this is what Obisin says on X. Obisin says we must applaud Sheyi Makinde for coming out to address the protesters and assuring everyone that the abducted school children and teachers will be rescued safely. He goes on to say this is the kind of teacher we need, or this is the kind of leader we need in the country. One who listens to the people and does not distance himself from protesters. But that's not all, dude. There's something Caroline. Caroline is another user of X. She is a netizen. She says, this is Caroline Monday, who says, I will gladly sacrifice myself for the school children to be released. And she's quoting Governor Sheyi Makinde. So Caroline Monday put up this video of the governor. Take a listen.
Yes, so if you ask me, can I sacrifice myself for those children to come out? I will do it. I have lived a good life. I'm almost 60. It doesn't matter. My own father died at 76. But what we want to do is this is all your no. Now this is not a joke. And our children will never be in the same situation as children. Everything, including what you. Or if there's the potential for needless loss of life, we lost a teacher already.
For your state saying that if you ask him, he would actually sacrifice himself for those people because he's got kids himself. Now, it's not over yet because this same story or this same issue regarding insecurity is spilling over to our next hashtag. We'll take a short break. When we come back, it is Ambassador Designate Reno Mokri versus singer Davido. And smack dab in the middle of the controversy rocking this stool right now is the kidnap in Oyo. Now, you're going to add FIFA World Cup to it somehow in the mix. Now, for you to understand what I'm saying, you need to stay back and listen because at some point, Davido called Reno Omokri bingo. And Reno responded on X. And so many netizens are responding to Reno's response to Davido calling him that name. When we come back, the show continues. Stay with us.
As of now, we don't even know the condition of the children. We don't know if the children are still alive. Over 45 of them was taken into the bush with their teachers. And one of the teachers had been beheaded. It's quite unfortunate. We want to tell the governor what is the plan. When are we going to see the children? Thank you, sir. What is he doing to the children back? And also, we have to also commit ourselves. As we are ready to volunteer ourselves. Army, Air Force, and security officers that are ready to go into the bush. As of now, we don't know the condition of the children. 45 of them was taken into the bush with the teachers. and one of the teachers is beheaded. It's quite unfortunate.
There's no information that any of those children or their teachers have died. That's of today. And because it is a rescue operation, and this is the first time anywhere in Nigeria that they've kidnapped people or abducted people, that they have done it. Continue, my God. This is the first time they've done it to nursery and primary school children. This is the first time. They cannot even run or do anything for themselves. So the pressure to rescue them is a special type of operation if we don't want to lose any of those children. I give you the assurance that I, as the governor of Oyo State, by God's grace,
Well, it's hashtag VOPTV, and you've been listening to the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, who is a single abductee in captivity, be brought back home safely. Now, I'll take you to the next hashtag now, which is hashtag Reno. It is Reno Mockery versus Davido. This is the summary of it. Davido in a clash with Reno. So on May 15, gunmen raided schools near Ogbomoso in Oyo State, May 15 this year, abducting 39 children as young as 6 and 7 teachers, killing 2 people and 1 teacher who later died in captivity. Now, this is me refreshing your mind as to what we just told you earlier. Now, Davido highlighted their plight at a FIFA World Cup 2026 countdown concert in Los Angeles on the 10th of June, drawing praise from Peter Obi, but sharp criticism from Reno Mockery, who argued that it gives terrorists unwanted attention. Well, Davido hit back, calling Omokri a fool and a hypocrite, while Omokri responded with an open letter standing firm in Nigeria's ongoing security struggles and divided public reactions. Now, this is a follow-up. Shortly after that interaction between the two men on X, Reno Mockery was on a televised interview and was work in Mexico, a place where it's supposed to be. And this is it. Reno World Cup delay in Mexico ambassador hold up. And now he's finding it necessary to say this because Nigerians are saying that he's rejected. They are saying, just like his friend Fani Kayode, who we hear was rejected, by the country he was supposed to initially and had to be redeployed to South Africa. They are saying same thing has happened to Reno. But Reno is because of the addressed a 3-month delay in his March 6 posting during a June 15 Channels television interview, pointing to Mexico's focus on the upcoming tournament with the US. He dismissed rejection claims as baseless opposition talk, noting similar delays for other Nigerian envoys, while Mexican records show no Nigerian credentials accepted recently. The situation gained heat from diaspora petitions over his past controversies and singer Davido's Instagram jab, calling him foul after their clash over a kidnapping awareness jacket at the World Cup concert. So Davido calling Mockery a foul is the one that's really brought this matter to the front burner. He also called Reno Mockery Bingo. Well, this is Reno Mockery responding to Davido. Dear Mr. David Adeleke, aka at Davido, thank you for your feedback. I was rather surprised by your response to my post, setting the record straight on Peter Obi's false allegations against His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, regarding the repatriation of Nigerian prisoners from the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Most shocking is your insult. You are an international celebrity whom Nigeria is proud of. Coming to insult me on my Instagram profile with such vulgar words should be beneath you. This is Reno speaking to David Ona, and he says, yes, I am aware that you were upset at my appeal to you not to use an international platform such as the 2026 FIFA World Cup to give publicity to bandits and terrorists. I am also aware that Peter Obi praised you for doing that, which may have made you feel compelled to defend him. I did that because while your intention may be good and you think you are pressuring the government, the actual effect of what you did is to give publicity to the terrorists and help them spread fear, recruit new members, and raise funds. How can you, a Nigerian citizen with a global platform, go on a global stage to give publicity to terrorists and demarket Nigeria? Meanwhile, at the same event and on that same day, I show Spade, an American citizen, used his celebrity and the global stage of the World Cup to market Nigeria by wearing a Nigerian jersey and speaking well of the same country you demarketed. Many of us do not know what we have got. So it's a lengthy epistle. I just gave you a sneak peek of what he's saying. So he's making comparisons between Davido and Aisha Spade. Davido is in country. Does you know actually kidnaps people? These are some of the questions netizens are asking. They're asking, is it fair to make comparisons between the two? Even both men decided to showcase Nigeria from different light. Yeah? So these are responses. Homeboy Steezy says, a man paid to defend the same government that let 39 children get kidnapped is not lecturing David about silence. You have had 12 years since Chibok, and children are still being taken. Silence didn't save them. Your government failed them. Davido gave them names on a world stage. And tired Nigerian said, see this man Reno. Goes on to say Reno is a hypocrite. And then tired Nigerian says, it's referring to Leah Sharibu, who, according to tired Nigeria, Reno went all the way to the USA and the whole world, only to tell them that it was only Leah that Buhari didn't release. We had stories of Leah Sharibu, one of the Chibok girls that was kidnapped, who's still in captivity, by the way, who has become a mother. We heard that she wasn't released because she refused to denounce Christianity and all. So that tired Nigerian on X is referring to that incident. You are truly a manipulator. Just see how you want to use manipulation, or see how you want to manipulate Davido. And then Mayowa says, I've always known that you are only looking for what to eat. Supporting the same people you've been against in the previous regime shows a lot about your personality. But there's a dissenting voice, someone who is actually supporting Reno. This is Oteyemi, who says, Davido, putting the names of the abducted Oyo school children and teachers on a jacket and publicly displaying the hashtag Bring Them Home message on an international stage was indeed a performative act. Oteyemi goes on to say, this is someone who claims to be close friends with Sheyi Tinubu. In other words, he has direct access to the president. If you're truly close to those who can make a difference, why not use those channels to advocate privately and push for action? Yemi goes on to say, instead, he chose to spotlight Nigerians' pain on an international stage, leaving many foreigners with yet another negative impression of the country. Yemi goes and says, as Nigerians, we should strive to protect our country in a positive light whenever we represent it on the global stage, not do the opposite. One would have expected much more better from a public figure like him. But Iman on X again says, in fact, his comments comes immediately after that of Ateyemi. Iman says, another characteristic verbiage, long, winding, winny, and yet meaningless. That says a lot about who this character is representing. 2027 for a new Nigeria. So this is a huge, huge hashtag on X right now. And that's how it's panning out, I can tell you. But that's not all though. Another story that broke not too long ago, this is our next hashtag, is hashtag Showore. Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the police to arrest Showore. Says the Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the arrest of activist and presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, Omoyele Showore, following his failure to attend his trial. So, netizens are responding. An excellent GO says, hate or like this man, the fact remains Showore is fighting for the betterment of this country. I'm sure he's ready for anything that comes out from it. Don't pity him. Rather pity yourself for allowing him to do the work you should do as a citizen. And then this is sent online tab who says, the people that put the country in this mess are free, while those fighting to make the country better are imprisoned. Emperor Moses says, Nigeria has happened to Mr. Showore. Who will fight for him? And K-Plus says, or K-Pulse on X says, all of you will never change. The reason the court ordered for his arrest is clearly stated. And of course, the court said he should be arrested because he refused to appear in court for an ongoing trial. And K-Pulse is referring to that it is clearly stated why the court has asked for Showore to be arrested. But K-Pulse is disappointed because of the other netizens who think this is persecution. And basically, K-Pulse says this was the same reason B-Lord was arrested, right? Hashtag Today in History says, I wonder why AAC wasn't among the list of parties to be deregistered. And Henry AK says the courts will flex their muscles on people who are not in government, especially APC members. The moment it happens to ordinary people, they become so bold. And he asks the billion-dollar question, where is Yahaya Bello? Yahaya Bello being a former governor of Kogi State. By the way, Yahaya Bello is going to be running for the Senate, yeah, in 2027 to represent his people. So, hey, probably he's busy with his campaign. Now, Samuel Adeyemi says, how? Was arrested when he failed to show up yesterday. Aha. And then Arizona FC says, we know the game they want, we know the game. They just want to silence everyone at all costs, right? So that is how netizens are responding to this story or this gist that just broke, that Showore should be arrested because he refused to appear for his trial. We'll keep our fingers on this story, fingers crossed too. And pans out, we will keep you posted. Quickly move on to the next story, which is hashtag Akunyili Crosby. This is a continuation of the same hashtag we brought you yesterday. So the Obamas commissioned Crosby for a huge project in the Obama Presidential Center, and she delivered. So Michelle yesterday came on X to pay glowing tribute to Akunyili Crosby. Akunyili Crosby, that's her in the middle, is daughter to the late Dora Akunyili, former NAFDAC DG, who in the space of her career won about 900 awards for excellence. So many netizens are saying, the family. So yesterday we brought the post that Michelle Obama put up. Shortly after his wife put up that post, Obama himself put up the post. It has garnered over 12 million views, and there are so many Nigerians jumping on this one. So Barack Obama says it was great joining Njideka Akunyili Crosby, a gifted Nigerian-born, Los Angeles-based artist, to unveil our first portrait together. This piece reflects so many chapters of Michelle and my story, and we are thrilled that it will be on display in the Hope and Change lobby at the Obama Presidential Center starting this June 10th. It's beautiful. This is it. Take a look at this. It's just awesome, and there are so many good comments. Firefly says, Igbo born, actually. Renee says, why did someone from Nigeria need to be commissioned for your portrait when you have so many American artists? I am Yad Sarge says, this is such a great portrait. Can't wait to come by and see it in person. And TV Show says, well done for defying the odds after being born in a country where nobody expects artists to amount to anything. Parents even discourage their kids for drawing or pursuing paths in fine arts. And then Vicky says, we are not surprised that success runs in their blood. Below is a clip of the mother, one of Nigeria's finest of all time. You want to check out that clip on X? You're very welcome too. And so these are glowing tributes, and I'm sure Njideka will be very, very happy. Now, for want of time, I can't take all of them. Let me quickly take you to the next hashtag, which is something to do with Pastor Jerry Eze's daughter, Samara Eze. Chooks put up this post of Samara Eze, who won an award or became champion, not in Nigeria, outside the country. And so many Nigerians are saying, so Pastor Jerry Eze's kid is not even in Nigeria. And some are saying, well done. But hey, take a look at this video. We'll be right back after this.
And I'm the Vice President of the Board of Trustees. I am an alumna of Future Problem Solving. I competed in global issues and community projects in my hometown of North Haven, Connecticut. Proud to announce the 2026 Future Problem Solving World Finals champions. In third place, Matilda from William Clark College in Australia. In second place, Ryan from Canyon Crest Academy in California. And in first place, Samara from Prestonwood Christian Academy in Texas. Congratulations to these champions.
That is Pastor Jerry Eze's daughter, Samara Eze, who emerged as the world champion in the senior division at the prestigious Future Problem Solving International Conference. It's beautiful. And this is what netizens are saying. Congrats to her. Others are saying, come back to Nigeria and solve Nigeria's problems. And congratulations to her. And, you know, basically, that's how, this is it. This is a microcosm of how netizens are responding to that one. But hey, congratulations to Samara. Good one. On that note, we'll wrap it up. Thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. But the bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. Keep a date again with me for another edition of Hashtag, same time, same station. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche, and bye for now.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, My name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. More. Not be all so they cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest,
It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on VOP TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Court suspends judgment against ADC and 4 others.
Federal government secures 150 terrorism convictions in 2 days.
Ribadu Akpabio push tech-driven border security.
Makinde vows safe rescue of abducted Oyo students and teachers.
Lagos police debunk kidnap report on DCP Kansaliho.
Court revokes show arrest bail.
On the foreign scene, Trump announces toll-free Hamas deal with Iran.
Well, in business news, production rises to 1 billion standard cubic feet per day.
In sports, Curacao receives Guinness World Record plaque.
In entertainment news, a mockery in response to Davido's criticism.
Now the news and details. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has ordered a stay of execution of a federal high court judgment directing the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to deregister the African Democratic Congress (ADC) and 4 other political parties. In a unanimous decision, a 3-member panel led by Justice A.B. Mohammed faulted Justice Peter Lifu of the Federal High Court for proceeding with the case despite an earlier order from the appellate court to suspend proceedings. The court described the action as a violation of the judicial hierarchy, calling it the highest form of judicial impertinence, and citing the Supreme Court position that such conduct amounts to judicial rascality. The affected parties are the ADC, Action People's Party (APP), Action Alliance (AA), Accord Party (AP), and Zenith Labour Party (ZLP). Justice Lifu had ruled that the parties failed to meet constitutional requirements for continued registration and participation in future elections. He also directed INEC to stop recognizing the parties, accepting their candidates for elections, or allowing them to participate in activities ahead of the 2027 general elections. The parties were further barred from presenting themselves as registered political parties.
Meanwhile, former Jigawa State Governor and People's Democratic Party chieftain Sule Lamido has defended the deregistration of some political parties, describing the move as constitutional and in line with the law. Lamido urged politicians and Nigerians to respect court rulings and democratic institutions, warning against undermining the rule of law for personal or partisan interests. Speaking on recent court decisions affecting some political parties, he said the Constitution remains the supreme legal authority and that all institutions established under it must be respected. According to him, the judiciary derives its powers from the Constitution and is empowered to interpret laws and make binding decisions. He cautioned against questioning the credibility of institutions simply because their decisions do not favor certain political interests, stressing that strong institutions are vital for democratic stability and national development. On the prospects of opposition parties ahead of the 2027 general elections, Lamido dismissed claims that recent developments would weaken the opposition.
The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Lateef Fagbemi says the federal government has secured about 150 convictions, the latest phase of its mass terrorism trials. Fagbemi disclosed this while speaking with journalists at the Federal High Court in Abuja, where the trials are being conducted before 10 judges simultaneously. According to him, the current phase, which began on Monday, recorded about 160 cases, resulting in roughly 150 convictions. He added that about 300 cases were before the court on Tuesday, with 84 more expected to be concluded before the end of the day. The Attorney General appealed for patience from the public, saying the exercise demonstrates the government's commitment to justice, accountability, and the rule of law. The prosecution team is led by Fagbemi, while the Director General of the Legal Aid Council, Aliyu Abubakar, heads the defense.
Well, let's take you to Edo State now, where residents of Benin City have expressed mixed reactions to the federal government's resumption of the mass trial of 600 Boko Haram suspects. While many see the move as a vital step towards justice and improved security, others have called for transparency and fairness in the judicial process. In the meantime, Rhoda Johnny tells us more.
The government's decision to resume the trial of 600 Boko Haram suspects, describing the move as a significant step in the country's fight against terrorism. Some respondents said the action shows the government's resolve to ensure justice for victims of insurgent attacks and hold suspected offenders accountable through the legal process.
You can't just pick anybody and start dealing with him like that. You go and try him. In a civilized society, anywhere in this world, that's what they do. They try you. Except in the Banana Republic, where they do anyhow. They can kill you, they can extrajudicial killing can go on. But this type of thing, they get them as suspects. They are presumed innocent until proved guilty in the court of competent jurisdiction. Until proved guilty in the court of law. So they are innocent. They have to be tried. They must be tried.
Others called for fair and transparent proceedings, stressing that while those found guilty should be punished, the rights of the accused must also be protected.
For me, I have to ask them, what is the trial? Did they not call them in the arts? Did they not call them in the arts before they handle them to the Federal Republic in their custody? Why are they not going to give them trial? That's what I have to ask the federal government. That giving them trial will give many of them morale that when they get there, they will have the time for trial. They should give their trial. By then, they might release some. They will not release all of them. Out of that 600, they might release 300 are innocent, 300 are victims. Okay, and right now, what about the people that those 300 people Boko Haram have killed? Will they still restore the people, the family? Will they still restore their people back? No need of giving them trial. They should persecute them. That's what we want in our country. Justice should take its course. That they should persecute them because they have already found them guilty.
It can do that. It's a very, very good achievement. Is number one is not to try them and put them to Nigeria Army. That is a very, very bad disease. If the federal government can do very important thing, those men sentence them to life in jail or death penalty. Don't give chance.
Many believe the trials could strengthen national security and serve as a deterrent to terrorism, while offering hope to communities affected by years of insurgency. Rhoda joining BOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. Still talking security, the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, and President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, have called for the deployment of modern technology and stronger regional cooperation to enhance Nigeria's border security and tackle emerging security threats. They made a call at the opening of the 15th National Security Seminar organized by the Alumni Association of the National Defense College in Abuja. Represented by the Director of Policy and Strategy at the Office of the National Security Advisor, Yazid Bemudu, Ribadu said Nigeria's territorial integrity and national stability depend largely on an effective border security framework. He noted that while the country's vast land and maritime borders support trade, regional integration, and economic growth, they also expose Nigeria to threats such as terrorism, arms trafficking, smuggling, human trafficking, and irregular migration. Also speaking at the event, Akpabio, represented by Chairman of the Senate Committee on Defense, Senator Ahmed Lawan, said Nigeria's extensive borders present significant security challenges. He stressed that many of the threats facing the country are transnational in nature and require coordinated regional responses.
Well, let's take you to Oyo, where the state governor, Seyi Makinde, has assured residents that the abducted school children and teachers in the state will be rescued, saying every effort is being made to secure their release. Makinde gave the assurances while addressing social media influencer Very Darkman and other protesters at the Oyo State Government House. The governor said he was deeply concerned by the abduction, noting that the victims, including nursery and primary school pupils, had been held for more than 1 month. He explained that details of the ongoing security operation could not be made public due to its sensitive nature, but stressed that authorities were working to ensure the safe return of the victims. Now, Makinde described the incident as unprecedented, saying it was the first time nursery and primary school children had been abducted under such circumstances in the state. He assured residents that efforts were focused on securing the victims' release without casualties.
Still on happenings in Oyo State, the state government has demolished 3 buildings allegedly linked to criminal activities and the storage of arms and ammunition. The structures located within a fenced compound on Arubiewe Road in the Bendu community of Olodo Garage in Ibadan were said to have been used as a hideout for criminal elements. Speaking with journalists at the scene, the Commissioner for Public Works and Transport, Majid Mogunjobola, described the buildings as a major arms and ammunition cache. He said the State Commissioner of Police, Abimbola Olugbenga, had briefed Governor Seyi Makinde on the operation. He added that due process was followed before the demolition was carried out. He also stressed that the state government would not take security issues lightly, noting that a similar demolition was conducted last week at a property linked to the kidnappers of the sister of former Minister of Power, Bayo Adilabu.
Well, away from Oyo State, the Lagos State Police Command has dismissed reports claiming that the late Deputy Commissioner of Police, Khan Salihu, was kidnapped before his death, describing the report as false and misleading. The command said DCP Salihu was never abducted and clarified that he died after a brief illness. In a statement issued by the Police Public Relations Officer, SP Abimbola Adebisi, on behalf of the Commissioner of Police, the command condemned the publication, accusing the media platform of failing to verify its claims before publication. The police described the report as insensitive, especially at a time when the officer's family, colleagues, and the command were mourning his death. According to the statement, DSP Salihu complained of feeling unwell shortly before his death and was immediately taken to a hospital for treatment.
Now to legal matters. The Federal High Court in Abuja has revoked the bail granted to human rights activist Omoyele Sowore over his failure to appear in court in an alleged criminal defamation case filed by the Department of State Services, DSS. Justice Mohammed Garba Umar had ordered that Sowore be remanded at the Kuje Correctional Center and produced in court on June 22, 2026 for a ruling on his application seeking the judge's recusal from the case. The court had granted Sowore bail on self-recognition last December. At the time, Justice Umar declined a request by counsel to the DSS Akinlolu Kende to issue a bench warrant after Sowore and his lawyer failed to appear for trial. However, when the matter came up on Tuesday, neither Sowore nor his counsel was present in court. Prosecution subsequently applied for the revocation of his bail and the issuance of a bench warrant, describing his absence as a deliberate delay tactic.
Well, joining us virtually to analyze these stories is Amobi Yegboro. Amobi is a public affairs analyst. Amobi, thank you so much for joining us. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yes, so the Court of Appeal in Abuja has ordered a stay of execution of a federal high court judgment directing the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to deregister the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and 4 other political parties. I mean, would you say this is spot on and this is what should be, and this is how it should be? Let's have your take as to this development.
On the surface and constitutionally, the lower court was right because they quoted copiously some sections of the Constitution, particularly 225, that empowers INEC to deregister political parties that have not met the standards. But my worry is why now? Why now? Immediately after the election of 2023, INEC ought to have, be alive to their responsibilities, which the action under review is part of what INEC is supposed to do. My worry is the timing. Why must it be now when candidates have already emerged from these political parties? It's a recipe for crisis. It's a recipe for crisis. That's my point. Whether it is constitutional or not, why now? The timing is fraught with a lot of suspicion. if INEC has acted immediately after 6 months after the general election of 2023, people will see it as normal. But now, what do you tell candidates of ADC and Accord Party and what have you? So I think the Court of Appeal is right in ensuring that there is a stay of execution pending the hearing of the substantive matter in this case. It's quite in order. My worry is the timing of this order, which to my mind is laced with suspicion.
Okay, one of the things that former Jigawa State Governor responded to this particular suit or judgment is saying that he has actually defended the deregistration of these parties. And for him, he's saying that he's calling on politicians that they should respect court rulings and democratic institutions. And he has also warned them against undermining the rule of law for personal or partisan interest. Do you think that these people who are saying that who are against this court judgment are actually undermining the rule of law for personal or partisan interest?
Yeah, we are in season of politics, and there must be politics also. The ruling party will almost always, anchor whatever thing that will make them or make the opponent to shiver politically. And that is what they are doing. The act, the judgment is backed by the law. My worry is why now? Why didn't you do it in 2024, 2025? Why is it now that INEC, courtesy of the Electoral Act, has closed their window for any movement? Why now that people have bought forms, candidates have already emerged? You see, there are things you do in the morning, it is okay. If you do that same thing in the evening, it may not be okay. That is what I'm saying, that the timing of this judgment is open to qualifications.
Okay.
Nigeria politically is so fragile now that anything can ignite anything. So we must be very, very careful. We must be very, very careful. This idea of the ruling party, or probably, not giving enough space for opposition to fester, is becoming, somehow, uncomfortable. I am saying, in effect, that in as much as the judgment is predicated on constitution, the timing is very wrong. This could have happened in 2024 or thereabout, and no person could have raised an eyebrow. But now that it's happening now, then there is much to it that meets the eyes.
Well, your sentiments are very clear, Mobi. In fact, what I hear you say in summary is that the judgment that the Federal High Court gave wasn't in error, but the timing for you is what's questionable. But take a listen to what the appeal court just said. It describes the action as a violation of the judicial hierarchy, calling it the highest form of judicial impertinence and citing a Supreme Court position that such conduct amounts to judicial rascality. So this is some serious scolding that the appeal court is giving Justice Lifu now. I want you to dwell on that a little bit. What do you make of this?
Yeah, the Court of Appeal has made an observation. Recall that the parties involved, particularly ADC, raised objections about the judge that was handling that matter. They wanted him to recuse himself and all that, but he stayed put. Probably they might have known one thing or the other. The Nigerian political system, those in authority might have known one thing or the other that the average Nigerian will not know. Probably that was why they were asking him to recuse himself. But be that as it may, the Court of Appeal is higher than the High Court. They might have seen the whole thing differently, citing also that Supreme Court have adjudicated one way or the other on similar matters. So I don't have any problem with that. I don't have any problem with that. We will see when the substantive matter of the case will be looked into by appeal court. Probably the issue will become clearer why appeal court has taken a position which they have taken. Of course, the Supreme Court is there to finally assuming, without conceding, that INEC will, appeal, assuming, because from the tone of appeal court, it's like what the lower court has done is an anathema, So it is more likely, if I will read the minds of the justices, it is more likely that they are going to uphold that, this and that. The lower court has no powers to do what they have done. We are waiting. It's political season. Anything is possible.
Yeah, we are all waiting, and of course, we'll bring the news as matters as the news unfolds. But let's move on to security matters, and let's take you to what is happening in the court. The Attorney General of the Federation has actually, he has informed us, or is saying that the federal government has secured about 150 convictions, the latest phase of its mass terrorism trials. And he's saying that amongst the 160 cases that they have, they've convicted 150 persons, and he's assuring that there are more to come over the coming days. What do you make of this? Would you applaud the federal government for this number of convictions, or would you say that this matter is being too hasty? Or what do you think? Let me hear from you. Let us hear from you.
I am not amused by what the Honorable Attorney General have said. What they are doing is like, it's like a joke to me. This insurgents, insecurity, is a serious business as far as Nigeria is concerned. They are not taking the steps they are supposed to take. The thing is festering. The momentum is increasing. Everywhere you go, there is insecurity. So how do we applaud the government? How can you talk about insurgents, bandits, bringing the cause of a general, handing it over to somebody, and the state government is eulogizing the bandits for a job well done? Even the commissioner for internal security of the state even was the person doing the job, a yeoman's job for the bandits. Those people you are looking for, you saw them live and you failed to do anything. Just today or yesterday, they also announced that they have rescued the wife of the late general, without a shot, without anything. You see, when you look at the narratives, you begin to think that Nigerian government thinks that Nigerians are kindergartens. It doesn't work that way. I think the government is not yet serious about banditry, insurgents, terrorism, and what have you. If they are serious, we will know. We have almost always, when we interact and converse about this menace, say that kinetic approach is the way to go. Simplicity. There is no romance. Have you watched the video of these people, the way they treat human beings? Have you watched, I was privileged to watch one where they gang raped a lady and all that. These are the things you see. And when you have opportunity to deal decisively with these bandits, you are nowhere to be found. Okay, look at Mr. President's speech on democracy.
Well,
their lenient position will not last too long. You don't need to say that. What you need to say is to take the battle to them. It is Nigerians that will now begin to, see your steps, what you are doing, and begin to, applaud you. Don't give them any more opportunity. These guys are sinisters. You understand what I'm saying? When you are in their den, they flog you, they use rubber can, light it up, and they dehumanize you. So why must you now see such people and then you try to, treat them with kid gloves? I think when the government is serious to tackle insurgents, terrorism, and banditry, Nigerian people will know. For now, I do not think so.
Well, Amobi, I'm going to take you to Edo State in a short while. Before that, a number of things, to some of the things you said in your summation. You said that the wife of the late Major General was rescued without a shot. But according to reports, we heard she was shot by the fleeing bandits and she's in hospital as we speak. Also, the Attorney General appealed for patience from the public because you said it looks like the federal government doesn't know what they're doing and they're not doing things the way they're supposed to do it. The Attorney General is saying that the exercise they're carrying out demonstrates the government's commitment to justice, accountability, and the rule of law. That said, our correspondent, Rhoda Johnny, put together an awesome report in Benin City regarding, the state of the nation security-wise, and she felt the pulse of the people, and basically, a number of respondents were calling for capital punishment for terrorists. Is that your sentiment?
Yeah, my belief is that, just like I said earlier on, government is doing what they need to do, but what they are doing is not good enough. They must up their ante. What they are doing is pedestrian in nature. They must up their ante because terrorism, insurgents, and insecurity are not beer parlor games. They are not sitting room games that we are playing. They are serious business. And more importantly also, the insecurity that has bedeviled Nigeria, terrorism and banditry, has some economic undertone. So for you to dislodge such, business where people eke out their living, you must be very, very serious. You understand what I'm saying? You must be very serious. And if they know that you can trap them, treat them the way terrorists should be treated, you will not see the multiplicity of terror attacks. You will not see. Recall also that they have been branded our brothers, our prodigal sons, that we should accept them. How can we accept somebody that maims, that kills, at every given opportunity? Even when ransoms are paid, they still kill, their victim. If you, like I said earlier on, have watched some video clips flying around, you could understand what victims of terror and banditry and insurgents go through. It's not a palatable experience at all. That is why I am saying that government should do more. It is not enough to tell us we are prosecuting 1 million people and all that. And the thing is increasing. It has gone from northeast to north central. Now it's coming to southwest and all that. Before you say Jack Robinson, it will go to south and southeast. By the time the whole country is enveloped with insecurity, where do we run to? So we need to tackle this head on. That is the point I'm making. What government is doing now is not enough to stem the tide of insecurity. It's not enough. These guys are emboldened by the day. And by each day, they're emboldened. And if you continue with this romance of, reintegration, of paying ransom, of course, when you pay ransom, they will go and get more sophisticated arms. Are we afraid? Who is afraid of these people? Nigerian army has been known during ECOMOD days to hold their own in terms of battlefield. But now, the same military is becoming a lame dog. It worries us sufficiently. Military should go out and chase out these people.
Okay, one of the things that you talked about is the government doing more. And let's look at this next story of the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, and the President of the Senate calling for a deployment of modern technology and stronger national cooperation to enhance Nigeria's border security. While you mentioned that the government should do more, here they are actually, calling for our borders to be more secured. But when you look at it really, when this kind of call is being made by those at the top, you would wonder what exactly is the government doing in terms of securing our border. We've heard many times that we have porous borders, but are the governments, not just the federal government, the state government, doing enough when it comes to border security?
About 4 weeks ago, the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, said that the insurgents we are having now is politically motivated. That after 2 weeks, after election, 2 weeks after election, that everywhere will be calm. With that mindset, how can he provide solution to insecurity? Somebody that tells you that insecurity is politically motivated, that the opponents, political opponents, opposition, that is fueling this insecurity. If you have this mindset, you cannot think properly. You cannot. So they believe it is politically motivated. So how can they provide solutions that can stem the tide of insecurity? They cannot. At that level, at that level, he needs to change the narratives. He needs to change his thinking, his mentality about, insurgents generally, before he can now provide solutions. Because something you don't understand, you cannot, give solutions to it. So they must understand it first. They must. During Jonathan, it was opposition. And opposition then was APC. So it was APC sponsoring insurgents that time. You could also recall that election was postponed by 2 months or thereabout. And Jonathan, as at that time, engaged the services of military contractors that helped stabilize the Northeast so that the election, could be held. So is it APC that was doing that then? So I think that the leaders of this country must conceptualize this problem in the right direction and then operationalize it the way it should be. With their level of understanding about the cause of these insurgencies, we cannot move beyond. There are usually, if they have this mentality, it means we'll be having movement without a shift in terms of combating this menace. I think they should think rightly.
Well, that's a safe place to land on that matter, Mobi, because you're preaching paradigm shift, basically. But let's briefly talk about Oyo State, where Governor Seyi Makinde has assured residents that the abducted schoolchildren and teachers in the state will be rescued, saying every effort is being made to secure their release. This is coming amidst a protest that held today, led by activist A Very Dark Man. What do you make of Seyi Makinde's comments and the situation in Oyo State? If you could do this in 1 minute, I'll appreciate it.
Yeah, everything that will be done to rescue these children will be appreciated. I want to, look beyond, I want to look through to see what they are going through in the bush with these terrorists. So any effort that is made towards, getting these chaps, these children out from the bush is welcomed.
Okay, thank you very much, Amobi, for your analysis. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We've been speaking with Amobi Heboro. He is a public affairs analyst. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll bring you more stories to stay with us. Glad to have you back. You're still watching News Hour on Voice of the People television. Former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello has failed in his bid to stop his trial over an alleged 110.4 billion naira fraud case before the Federal Capital Territory High Court in Maitama, Abuja. Bello had challenged the jurisdiction of the court to hear the charges filed against him by the EFCC. The former governor is being prosecuted alongside Omar Oricha and Abdusalami Hudu on a 16-count charge bordering an alleged criminal breach of trust and money laundering involving 110.4 billion naira.
Now, June 16 is observed worldwide as the International Day of the African Child, commemorating the 1976 Soweto uprising. The day also highlights the need for quality education, protection, and equal opportunities for children across Africa. VOPTV's Agumanu Precious has more for us.
The National Day of the African Child is observed every year on June 16th. It commemorates the 1976 Soweto uprising in South Africa, where thousands of school children protested against poor quality education and were met with violence. The day serves as a reminder of the importance of protecting the rights of African children and promoting access to quality education, healthcare, safety, and opportunities for development across the continent. As the world today marks International Day of the African Child, we are reminded of the courage shown by the students of Soweto in their fight for quality education and equal opportunities. This day highlights the need to protect the rights of every African child and ensure access to education, safety, healthcare, and opportunities for growth and development. It is a call for governments, communities, and individuals to work together in creating a brighter future for Africa's children.
African children, they are very hardworking. They always strive to survive, and they're always winning despite the economy, despite the challenges. They don't give up easily. They always have the spirit of, I can do it, I can do more, and I want to do it. They always want to bring back home good tidings. They want to make mom, dad, siblings, friends, and even themselves. And not only that, the community as well, to tell them that yes, it wasn't easy at last. It came good.
Being a child takes so many things to feel. You can feel depressed, you can feel anything. You can feel anger, you can feel sadness. You are just being you and you're being free. It's not like adulthood that everything builds on you. You are less free. But as children, we just roll. If a governor or a president or anybody wants to rule Nigeria, the first thing you should look at is children, because we are the future and we'll be the one to lead the next step. So we can say you are a good president or a good governor. As children, we need more support, more care. We just need to be free.
Thank you. Now, every day, patients in need of surgery, emergency treatment, or medical care rely on the availability of safe blood. The importance of regular voluntary blood donation continues to be highlighted as a critical component of healthcare delivery. VOPTV's health correspondent, Praise Peters, has more for us.
World Blood Donor Day highlights one of the most vital acts in healthcare, the voluntary donation of blood, which continues to save millions of lives worldwide. Under the theme, One Drop of Humanity, Give Blood, Save Lives, the World Health Organization emphasizes the impact of a simple donation in sustaining hospitals and emergency care systems. From accident victims and surgical patients to women experiencing childbirth complications and individuals undergoing cancer treatment, donated blood often becomes a critical lifeline. Health experts note that there is still no substitute for human blood, making voluntary donation essential to modern medicine.
Okay, this is my 10th donation, and each donation is split into platelets, plasma, and red cells. which means that can impact the life of about 30 patients here across Scotland. I'm really proud of this achievement.
A single donation can also be separated into components such as red cells, plasma, and platelets, meaning one act can help multiple patients. However, many health systems continue to face shortages of safe blood, especially in low and middle income regions, where consistent voluntary donation remains a challenge. Health authorities continue to call for regular voluntary donors, describing them as the safest and most reliable source of blood supply. Beyond its medical importance, blood donation is widely seen as an expression of shared humanity, a simple act with life-saving impact. The message remains clear: safe blood saves lives, and every donation counts. Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you very much, Praise. Beyond the physical characteristics associated with albinism lies the need for greater understanding, acceptance, and inclusion. As awareness continues to grow, attention is being drawn to the rights and well-being of persons living with albinism. VOP TV's health correspondent, Praise Peters, again reports.
International Albinism Awareness Day serves as a global platform to promote inclusion, challenge discrimination, and amplify the voices of persons living with albinism. Albinism is a rare inherited genetic condition that affects the body's production of melanin, the pigment responsible for the color of the skin, the eyes, and the hair. The condition often results in visual impairment and increased vulnerability to sun exposure, placing affected individuals at a higher risk of developing skin cancer. While albinism occurs in all parts of the world, it is more prevalent in sub-Saharan Africa, where many people living with the condition continue to face stigma, exclusion, and harmful misconceptions. The United Nations notes that color-based discrimination can take many forms, including bullying, social exclusion, mocking comments, and stereotypes that undermine dignity, safety, and mental well-being.
As I will call my spouse or my husband to me, please will you assist me to do that? And assume that when you're calling them that, please assist me, they will start to make a word of embarrassment to you. I won't like that. So I'm not trying to be a selective person.
In some communities, persons with albinism are also exposed to violence and other human rights violations. Advocates continue to call for improved access to health care, including regular eye examinations, sunscreen, protective clothing, and early skin cancer screening, as well as stronger efforts to promote equality and social inclusion. The observance highlights the importance of respecting diversity, protecting human rights, and creating communities where people of all skin tones can live free from discrimination and reach their full potential. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you very much, Praise. We now move on to the foreign scene. Donald Trump says the Strait of Hormuz will open toll-free under a new U.S. deal with Iran to end the war. Speaking at the G7 summit in France, the U.S. president also said Iran will never have a nuclear weapon and criticized Israel over Lebanon. Trump's comments mark his most direct clash yet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Pakistan, which helped mediate, announced on Sunday that Washington and Tehran reached an agreement, though details remain private. Trump officials say both sides have already signed electronically with a formal ceremony planned in Geneva, Switzerland, later this week. Oil prices are reacting with Brent crude dropping below $80 a barrel on Monday for the first time since early March.
Well, in business news, Nigeria's average daily natural gas production rose to 7.93 billion standard cubic feet per day in May 2026, up slightly from 7.88 billion recorded in the same period last year. The figures are contained in the latest data released by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC. The increase reflects ongoing efforts by the federal government to expand gas production and position natural gas as a key driver of economic growth and energy security. As part of its energy transition strategy, Nigeria has intensified efforts to maximize the value of its vast gas resources. Between January and April 2026, the country produced more than 947 billion standard cubic feet of gas. The NUPRC recently unveiled a gas development roadmap aimed at unlocking over 55 trillion cubic feet of uncommitted gas reserves and attracting new investments across the gas value chain.
And now to sport, Curacao has received recognition from Guinness World Records after becoming the smallest nation by population to qualify for the FIFA World Cup. The Caribbean nation was presented with a Guinness World Records certificate received by Curacao Football Federation President Gilbert Martina. Curacao secured its place at the 2026 FIFA World Cup, becoming the smallest country ever to reach football's biggest tournament. Coached by Dutch manager Dick Advocate, the team topped its CONCACAF third round qualifying group with 3 wins and 3 draws from 6 matches. Qualification was confirmed with a goalless draw against Jamaica in Kingston on November 19, 2025, completing a remarkable journey for the Blue Wave. Despite the historic achievement, Curacao endured a difficult start to its World Cup campaign, suffering a 7-1 defeat to Germany in its opening match.
And in entertainment news, Ambassador designate to Mexico and former presidential aide Irina Omakri has responded to Afrobeat star David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, after the singer attacked him over comments regarding his advocacy for abducted school children at a FIFA World Cup concert. In a statement posted on social media, Omakri expressed surprise at what he described as Davido's vulgar remarks, saying such language was unbecoming of an international celebrity. The dispute began after Davido performed at the FIFA World Cup countdown concert in Los Angeles, wearing a custom jacket bearing the names of more than 40 school children and teachers abducted in Oyo State in May, alongside the message, "Bring them home." Omakri criticized the gesture, arguing that using a global platform to highlight terrorist activities could unintentionally aid the perpetrators. Earlier on Tuesday, the singer shared a video of Omakri during an interview on Instagram. Responding, Omakri acknowledged Davido's intentions were noble, but maintained that publicizing kidnappings on a global stage could have unintended consequences. Well, it's a wrap for us on News Hour, but before we go, a quick look at the headlines. Well, you told you that the court has suspended a judgment against ADC and 4 others.
Also, federal government secures 150 terrorism convictions in 2 days.
Ribadu and Akpabio push tech-driven border security.
Makinde vows safe rescue of abducted Oyo students and teachers.
Lagos Police debunk kidnap report on DCP Khan Salihu.
Court revokes Showare's bail.
Well, on the foreign scene, we told you that Trump has announced toll-free Hormuz deal with Iran.
In business, Nigeria's gas production rises to billion standard cubic feet per day.
Well, in sports news, Curacao receives Guinness World Record plaque.
And in the world of entertainment, Omokwe responds to Davido's criticism. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we air at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage, events, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomjeto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,